Sunday. That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Hey, login in games, we lit the squadron.
Oh, here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
Ultimate Endgame is a person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to UEL. We are here in Week 9, ready for a matchup between Ravens and Shogun. As we start off today, my name is Nyarko, and I'm joined right now by RK, representing Shogun. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Definitely here. Hopefully to get our first win. You know, we've had a rough start of the season, but I'm hoping to bring it back today.
Yeah, and I was being told by my co-commentator Rex that so far you guys have already faced off against the Ravens once this season, and it was quite close. So, do you guys feel like you've been doing the adjustments necessary to maybe get that win through these guys?
Yeah, I think so. We've been working pretty hard, tackling the different categories we struggled at. We did some VOD reviewing together. We know where we struggled. We know where we messed up, and we worked on fixing those. And I'm very confident that we've covered those mistakes, and I feel like that this game's going to be a lot different than it was last time.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. Any games that you're particularly looking forward to being put in the rotation of?
Probably Fortnite because
All right.
I was ex-professional at it, and then Need for Speed too because, you know, it's one of my favorite games.
Yeah, well, we'll be hoping for those to hit on the wheel today, but obviously we have a lot of really interesting games coming our way. Is there anything in particular that you see out of the Ravens that maybe is different from other teams? Do you have a specific strategy to take them down?
Yeah, they're definitely a lot stronger at shooters than a lot of the other teams. I'm very worried about like games like Siege, Overwatch, and Halo because our people that normally touch Halo aren't here today, so we have to come up with different strategies. But I still think we can make it work as a team if we work together.
And to talk a little bit about the personnel and the people you have coming in today, I was hearing there was maybe a little bit of a scramble to get all 5 people locked into the roster today. It looked like for a second there you guys were going to play with 4. Can you walk me through how you guys got that last person in and how you're feeling about your 5-stack going on into competition?
I'm very confident as 5-stack. I've played a lot with these people, so I'm very confident in my teammates. Even though, yes, they might not have played as much as the rest of the team, I'm still very confident because I play with them in practice. I play with them outside of practice. I know they're very good at what they do.
Of course. So, RK, before we close out and move on to interviewing your opponents today, is there anyone you want to shout out, anything you want to feature, any called shots you want to make as we dive on into this game?
Yeah, Kittens, I'm smoking you in Fort. You better meet me in the middle. I'm absolutely going to clip you. I will be surprised if you do the same to me.
And I'm hearing shouts from across the wall here. I think that they're ready to have you back, ready to dive on into this matchup, Shogun versus Ravens. My name is Nyarko. I'm going to throw it over to a quick break, and when we return, it's Rex interviewing a member of the Ravens.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. 10, and that
Hello, I'm Rex, joined by.
Wonky who?
All right, so Wonku, this is your first game of the season. You haven't played in quite a bit. How do you plan on shaking some of that rust off?
There is no rust.
There's
I'm
no-
better than everybody on that roster right there.
Everybody?
Yeah, I'm literally not worried about a single person right there.
All right, well, speaking of their roster, last time that the Ravens and Shoguns played, it was a relatively close game. I know that doesn't live up to the expectation of the Ravens. How did y'all prepare for today to change that?
I believe our performance was a bit sloppy the last time. And I definitely got on them about that, being the GM before switching back to being a player. I think we've done enough of practicing and reevaluation with some strategies that it's gonna look much different this time around. It's gonna look much different.
All right, so what game are you looking for particular today? Is there any game that you think will be interesting, fun to play?
I'd love to all of them, but definitely CTR. I need to wipe the rust off in that. I know I just said I'm better than everybody, but I still am. And then of course Valorant.
All right, so final question. What is your score prediction for today?
Ooh, I'd say we're gonna get like a solid 20 to maybe 6.
20 to
I'll give them a little bit of room.
And then if you don't get that score, you're going to yell at your team?
Yes, and myself.
All right, well, you heard it here. The Ravens are going to win today's game 20-6. All right, so we will see y'all in a minute.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And hello, friends. Welcome back once again to UEL, powered by Sly right there. I know that's quite a good drink. I had my first time around, so I'm super happy to be back here in the UEL arena, not only to drink the Sly, but also to talk to you, Rex, about our upcoming matchup.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a very exciting matchup. Like we mentioned earlier, it was a very close matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how each of these teams took their, the lessons they learned from that game and applied it, right? The Shoguns trying to come out with a win this time, and the Ravens trying to come out with a more convincing win.
Of course. Well, one of the things that we got to see in our interviews right here at the very start of this matchup is that both teams are coming in with a lot of confidence. I think particularly on your side, that called shot, a 20-6 score, certainly is going to show a level of improvement out of Ravens versus Shogun than what we saw the last time. As you said, nail biter in that first matchup. But at the same time, RK for Shogun was saying, hey, this time around, we VOD reviewed, we prepared a lot more, and we think we have a particular read on the Ravens. And so as long as we could dodge some of these shooter games as a whole, we think we could easily take what will be our first victory within the season.
And that's going to be, it's just going to be interesting because one, they reviewed, but two, they have somebody in their lineup who I don't believe was in their lineup the last time, which was Raven.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in the UEL for a while, kind of took a break, but he's a very balanced player, kind of fits categories all over the place. And on the other side, you have Wonku on the other side, who Wonku is one of the most underrated players in the league. Kind of a jack of all trades kind of player. Really does help with their shooters. And this time around, they're both running 5-man, so rotations are going to be a lot cleaner for both sides involved.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about how there was maybe a little bit of a scramble here for Shogun to assemble their 5-stack, but they have gotten everybody together. And frankly, I got a lot of faith that they're going to be able to make an impact with this set particularly like you're talking about this wild card of Raven coming in for Shogun. We got to make sure that we're talking about them clearly to the audience, as we got Ravens on one side, Raven on the other. But regardless, yes, this is someone who is a not necessarily specialist, but rather someone who brings an X factor to a lot of different games. And so while Ravens also have this kind of generalist approach here, we're going to have a very interesting dynamic here to start things off as we cut over to the arena cam right there, and we saw Wonku and we saw RK, actually RPS, to start us off, and the wheel is a spinning. Destinies are about to be decided.
Mortal Kombat.
I love the fact that we're going to a fighting game right off the bat. You know, we got references to Fortnite, we got references to shooters throughout a lot of the discussions that we're having prior to the beginning of this matchup. But Rex, I didn't hear a lot of talk from either side about fighting games. People weren't admonishing one another for jamming fighting games.
It because on the other side, the Shoguns have Chris G, and that man's an issue in that. So Overwatch, speaking of shooters right off the bat.
Well, we are going right back over to that wheelhouse that we were discussing. I was preparing mentally for some carnage there in Mortal Kombat 1. Maybe we're going to get a return fighting games later on in the bracket, but it feels like when one game in a category comes down, they all roll at once. I'm not exactly sure what exactly the RNG gods are doing to us on that front, but this could be a battery by which Ravens could get out to a lead if their claims of shooter superiority actually come to pass.
Well, the big issue that right now with the Shoguns is that the fact that the Shoguns are missing a player right now. He's not in the building.
Oh, okay.
So for the first rotation, he's not going to be available, and he's probably one of their better shooters on the team. So they're not only going to be down one of their better shooters, they're going to be down in terms of just number of people overall. So Overwatch is going to end up being a 5v4 with the Ravens having 5. This is going to be a difficult situation for the Shoguns to come out on.
Do you think this is an immediate forfeit, perhaps, for Shoguns here? Just try to get spinning on the board with something that could favor their reduced roster? Or maybe you buy as much time here in Overwatch, take the guarantee loss, hopefully your last player can get here in time, and then if you roll another shooter that requires 5 people or another game, then you could stabilize.
Because what you don't want right now is to forfeit this and then something like Valorant rolls
the
up.
finals, Valorant, something like that, yeah.
Because that's the worst possible thing. There's games that you can still win, but you want to, like I said, waste as much time, quote unquote, until he gets there. Because with Overwatch, and you understand Overwatch a bit more than I do, you're gonna be down a roll.
Oh yes.
Whether that be one less tank you have, one less support, one less DPS, there's gonna be a gap somewhere.
Yep.
And they're not at that level where they can overcome that gap, at least in my opinion.
I don't really think that anyone at any level beyond just the very top and very bottom bandwidths matching up against one another could find a dynamic by which to overcome a player deficit. This is a game that is built upon synergies. It is built upon connections across the map, and I think that, unfortunately, if you're down a player, regardless of the role, it is just so easy for the dominoes to fall in an instant. The ult share that comes from a single one fight cascading into just continually lost pushes again and again means that even though it's going to be Shogun trying to buy time in a 4v5, I don't know how much time they could buy, because I'll tell you, I was actually commentating a 4v5 earlier in the week for a high school league, and that was a disaster. It was the easiest money I've ever made in my life. You know, I'm sitting there for 10 minutes. Oh, 2 games are over in an instant. It's really a difficult position to be in regardless. Hopefully Shogun will be able to at least strut their individual stuff and, you know, warm up through this game, but I am looking very much at Ravens landing first blood without any issue whatsoever.
So if you're the Ravens, you want to win this game, or you want to win as quickly as possible if Dolo's not here.
Force him to roll again.
Yeah, to roll again. So with that being said, what game mode should the Ravens choose?
Ooh, given that they're able to choose game modes here, I would say that if you're looking at a control map, if you just get on the point and you keep the point the whole time, that is probably the fastest way to win an individual round. Because with push, you ultimately got to make that distance, even if you're constantly standing on top of it, especially if Shogun has someone who could play something like ball and just bogart that point. You could still buy a lot of time and delay for a while here. So I am looking for something where there is a very hard stop and a very quick acceleration to that end if one team is just able to get all the resources. And I believe that control would probably be best for that. Things like push still has kind of a dead zone when you push it halfway across the map. The robot has to recharge for a little bit. That could be time by which Shogun, maybe as a 4-stack, just drop all 4 ults, hopefully get control of the bot for at least a little bit, and from there, push it back to where the Ravens won't be able to just speed run the map. I would say that overall, that would be the game plan that I'm looking for. Shogun need to probably just say, hey, we're going to go for characters that are hard to kill. We're going to go for characters that are very slippery, that can go on and off
Juno,
points.
you
Yeah,
say?
Juno would be good. Lucio would be really good if you have the movement for them in the support role. But I'm also interested in seeing what role exactly is going to be the one that is missing a player. I don't think that you could ever let go of your tank. You got to have a tank. Maybe it's double supports and 1 DPS. I think that would be best for
So
sustain
would you
purposes.
think something like a Doomfist?
Doomfist or Ball. If you are able to play either of those on tank, and they are very hard
Movement
characters,
based, yeah.
that would be the call for Shogun here.
And what DPS would you think?
Ooh, I think a self-sufficient thing like a Reaper or
Reaper.
a Soldier 76 would both be very good in this situation. If you are capable playing Genji and playing it with a very kind of needly playstyle where you aren't looking for assassinations, but rather just looking to move across the board and draw fire, that could be a call here. It looks like it is going to be a push, though. We're going on to Colosseo here, like the Malga, to start the stack for the Ravens, going there as point here.
With Malga being a character like Roadhog with such high survivability, like it's going to make it hard because it's hard enough to kill him when you have a 14, but now, and then a Reaper, yes, so they'll be able to get.
Yeah, I'm looking at a Sigma. I'm looking at a Reaper here. RK going to be piloting at least this 1 DPS. There's the Moira. I like this call, and I believe, if I'm looking correctly, that is a Venture, so they are going to be down a support on Shogun's side. That being said, Venture is also very slippery. So I think that as long as Shogun position well, this isn't necessarily totally lost cause, and like I said, you could buy a lot of time in this game mode. So let's see how this plays out, particularly with something as defensive as the Sigma in the tank role.
And it looks like they're definitely pushing in. They have, see, they're running 2 tanks. Who else are they running?
Oh, this isn't Rollock. My apologies.
sorry,
Yes, this is open queue.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that being said, I do think that this is a very Smash Mouth composition coming in from Ravens already. This is Zarya being able to build up a lot of charge and just completely shove Shogun off the point. Now going to give chase as the follow through, and already we're seeing the yardage begin to stack up in favor of Blue Squad, which is going to be the purple team up there on the left. Great stuff so far coming through. They have won that first point, and now that cascade I was talking about will begin to happen. By winning a fight, getting a kill, you get more ult charge, and now it's going to be difficult for Shogun to ever really make it back in time. Hopefully, as for, they could crest over their ults and not burn anything in a survival situation, but right now, it is all that they can do to just try to get back to the point. Look at how low the Sigma is going to get mowed down here by the double shots coming through from the Malga, and they are just going to continue this onslaught. Absolute domination coming through in the 5v4.
And this is how the Ravens played. I'm glad we got to see this game in particular because the Ravens are just aggressive regardless in almost everything they do. So with the Ravens, this will be the same way they be playing if it was a 5v5. They don't care if they're up or down. They're going to be playing aggressive, and this fits their MO.
Yeah, it's a 3-tank composition right here. The Orisa going to be the last tank in that stack. And so far, it doesn't really even look like they need much in the way of healing. They are certainly getting some, especially the double hearts pumping away there onto the Malga, jumping forward. And now it's really just a matter of shoving the Shoguns into the base until this push has completely completed. And already, past the 100-meter mark, you've gotten past the bot recharge point. And even the calls that I was saying for Shogun, where they can maybe delay, just aren't going to be able to come to pass here. We aren't seeing Sigma get anywhere near an ultimate that can actually buy them value. They're just dying as soon as they get off the point. And so now you can't tear multiple people away from the bot. You can't get your own people onto it. You can't find something like an opportunistic Death Blossom. There's just no way forward. So Shoguns, I think, are just going to fold here in a few seconds.
And how do you push out in this situation? Because you know there's times where you can get pinned in, but being down people already, how in the world do you push out here?
Well, I like that flank right there coming through from the Reaper. Unfortunately, we hear the comms coming through from the far side of the arena. The Ravens are right on top of it, communicating with one another to hit some of these squishy members. And now, with the Sigma being unable to navigate to a close situation, Malga is going to get right on top of the Ravens or on top of the Shoguns yet again. And that is enough for the Ravens to just immediately get a point on the board.
And look at the game time. That was about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this was the fastest you can go. As soon as the bot unlocked, it was Ravens on top of it, and then they never let up.
And now the next game is Die by the Blade, a fighting game. Now, here's the thing about Die by the Blade. Since it is a 1v1, it's a lot easier to win with this being a deficit.
Oh, 100%.
Shooter. So this is a beneficial role. I'm not sure if Dolo is here as of yet, But even if he's not, it still gives them time, right? Like I'm not sure how much of an impact Dolo would have in that. Chris G is the one I'm really looking
Oh
for.
yeah.
Chris G and Raven on the Shoguns are the ones I'm looking for, right? Those are the ones with some level of fighting game experience.
Now, of course, Die by the Blade is a little bit separate from a lot of the fighting games that we have on the roster. Chris G, though, is, of course, an expert across so many different subgenres within the space of fighting games that I'm sure he will have the sensibilities to be able to approach something that is as volatile as almost a one-hit style game. But, Rex, my question to you is, what is the angle if you think you're in a disadvantage in this game to just try to cheese out a win here and there and hopefully stack up for your side? Because right now it seems like from your analysis you're saying even down that player, Shogun may still be ahead because Raven and Chris G are so strong within this realm.
Yeah, so I know this is a game that I believe the Shogun has spent a fair amount of time on, and I'm not sure how this is going to play because you saw the first game that was actually rolled was MK, and the Ravens were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that because Chris G is that guy in MK, right? So them rolling a fighting game, like this game, I would feel comfortable with them particularly winning. Something like Street Fighter, even being
100%.
down, right? Like you don't need anybody other than Chris G for Street Fighter. He's proven that time and time again. So with this game, especially with how patient they play, right? You see them playing footsies for a while. This could be now he's not going to do it purposely to buy time, but naturally how he would play this, more patient, methodical, builds time for Dolo if Dolo isn't here to get here and hopefully start making an impact, right? Shooters are what you want Dolo for, and unfortunately, a shooter already rode.
Yeah.
And we don't know how that would have gone if they had an extra person. That one extra person makes all of the difference here.
Yep. Yeah, no matter how good you are, like I said, Overwatch is not a solo carryable game, nor is it a 4v5 carryable game, so that dynamic just means that now Shogun are kind of in an awkward position. Luckily, Die by the Blade is something they can buy a lot of time on, but beyond that, it's a game that the people that they have here are very well versed in. Now, my one concern, though, is that in terms of being able to speed through a game, get another roll going, and maybe therefore putting Ravens back onto a shooter before Dolo gets here for Shogun's side, what could possibly happen is because this game is so one-hit oriented, you just blow through one side or the other. We'll see whether or not Shogun actually is able to jump out to that advantage, but do you think they're going to slow their roll a little bit here, maybe drop a game or two on purpose in order to get Dolo into a seat?
I don't think so, because you have to look at it from the value of the player. Does having Dolo here make that much of a difference in the next two games? Like, for instance, there's too many games that Dolo wouldn't help them in to win, that having him is worth dropping that game. And the chances of that happening, no. So I think you play the game to win it, right?
Yep.
If you think you can win Die by the Blade, you play it regularly. You don't mess around for it. You get the win when you can, especially considering last game that they played was so close. That 1 or 2 games could mean the world.
Yeah, as a UEL neophyte here, one of the things, Rex, that I really like to see is that intergame strategizing that comes through from either roster situations like this or from the strategies that the oftentimes limited or altered formats for games provide. But I think I'm getting a little bit too lost in the sauce. At the end of the day, you're getting me right back on track there alongside hopefully the players. You play to win the game at the end of it all, right? And so a point on the board is worth a lot more than just kind of being up here in this strategic zone. You don't want to risk victories by doing something like dropping games to delay time, things of that nature here. That being said, setup is about to run down to the very end here, so we're going to see whether or not Shogun will in fact be able to tie it up here in game number 2 on the day. We had Overwatch 2 first, now it is Die by the Blade, but while that is happening, let's see what we're going to move on for the third game of the day.
If Dolo's not in the building, he can't play. Midnight Ghost Hunt. So another game that might be, because it's a 4v4.
Yes, yes.
So you don't have to worry so much about him not being here unless he's your carry. All right. So it looks like right off the bat, let's see who we get. Oh, another thing to kind of note is that I Am Herb and KIC are both great fighters. So that's not to take away from the Ravens being great fighters. They're going to win certain fighters like potentially Tekken and such. It's just New York Chris D in certain fighting games is just a
100%.
different level.
Yep. Well, we are in fact starting here with a little bit of a character mirror match. That being said, different sword stack for either side. And we're already looking at a pretty patient approach to this game. Sometimes people immediately dash in. Perry going to be had an immediate drop to start things off for that left side.
That looks like that might be Arbiter, that one.
Yeah.
Yep, PTV Arbiter.
So that's going to be for the side of Shoguns. Raven's going to be shunted down there a little bit.
Against one of the fighters that's on the Ravens, mind you, is I Am Herb, who Arbiter traditionally really isn't a fighter. He came in playing shooters, a little bit of Dead by Daylight. He plays Trapper. So if Arbiter is able to go through the Ravens, that would be extremely beneficial. Now, one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about the setup and stuff today is that each team only has 5 players, right? So in a 5v5 game, you really can't be setting up other games. Even if it's on console, it's on like a different console, it's hard. So setup is going to be something to watch today.
All right. Well, once again, it's Arbiter looking for an angle of approach.
All right. It looks like there might be some kind of...
Probably a button check.
No, there's some kind of issue. What is the issue, though? We see I Am Herb get up here. Arbiter's still sitting down. So maybe there was some kind of mental error that happened.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what the issue is. But if anything, going back to this idea of extending the time period, if this is an issue for the Ravens, this is coming at a crucial time where, sure, Dolo was booking his way to the arena. This is a point at which Shogun can recover before we move on into that third round of Midnight Ghost Hunt. Now, you said he won't be available on the roster for that one, but even so, that's a 4v4. So, once again, that is more time bought here for the red side to hopefully stabilize.
And so Shogun's actually lost a timeout due to incorrect setup. So a timeout being lost in the first 10 minutes of a match is not something you want to see. And things like this is something that Shoguns have struggled with for like many seasons, right? Setup being wrong, and then even sometimes their players not showing up on time. There was a match earlier this season where the Shoguns thought the game started at 3 o'clock. The game started at 2 o'clock. You had half of the team not be there for an hour plus. So, you know, it's one of those things that, like, the best ability is availability. And if you're not there to play, so...
Well, due to that incorrect setup call, I believe we're just right back to even. Starting things off, Arbiter is immediately going to fire away and pick up a round, though. So even with that lost timeout, Shogun still has the opportunity to tie things up on the board. They didn't have to concede this game. Now, what are they going to be able to do to finally knock back I Am Herb and move further down the docket? Big clash of the swords starting off here, and big sweep to tie up the rounds.
And I always love the death animations. It's just like the waggest thing.
The game's so realistic compared to a lot of other fighters.
And then you see that. It's like anti-gravity's all force it back on.
But that was really good for the side of Ravens. It was actually I Am Herb able to take that 2-1 in the round count. And so that is going to force away Arbiter. Like you said, not necessarily the strongest of the fighting game players for Shogun. So there's still a chance to recover later on in this. And I believe, is that Raven up next for the side of Shogun?
So Raven versus the Ravens right now.
Oh, yeah. Not confusing at all. But let's see how Raven does against the Ravens.
So
both remaining on Butterfly for another game.
And he looks like Ravens is able to knock out Herb here. And now it's all back to even up. And now we have Koza coming in. All right. So he just has to change his character now unless he decides to stay as Butterfly. But we'll see what they opt to do. So, yep. Going to change character.
Yeah, this is something to note about the format here in UEL. You keep whatever deaths you have had in the past. You don't get reset by moving on to the next game. You are still virtually at 1 death from the previous best-of-3 set of rounds.
And there's different fighting games that operate on the different rules, right? Like Tekken is another one of those where, you know, 1 life, you don't lose any health in between from the round. Like like if you're on 1 hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but then you have the ones like Street Fighter where that's the case.
Yeah, whatever's pre-built into the game mixed with whatever we think is timely for UEL kind of is what cascades into the format that you see overall. Tony Monk is going to be the swap up here for the side of Koza. That being said, it looks like right now Raven Feels like he's on a roll, getting a really good step in, immediately diving past the range of Tony Monk and getting that first kill. Let's see what's going to happen here, as this is a lot of swinging from far away. Maybe a bit of an overextension. Koza needs to try to stabilize. Double sweep coming in.
So it's a 1-to-1. This is the kind of take the momentum for this particular game for Die by the Blade, who is able, you see them being a little bit more patient than they have been the first 2 rounds. But you see Koza kind of, yeah, and executing there. And let's see if Raven's able to finish it off. But Raven's able to finish that round off, take out Koza, give his team somewhat of a lead. And now we have Wonku in, the self-proclaimed best female
better than all of the other players on the roster of Shogun, is what I was hearing on an interview as well.
So let's see if she is able to. In first game this season, Die by the Blade was only added this season, so there's no previous season's knowledge about this game. So let's see if she might be a little bit rusty on some of these newer games. Or not say rusty, but not caught up to speed yet, because she was just coaching GMing before.
Absolutely. Well, it does look like she's opting for a pretty long-range build here. Quite a lot of distance on this blade that is possible to die by, of course, Rex. We're going to see if Raven is just going to be able to put away another member of the Ravens. Big combo going in, but I love the patience coming through from Wonku, and that is actually going to send Raven out.
And it's been a back and forth, which benefits the time, in terms of time, benefits the Shogun. But you know they just want to win. So now we have RK up against Wonku, and I don't recall having seen him play this season. So it seems like there's a lot of knowledge that we're going to gain from these early games.
I was hearing conversation prior to us going live that he was being pulled into play, obviously. Seems very happy about the situation. Seems well prepared mentally for this undertaking. But
And you have Arbiter kind of standing over his shoulder.
The Arbiter.
Yeah.
Well, let's see whether or not all this gentle guidance, or breathing down his neck, however you want to interpret, is going to pay off. Looks like right now that is in fact going to be a round taken off of Wonku, putting her in the hot seat. Still 2 people on the docket after her for Ravens, but let's see whether or not she's going to be able to do a bit more damage to the Shogun team. Unfortunately, an approach is immediately going to be caught here by a nice little staccato slice to set up even further an advantage for Shogun.
And you have an immediate, now you have a complete, actually, is it tied back up now, KIC? They each have a fresh person.
Oh, that's fair, because it's still 4 people for Shogun.
Yeah. Actually, there is 2 people for each side. Oh, yeah, no.
No, there's been 3 people out for Ravens, 2 people out for Shogun, but because Shogun is still down a player, it's only going to be NY Chris G coming in at the very end. And that being said, he can account for 2 players in this game. I think we're both certain about that, Factor X.
Yeah, no, definitely. But it looks like they're both anchoring what is presumed to be their best fighter in KIC. Actually, KIC's going in right now.
Yeah, Flying Kitten's going to be the point for Ravens. Interesting to call for this young player to be anchor. We're going to see what that strategic decision is going to look like, but we are once again back into the perspective of RK, who's just looking to completely polish off these last 2 members of Ravens and make this an easy walkout for Shogun to tie it up on the board. Big slashes so far. We're going to see this Cross Nausea come out for KIC, playing quite defensively, looking for an angle off the charge attack, and will be able to get it. And now that is going to be RK down to a single life.
Yes, and that wasn't the tie. He ended up just straight out winning that one. So it's a 1-to-1 night now. Whoever wins this gives that anchor a better shot, because the anchor could potentially have to go in there with only 1 or life to have to take. But we'll see. They're playing patient. It's funny to see the people in the first 2 rounds. They seem to be a little bit more aggressive, but then when it comes to we have 1 life left, time to play a little bit patient.
Ooh, that one I thought got past the guard. Apparently not Cross Nausea, with a little bit of a combat roll to get back out of the situation. KIC looking for a re-engage. Has to be careful, seeing just how watertight the defense is currently coming out of RK. There's once again a bit of an overcommit, but the blades clash, and off the stumble, RK barely is able to recover in time. And yet again, these 2 are going to meet in the middle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's always interesting to see the people wait till they're down to the last lives to play patient. But he's able to take out. That's 2 people now.
Yep.
At this point.
We've been talking about this dynamic of rust, either be it from Wonku coming in after GMing or RK being pulled in so late into the season. Apparently, doesn't really seem to be mattering for RK coming through, representing the Shogun, and giving Chris G an easy walk in the park towards the end here, as it's only Flying Kittens left. And not to discount him, but having to go through not only Chris G, but one more life of RK could be too much for this player to bear.
And what's funny enough is, I remember when you were interviewing RK, he brought up Fortnite, right?
Oh, yeah.
The main person he'd be going up against in Fortnite would be Star. Oh,
they were challenging each other beforehand. I want a salty sweet money match after this.
Oh, and it looks like he's able. Let's see who's able.
Whoa!
RK is able to take out 2.5 lives right now. 2.5 people.
And I was not expecting it out of the build that RK is going. This is one that usually plays at range, looks for parries. It doesn't matter, though. Flying Kittens just kind of meets everything with this face, and that is going to be a quick 2 more rounds going over to RK. Christy able to sit back and lounge.
Not even have
what
to play.
a way to take it.
And
yeah.
now we have Midnight Ghost Hunt.
And so I know Midnight Ghost Hunt, obviously, there's 2 sides. It's an asymmetrical game compared to what we've had so far.
Oh, no, it's 4v4 on both sides.
Yeah, but it's asymmetrical, and one team is the ghost, one team is the hunters,
yes,
of course.
yes.
And a little bit different than, especially the Overwatch mode we had. Both of them are trying to push the bot, or here, you got 1 player each, both on swords. Pick whatever swords you want. But yeah, what do you think the dynamic is? Is it the case so far throughout the season that we've gotten a really good idea of, is it better to be the ghost, is it better to be the hunters, or is it what your skill set is?
It's what your skill set is, what you're more comfortable with, right? Like, so I feel like with games like this, with games like Dead by Daylight, with games like Need for Speed, where you pick a side that distinctly plays different, when you're practicing these games, you should be switching people in and out of those things so that you have comfortable practice on both, right? So you don't want to just be good ghosts in this, right? Because what happens if you don't get RPS choice and you don't get to choose that, right? So it's going to be, I'm curious, and it looks like Dolo's actually here, so I'm curious if he's able to go into this game or not. But him being here, it's the impact was felt with Overwatch, not so much but Die by the Blade, but they're able to survive that little early onslaught before those big games really start to make a difference. But we did see yesterday, I'm not sure if you watched the game, but we did see a very good Ghost player yesterday. He kind of was in a barrel, stood up on the top, and he used telekinesis on the room. Like, he was up top, he used telekinesis in the room to move, like, chairs and stuff around. And the enemy team kept shooting the chairs, thinking that a ghost might be in there, and they never found him the entire game.
That's a very good call, and this is actually something I've been wanting to talk about regarding the metagame for Midnight Ghost Hunt, because in the one game that I have casted so far for UEL in which this was rolled, what I saw was a lot of passivity out of the ghosts, and it worked out decently well for them. They were able to get away with one ghost still hiding at the end of the search time, but coming off of that, they were unable to actually get a good assault in on the hunters for the second half. And what I actually think you need to do is be a lot more proactive and say, you know, we aren't going to get enough done if we get one person still hidden at the end of the time. We actually need to push for full control, for full pushing back against what the hunters can do early on in this one. So let's see what the strategy is going to be. You know, we talked a little bit about how Ravens is such a smash mouth team. If they want to go aggro here, they definitely have the opportunity to make a mark. So we are going to, in fact, dive on in here. And so Ravens are going to be the hunters. Shogun's on Ghost right now.
That fits their MO. That fits their MO to a T.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna wait to see what the Ravens do. And interesting enough, 2K was the next game that rose. That's the game you want Dolo for.
Oh yeah.
So perfect timing. Whether Dolo went in for this or not, he's gonna be available at least for the next game in rotation.
Looks like maybe we have a little bit of an issue with the setup here. Everybody trying to get right back into this game. That setup time, of course, is at a premium. We got 45 seconds still on the clock for everybody to get into the lobby and activate. So we're going to see what the call is. Looks like right now it's Herb just edging onto Flying Kitten's screen on the side, trying to be like, let me take control, let me get us into this one and match up not risk giving Shogun an advantage either in terms of a timeout due to improper setup. We talked about that before, or maybe even a concession if things get out of hand here. But it looks like, on the other hand, in that blacked out screen at the bottom there, RK is locked in, ready to go, in a very ghostly visage right now.
Yeah,
I really hope we keep getting the hunter side of things, because it is very nice and spooky season 2, it being upon us, having all the ghosts shrouded in shadow.
But okay, so have you played Midnight Ghost Hunt or?
I've watched quite a bit of it through you guys, but no, I have not had the opportunity to play it myself. Frankly, I think I'd be too spooked. I know at the end of the day there's not much in the way of jump scares, but I'm too nervous to even play Survivor and Dead by Daylight.
Oh, I understand that. Like, I sometimes scream myself. It's like,
because in the moment you think, well, you know, you got good awareness, you got other people on your team, everybody's calming, but no, I get too many of the "he's right behind me, isn't he?" moments while I'm trying to get locked in, because I'm really bad at those quick time events on the generator.
Speaking of ghosts, you have Flying Kitten kind of waving at us right now.
Pale as a sheet.
Yeah. But if you had to play one side, which side would you play?
Probably be the ghosts. That's what I'm talking about with Dead by Daylight as well. If I play the killer, I'm a whole lot less scared. So I'd like to be the ghosts here. And I know that you're kind of inverting the formula here, because it's really the hunters tromping around the map to start us off, hunting for those ghosts. But at the end there, I love to assail people.
Now I'm wondering what level they're going to get to. So we saw Paku Paku yesterday go crazy on this. He got to level, I want to say 14 or 15. So we're going to keep track. Paku Paku right now is the record holder for UEL from what I've seen at level 14, or maybe he got close to 15. So they're at level 5 right now.
So far, we've barely seen any ghosts come out of the doors, which is, frankly, pretty impressive in terms of the thumb speed. But you don't want to tire yourself out too quickly before the game itself starts. But already, level 7 getting crested here. Do you know if this is tied to load time at all? Because that could be the difference maker.
I don't believe so, because, the match begins in 8 seconds.
All right, well, maybe not enough time to get all the way up to level 15. Flying Kitten still seems pretty happy with that result regardless, though.
But it's funny, because if you look at it, it looks like a Game Boy. Flying Kittens wasn't alive when Game Boys were popular.
Oh, that is horrifying to say, man. You know, I got to say, I wasn't original Game Boy time, but I had my pearl white Game Boy Advance SP. That was the life right there.
And did they already find? It looks like somebody's already down.
Yeah, that was just an immense set of flying bookcases coming right out of this chopped in half space shuttle that has seemingly knocked out one of the hunters already. This is a pretty decent start, therefore, for Shoguns.
To already have somebody knocked out. And they know that somebody has to be around here. You have to be in range for the telekinesis.
But they walked right by so far. It looks like Arbiter may be in the clear.
Yeah, no. And there's so much to be said about just wasting time. Because they're shooting, it looks like they're shooting everything but him.
And I think they're finally going to find out where Arbiter is, but frankly, too little too late could be the call. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock here, and Shogun still has everybody else up, I believe.
And they did not get him as of yet. And they looks like they finally got him, but there's still 3 other people they have to locate. And they're down. I think that might be one of the first times, at least me watching. I haven't seen I haven't seen Ghost Hunt played that much. But that's one of the first times I've seen somebody go down that quickly.
Oh, absolutely. And it goes to that aggressive style from both sides. We talked about how Ravens are very happy to be on Hunters, but I also do like the call in the evolution of the metagame where you aren't just sitting silently and praying. The Ghosts are now attacking. They are the ones proactively attempting to almost mind control Ravens into shooting everything in their general vicinity, and it doesn't already pay off. That being said, Hippo Statue going to be called out here. Still, though, the hunt is on. 2 minutes left on the clock.
And I like that, the evolution of the metagame, because we've seen in multiple UEL games, when the game first gets put on a wheel, it's played a little bit passively, and as people become more comfortable, they become more comfortable doing more aggressive type plays. So it looks like they've taken down 2 people. They're making it's funny, that it's about a person a minute. They're finding somebody every minute. So let's see if they're able to keep that pace up and get the last 2 people. And it's usually somebody that's extremely hard to find. Like, me, personally, I would prefer to play the Ghost, because look at all these things that could potentially be a Ghost.
Yep. Basically anything, and we're hearing the comms right now coming through from Raven, who currently is taking on the guise of Jupiter as a whole here. That might actually be something that's hard for people to find out. That being said, suspicions seem to be triggered here by the side of the Ravens, searching across the planetarium,
And
opening up with the shots. They found him.
And he's just kind of rolling away, trying to get his way out. There's about a minute left. Let's see if they're able to. Yes, and about the same pace, they're able to find somebody once per minute. They have to get that last person. Are they going to be able to, though?
Well, it looks like they found the general area that they're in. RK is actually taking the form of this moon landing capsule. That being said, nobody around just yet. Going to jump on over in between several different objects in this room. Maybe just trying to find a way to get out behind multiple members of Ravens if they overcommit by entering into this place.
Yeah, and there's 30 seconds left, so they have to find him and kill him in the next 30 seconds.
Not a lot of time left. This is a pretty secluded area, actually. This could be enough for Shoguns to get one of their players out here and get ready for the assault section.
And that's the smart thing, right? Finding those secluded places that somebody specifically you have to go out of your way to get to. There's something to be said about that. Something to be said about traveling, having people position different corners of the map. Because the hunters tend to travel in the pack. That's what we've seen a lot in the UEL. But now is the opposite side. Is the hunters have become the hunted.
So far, I haven't really seen too many super successful attacks by the ghosts in this section. It feels like for the most part, if the hunters just guard their doors and they coordinate where they're aiming, it's incredibly difficult for the ghosts to enter. And in many cases, it kind of feels like they chain one after the other. They aren't able to get the full all-out assault necessarily to overwhelm the defending hunters from all sides. So let's see what the Raven strategy is going to be, and if Shoguns are going to be able to overcome that trend.
Yeah, no, definitely. And this is a skill, like they're communicating where they're coming from is a skill that translates over from shooters, right? Which we talk about the Ravens having that advantage today, potentially in the shooters. Let's see how well it translates.
And that's so much of what UEL is at the end of the day. It's not necessarily just the pure expertise and knowledge of each individual game. It is becoming an endgamer through developing with your team. We will see the assault begin here. Multiple ghostly apparitions moving across the hallway in the back there, and already we're seeing the sparks of flying. Nobody has encroached on the full space of the Ravens just yet or are holding down this lobby area. I wonder what angle they're going to come from.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. They got one person down. Another ghost is still in there, just kind of chucking things.
And this is a really good call by Shogun, just absolutely overwhelming the defenses, taking out multiple people. And now it's up to the Ravens to hop, skip, and jump their way to safety. Will be able to clear out Shoguns, and that is going to be Ravens going up another point.
And 2-1, Ravens are able to take it. Now, next up, we have 2K. Now, both of these people seem like they left out players that they would want in for their 2K lineup. I don't know who the other person is because typically the person that will go in for the Ravens was Bait. I believe it may be Flying Kittens. Now on the opposite side, Shoguns, I'm guessing is going to be Dolo and Raven if I had to guess. Dolo being their preferred person anyways. I don't see Chris G. You have to kind of protect Chris G, right? Because you want him for a lot of those fighting games.
100%.
Because he close to guarantees you a lot of those fighting games, right? You saw that they were even able to win Die by the Blade without him. And so that's one of the things, right? Like, even with running a 5-man lineup, putting somebody early in rotation at some point is going to catch up where they're not able to go in for one of these smaller games, right? 2K being one of those games, Dragon Ball Z Fighters being one of those games. But it's actually I Am Herb going in. Now, I'm Herb is no slouch at 2K, but it's actually Arbiter. So Arbiter is going in with Dolo here. I know Arbiter, I believe, has been working on many things, right? Like he's another one. Primarily came in as, like I said, a shooter. Came in shooter, Dead by Daylight, but it's been kind of expanding his skill set otherwise. So we'll see him go in here with Dolo.
That's been the story of Shogun. They're trying to build up their strengths where they see them, but also at the same time be merciless in their pursuit of building out their weaknesses. Because At an 0-5 record, this is really now a season that is going to be defined by their ability to develop for the future. And I think that one of the ways that they're doing that, from talking to RK, is that they are doing a lot of auto review and they're trying to get people to become those all-rounded end gamers where they're going to be able to be flexible with their roster. They're going to be able to enter people into whatever they so desire in order to protect their very best at individual games. And so that could be part of the call here, putting Arbiter in alongside Dolo, that specialist that they have for 2K.
So with actually a timeout Shogun, this is where I have the issue. You have Dolo here. Not only do you have Dolo, you have Black Diamond, who is their the Shogun's owner, right? Both of them play 2K, are good at 2K. Neither one of them was playing Midnight Ghost Hunt. So now you have those two people on the side. This game should have already been set up.
Yeah, and so burning another timeout, at this rate, we aren't going to be able to get to the end of this session without Shoguns having to start taking heavier penalties, losing those timeouts if they just cannot get what you're talking about has been a running issue for a while now. Those setups locked in time.
There's certain games that is understandable, right? Halo sometimes, right?
Those controllers, man.
Yeah, we have sometimes with Siege. F1 can be, right? If you don't play the game consistently enough, F1 could be another game that you could potentially have a timeout used to set it up. 2K shouldn't be one of those games, especially if you have somebody already available to set it up. This is not a mistake that they should be making this early into the match. Burning 2 timeouts now within the first 30 minutes. If they're able to get through the first half with only one more timeout taken, that's great.
Yeah.
You're going to end up with 2 at the half anyways. But this early, yeah, Maelstrom, all right. So they should be loading into Maelstrom right now. This is a game that I know they feel comfortable with. They spent a good amount of time on Maelstrom. So that's another game that they potentially have. So Shoguns right now have a chance to take the lead. If they can come out on top of 2K and then come out on top of Maelstrom, it bodes well for them.
I would agree. I do think that Maelstrom, no pun intended, is very much a all-hands-on-deck game as well. So you're getting the full engagement of the entirety of Shogun, trying to show that newfound sense of cohesion that they've been developing towards. We are going to be moving into this classic 2v2 mode here. We've seen this several times already. This is very much a tight matchup going into a discussion of space control for one side or the other. If people are crashing your box, they're getting in there, they're getting the layups going. No matter how good you are at defense, ultimately, it's very easy to bully a weaker set of players.
Yeah, so now we have Abdul. Abdul was meta, right? Like a rim protector. He's not going to be taking those deep shots. But people typically put their worst player on the big man. One thing that's been new this season is teams using Wimbayana. He was a rookie last season. Good player from what people have been using this season. So we typically see him used by at least one person. Now we have Akeem Olajuwon, and is that Kobe?
Yep, we got
right.
Kobe in the backcourt right there. This is pretty similar to the meta game that I saw developing. You were talking a little bit about how people like Olajuwon and Wembayana are getting played now. But, I was seeing Kareem Kobe mirror matches for those other games. And, gotta say, respect to the two GOATs. Happy that they're here alongside some of the young bucks. And let's see how exactly this is going to pay off. Deep pass, Olajuwon, control, back over to Wembayana, looking for the 3, and that is going to be an opening shot fired.
A 2-point right off the bat. Now, one of the things that has been interesting, because a lot of, in previous seasons, we've seen Curry, but with it being a 2v2 now as opposed to a 4v4, that, like you said, changes the meta. Wide open shot, does that person not feel comfortable? Because if they will step back a little bit, that
100%.
goes from a 1-point play to a 2-point play.
And this is a battle for tempo at the same time. These are not super long halves. That is just not part of the UEL game plan, right? You play fast, you set up fast, you hopefully win fast. And so those 2s, usually 3s, are going to be incredibly valuable from one side or the other. That being said, we're close in, trying to set up for a layup. It gets rejected off the side now, as it's going to be possession. Back over, past the arc. Wembayana going to pass it in. Olajuwon with control, boxed in the center. Looking to get past Kareem, will be able to finally land that layup.
Yeah, you have to kind of navigate there because you had Abdul there, So let's see if he's able to take that shot and he's able to get it. So it's interesting that he decided earlier not to take that
wide open shot,
Yeah, from beyond the arc and decided to step up a little bit. Because at first I thought it was a level of comfortability, but it looks like a lot of ones backing up Brian. Now you have to take that. Smaller than you right there. Now if you had Abdul on you, you have to kind of work your way around. When you have Brian out there, you take those mismatches.
Yeah, and that was Herb, unfortunately unable to land a shot. Right now, we actually have a point advantage
and this is
back over to the side of Shoguns, I believe.
And yeah, we have Dolo is on Kobe, so we'll see here. He's able to take the shot. You give him, nope, he misses it. But you can't keep giving him space like that because eventually he's going to get hot. He's going to knock those
That's the
down.
third or fourth time we've seen it so far just in this first match. Kobe now just going to jam straight through. Beautiful setup
right
for a shot. And
Wendy's
now,
back.
yeah, this is beginning to cascade into a real large lead for the Shoguns. That being said, Ravens have an opportunity here. Trying to play beyond the arc. Pass, wide open. Can't quite sink the three.
But is able to just kick it back out. Makes it. And that's the thing you have to do. You have to kind of both of these teams are going to want to drive one person down. Hopefully for them, somebody comes in and tries to play some help defense and then kick it back out to their shooter, with those being Kobe or Wimby.
Arbiter got the rebound, unfortunately unable to land a layup here, and so that is going to be possession back over to Ravens to actually push themselves right back into the lead.
Yep, and that is Herb right there on the Wimby taking those shots, putting the Ravens up 7-5. And that's the second time now that we've seen him with the chance to potentially take a three-pointer and step up just a little bit. And so that's 2 points that he left out on the board there. You have Wimby on Abdul on the perimeter there. It's just a basic driving in, trying to get some defenders on him and taking that shot with Wimby.
Big looping orbit. Wembayana going to pass it right back over to KIC on the Olajuwon. Looking for another shot. And there's going to be another point landed, putting Ravens back up 2. This is still very much within striking distance of Shogun, but you've been talking about it before, Rex. Right now, I need to see Kobe land a 3. We'll be able to get that bucket and tie up the score.
And you see that sometimes where the players don't feel fully comfortable early on, and as they get used to it, right? There's no warm-up period for the UEL, right? You can't practice these games during the match. You have to do it beforehand, and he's able to take that wide-open 3. Misses it, unfortunately. He didn't have his feet planted.
That being said, KIC able to get the rebound, back in control of Ravens, who are just going to try to drive right in, and that is going to be a layup to put them up 1 for the time being.
So if you're the Shoguns here, right? Are you going to try to trade point for point and then eventually like get a defensive stop, or are you going to start trying to take those threes and jump out ahead? Because they have the chance to jump out ahead with a Kobe 3 right here.
That being said, right now it is point for point. We're going to see whether or not Dolo can make it happen. Using that high speed of Kobe, driving in, getting another solid layup going. And yet again, we are tied 10-10 right now, Rex. The time is ticking down.
Now, honestly, I could see the Ravens trying to go for a 3 here just because, like I said, they like to play aggressive. They like to just call game.
Well, they have a shot. Going to actually pass it deep. Olajuwon, back to Wemby. Past the arc, can't quite land it, and that's going to be Bryant on the rebound, looking to loop around the far corner. You see the red flash. Time is almost up, and that is going to be Dolo and Arbiter working in tandem with one another to get a dunk off of Kareem. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, and I don't know if I see the Ravens really go for the Tide. I think Ravens are going to just straight up go for the win.
Still very much within their wheelhouse to do so. That being said, passing it, not actually going to look for anything except for the tie here. They didn't want to shoot it from past the arc, and that means it's back to 11-11. Shogun just unable, it feels like, to stop these individual points from trickling in from the Ravens. That being said, another shot going to land, and it's Shoguns who are now leading. They're the ones going up by a point before it is tied again. A little bit of reversal of fortune from before. That being said, that was a risky shot from afar.
I mean, that was, but they feel comfortable. Wimby's on fire. Why not take it, right? That's their mindset. And is that able to go in? Nope, but they're able to get the rebound, tie it back up. And I believe this might be, game point with Kobe and Wimby on fire.
Dolo looking for a way past Wembayana right now.
And is Arbiter going to be able to help secure it, right? They're looking for a screen, and Arbiter is able to get the dunk, and it looks like the Ravens end up dropping that game. It is 2-2. And that's how the Ravens are going to play. The Ravens are going to play aggressive. they're gonna die by being aggressive. They're gonna win by being aggressive. Ravens aren't gonna hold back. You very rarely see the chances where they're gonna play patiently, and it just sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts.
I would say live by the blade, die by the blade, but we already had that on the roster, Rex. So that was 2K set up, going in favor of Shogun, and what was a nail biter. And so, you know, I don't really know if we're going to be seeing the call shots from the Ravens come through of absolute domination, but what I am seeing is the inkling of what we got in the past between these two teams. A very, very close game. Right now, Ravens are going up that 1 point before Shogun. That could turn on its head in an instant if Shogun could get a little bit of momentum going. They could put this one away. And you talked about how they have a specialization in this next game, Maelstrom.
Yeah, this is a game that they, especially with Chris G going in, I'm thinking that they feel super comfortable when they want Chris G in for this game. To put him in for Maelstrom. So hopefully they have it set up. It should not be an issue, right? We're running Maelstrom on the Sting PCs, which runs the games great. There shouldn't be any issues with the quality of play, right? You play all 33 games that's on our wheel on it and runs perfectly smooth. But there's about 40 seconds left for the Ravens setup. Hopefully, because 2K wasn't a long game, but it should be enough time for, you have 3 people who aren't playing. 3 people can set up 4, 3 people can set up 3 PCs. Or heck, set up on all 5 of the PCs just in case one starts to have an issue. You're not having it on. You're not having to be like, oh, let me load it up on something else. But Maelstrom, battle royale type ship game, very fun. One thing I love about Maelstrom is that the developers. The developers are very active. And that's one of my favorite things to see is a developer that's active. Right, coming from somebody who plays a lot of Nintendo games. Developers don't care that much. They're like, all right, here you go. Don't ask me for anything ever again.
Don't ask me for anything ever again. Don't make it easier to play our games either. Melee Online? What are you doing?
Nintendo Online. But Maelstrom works great. It's there's a lot of bot moments between people going into the whirlpool, going out of bounds.
Oh, yeah.
The sea monsters. We do see some skill where we've seen people like zoom outside of the area, barely make it out, and it's a timeout Shogun.
Oh no!
So here's the thing about timeouts: even if it's not your setup, you can have a timeout called on you if you're not in a position to get into the game with the time. It's the other team's job to set the game up, but it's in your position. It's your job to be in a position to accept the invite or get into the game.
Well, we got about an hour and 20 minutes left in this half, Rex, and so your call that if Shoguns can only use 3 timeouts to get over to that half, they could be fine, certainly is starting to look a little bit dicey here, man, because right now it feels like that was, back-to-back games in which we saw timeouts come through. We don't know exactly why it is the case that we are getting these timeouts, but them being in rapid succession speaks to me that this isn't just them strategizing. This is definitely some issue that they're having with navigating between, say, console and computer, or game on computer and game on computer.
For a game that they play as much as they do, this should be like, you should be able to set this up in your sleep. I should be able to blindfold you, and you can be like, I'm in. Like,
that should be how you get timeouts back.
Yeah.
Rex's challenge, let's put it on the books, right? Next season, if you want a timeout back, you got to set up your next game blindfolded.
And the thing is, like, it looks like they might be ready to get in, so it's not like it's they're down to the wire on these timeouts. They're barely missing out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that has to be some kind of code change. Arthur's been here for a while. Raven took a little bit of a break, but he's been here for a while. Black has been involved for a while. Black Diamond was a coach on the Ravens before he took ownership of the Shogun. So it's a failure to execute. And in a close game where the margins are very slim, those timeouts that you're burning right now on games that should not, and that's a big thing, right? It's on games that you should already have set up. They're messing up on things that they're shooting themselves in the foot on.
Yeah, I would agree about that. It really does feel as if Shogun have all the components necessary to have a record that is beyond the 0-5 they currently have, but they just aren't able to get it all together. And the same thing happens here. We got Apex Legend up next after Maelstrom, so another shooter. Ravens could be excited to see that one. Right now, this is the opportunity for Shogun to make right on all these little mistakes in setup that we've had so far. They are going to be taken to the high seats here in Maelstrom.
Also, it looks like, okay, so they are recent lobby, so there may be some kind of technical issue. But speaking of technical issues, technical timeout, we have technical timeout on Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time for those on the West Coast. Logan's is hosted by Logan's Summit. You can go check out episodes 1 through 8 on YouTube for him to talk to you about the games and give those great predictions. He's like in the 20s in terms of games he's predicted right, and he's only predicted like a handful of games incorrectly at this point. He even predicted a upset just to kind of give you a understanding of how good he is and how well he understands the UEL.
Absolutely. Logan Summit is a real figure throughout the entirety of esports, of course, has had immense work all across the United States, but particularly he has found a great home here in UEL. The energy that it brings, the jump scares that happen at the beginning of broadcasting, if you're not ready for Logan Summit, coming in at 100%, you know, he definitely brings the energy, but beyond that, like you're saying, he also brings those insights. So there's no better resource for summarizing a week of competition here in UEL and looking to the future than Technical Timeout.
Yeah, if you ever really want to just look at the history, kind of see what kind of vibe it is, Technical Timeout is one of the best places
100%.
to start.
Yeah, that being said, hopefully we're almost done with our technical timeout here. Moving back on into a game of Maelstrom. Looks like we are ready to go. Currently in the perspective of the Ravens, represented by Flying Kittens, as always.
All right, so it looks like they are starting off. We're watching from perspective of, like you said, Flying Kittens.
Oh shit, they're here. They're like on a.
So the fun part about Maelstrom is you're not just playing against people that's on the you're not just playing against people who are on the other team, like it's not just Ravens versus Shogun. Ravens versus Shogun versus 2 other teams. So it's interesting. I think we've seen it once or twice where somebody else in the UEL has been playing and popped out at the same time. So it looks like not too much damage on Flank Kittens as of yet. Looks like he still has the armor all around him.
Which one, Chrissy?
The stage hasn't fully been set yet here in Maelstrom. One dynamic, of course, is all those other teams that are in the lobbies. It isn't necessarily just Shogun versus Ravens. There are people who could play spoiler from outside the UEL here. And so being able to navigate those awkward positions is oftentimes as big of a deal as making sure that you're taking it to your opponent. Right now, we are seeing that little bit of poke damage coming through. Ravens actually beginning to now accelerate towards the enemy. Looking for an angle on the cross-up here. Flying Kittens with the long-distance volley of fire. Sometimes bouncing off of his own teammates, I believe, there. We're going to see whether or not that stabilizes.
Engage
All right,
close.
Okay. For battle, getting a little bit warm up here. And now here's the real fight.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right, so just taking out some of the smaller ships, getting ramming. It's always fun. Like, it's always fun to see how people decide to play this game. Any game that there's different ways of playing it.
Go ahead of me. Go ahead of me.
In your personal, what do you think is the optimal way, right? Like, we've seen people where they have somebody try to flank, like have 2 people go one way, one person go the other way. And other times we have people just straight up full force of entire fleet.
I think you got to play it strategically. I think that if Ravens go for their typical hyper-aggressive style, it could cost them. Third-partying is a big deal in this game. It is very difficult to get into a position of advantage. It looks like we may be, once again, thrown back over to break. We got a little bit of a crash coming our way, so hopefully we'll be able to, once again, push through this technical timeout and get us back into this match.
But Maelstrom, extremely fun game. One of the things I love about UEL, like the introduction to certain games, right? Like I didn't really play that many shooters beforehand, right? Like I played Fortnite a couple times. Was really bad at Fortnite. First, my second or third game, I ended up getting like top 20 in the lobby. but that was because I
It's all
couldn't find
bots.
anybody, and I couldn't find anybody. I didn't know how to use weapons because I didn't find any chests. I was just running around, and it was like, oh, 20 people left, and I'm like, I'm kind of good at this, not really.
Yeah, all these battle royale games, competing against one another. They know how to stroke your ego at the beginning to get you into the
that's
system. Now.
Spellbreak. So me and TOG, another player who's on the Paladin, our first day, we were playing Spellbreak. Spellbreak, which was a fantastic game.
I
by
miss
the way.
Spellbreak, yeah.
And we were playing. We duoed up, and we got first place. We're like, oh, we're pretty good at this. And then we realized it was a lobby full of bots.
No.
And we're like, maybe we weren't that good at this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just how it goes at the beginning. We want to get your feet wet. Battle Royales, I think second to MOBAs only, are such a complicated genre in terms of the tactics they could bring to the table. And in many cases, yeah, there's so much in the way of mechanics as well. And so I think that, especially when you mix those kinds of dynamics of Battle Royale in with a shooter in particular, so either you're looking at something like Fortnite, you're looking at something like PUBG here, you see elements of Battle Royales go into a bunch of different games that we're playing. What happens is that while you can carry some things from one game to another, oftentimes it is that little extra something that makes a Battle Royale distinct that causes it to lead to some teams coming out on top versus other teams falling behind, more so than it just being, oh, our team is good at Battle Royale.
And that's why I love like we talked about Spellbreak, but Maelstrom does a good job of that too, right? Like, it's a Battle Royale, but it's not like any other Battle Royales. It's, you're on the boat. And I love to see that, right? It's not necessarily, it's a person versus person, but it's not a human-like thing versus a human-like thing. It's two ships or multiple ships going at it, team-based. Like, that's such a fun, unique idea. And I wish that more games explored it, which is why I'm so excited to see what Maelstrom does, because not only do they have a unique idea that people love, it's the developers are very, like I said, very active.
Yep.
And that's the one thing, right? Like, no matter the level of how much you enjoy the game, is that the developers care enough to be like, well, you like this game, we're going to make it better.
Absolutely. And we got several different games that are super responsive in regards to the developers here in the UEL that are using the UEL almost as kind of a testing bed for future developments. And so if you want to be part of that future, of course, make sure that you guys keep an eye to our website and to all socials for the Ultimate Endgamers League. You can look to sign up for Season 10, but beyond that, just look to become a part of the community that is being forged here, because not only are you getting those special privileges of beginning to dictate these future esports, but you also are able to keep an eye on the whole future of esports here, as UEL, I think, is really going to have this identity that propels this entire idea of competitive gaming into the future.
And like you said, you spoke about the community. There's so many people here I would have never met. I don't think I would have met any of these people, right? Like I Am Herb, right? I found out I Am Herb lived like a couple hundred yards away from where I used to live at. Like, we lived there at the same time, right?
Yeah?
TOG, speaking of him, right? One of the first people I met in UEL is we've been so close to each other at different points in our lives. Like, he worked at this restaurant, I worked at this restaurant that was like a 5-minute walk away. He lived here. I lived like a 5-minute walk away. It's funny how you pass by all these people in everyday life, but then like video games bring people together, and that's one of the greatest things about.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, even if it's just a matter of popping into the Discord every once in a while, there's just so much going on. You get to see all the different things that UEL gets featured in. I know that a Vice article was just written about us as the future of esports as a whole, and having that kind of exposure connects you and brings you so many more opportunities. And I think that it also comes down to all the players that are here. They're being set up for the future by playing here in UEL. Not only is it just forging a career either throughout the Ultimate Endgamers League, but it's also just getting the life skills to be able to work in the future, say being with a team, right, working in the computer industry, maybe getting into sports science, something like that, and see how young some of these players are with the minds they have for games. It's so impressive.
Like people like Flying Kittens, Purdy, right? Pizza Man, being able to be around adults, seeing how they operate, like, because right now, like Flying Kittens and Purdy and some of them, the main adults that they're around beforehand were probably like their parents, teachers, other family members, right? Like, it's a different interaction when you're working and like with people who are going to hold you accountable. Or like, I don't know anybody that really lowers the expectation for somebody like QWERTY, Pizza Man, or Flying Kittens based on their age.
Well, speaking of Fighting Kittens, we're right back into it finally. It looks like Maelstrom is ready to fire here. We were getting pretty interesting dynamic to start things off. The human ships of the Ravens were already looking to play relatively aggressive as we prep for the next battle. They're getting their practice in once again.
Oh yeah, no, it's a. We talked about not really getting too many warm-ups on UEO games, but this is one of the ones you kind of get a little bit, and they got it twice.
Yeah, so hopefully everybody should at this point have a really solid game plan as we progress into the actual match. And so the strategy, the difference between playing super aggressive versus looking for third parties versus looking for flanks is going to be something that we hopefully will see enacted immediately. And I am interested to see, especially if Ravens have that foreknowledge that Shogun has a lot of practice in this game, how they're going to adapt themselves for this.
And honestly, one of the things that you should be doing in between, like when you have these technical issues where stuff has to, you should be talking to your team. You should be like, okay, hey, this is the strategy. We have a little bit of extra time. Let's talk about it. Because normally in between games you only have a couple of minutes. They probably have roughly twice that amount of time in between those games. So yeah, let's see what we have. If anything changes, we didn't really get too far into the game initially, so.
Well, right now we are just seeing that little bit of farming at the beginning. All these dinghies floating around, ripe for the taking on either side. Ravens just going to try to clash into multiple ones of them. Flying Kitten's going wide to the broadside right now, just trying to open up down this canyon, and that's going to be some contact with his own team. It really feels like right now Ravens are in a bit of an awkward position to get this damage.
And more with his team, yeah. Like, it seems like they're just trying to figure things out. They're all clustered together, all hitting each other. Maybe they're going to go back, regroup, kind of figure things out. But it has to do much. It has to do a lot for the confidence of the Shogun to be like, okay, well, we're confident in this game. We have a good chance of winning this and going up in the match, which last time they played, the score was 10-12 with the Ravens winning. 10-12, that's 2 points, but that's really only one game, one difference. Shoguns take one more game that game, and it's 11-11, and we go into overtime.
This is still a very awkward position for the Ravens, who are trying to get their way past this current rock wall, and they're just getting met with massive amounts of suppressive fire. A lot of it now crashing into the water, going overhead, but you could see that this is a tough position to be in. Raven, though, has taken quite a bit of damage as well for the side of Shogun. Once again, a little bit confusing for everybody, but Raven is, in fact, representing the Samurai right now. You can see he's currently smoking from that left side.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I think they're going to try to pick him off. That would be the smart thing to do. Pick him off, get the numbers advantage, and then start snowballing. Kind of like how Overwatch went, where they had the numbers advantage. But looks like there's multiple people now from the Shogun here. Is it just a straight-up brawl right now?
And right now, it looks like Raven is currently getting divided. A lot of damage now, taken from the back. Doesn't really have the ability to go for much of a counterattack. And in fact, he's starting to get towed in. This is a tough position for the Shoguns to be in.
Very tough. And it looks like Raven is down now. Koza has claimed his bounty.
That could just be enough.
So it looks like the Ravens have turned this around. It looked bad at first.
You can hear the comms, how vociferous they are across the wall as well, Rex. And I think what that is representing is that Ravens, they want to just try to end it here and now. Maximum aggression, opening it up with everything that they have. That being said, a little bit of damage has been put onto Flying Kittens. Wonku, though, doing a good job just waiting in the wings to get those last little bit of damage in on these attempting to escape ships. We're going to see what exactly Shogun's response is going to be. We do see a lot of battle damage, a lot of bruises coming through on multiple ships, so we could be getting to a decisive final battle, but that crucial missing of Raven early on in this one could be enough for Ravens to just take a man advantage deep.
And one thing I will say is that Flying Kittens has been on another team before this, didn't work out as well, and you can see how well he's gelling with the Ravens.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Great at communicating, right? Like, that's one thing that is sometimes hard for younger players is the communication, but you see him doing a good job here, calling out who needs to be picked off, who's low, and they're going after Arbiter right now.
Yeah, Arbiter incredibly low on one of the tankier ships in the game here. I believe that is a dwarf ship. Flying Kitten's over-investing on this turn. Is actually going to crash into the rock wall. That could be enough for the Shogun representative to escape, but he gets caught inside of a whirlpool and brought down.
I wonder if... Yeah, I think that was Arbiter's plan, was to just, I'm going to lose my life anyways. Let me go sacrifice myself, but it did not work.
Yeah, unfortunate situation. Ravens, I think, very definitively in the lead right now. That being said, we are getting Chris G's perspective. So far, his ship is still relatively healthy. He could try to strike back.
Still some bounties, maybe third party, but he is on the other side, just trying to gather some points here. He's going through this cave right now. Let's see what is the game plan for the Shoguns right now.
It seems to be just get into the wings of the map, look for things that the Ravens aren't, and pick up those bounties.
Yeah. Let's see. So, Christie, yeah, ghost ship. It's a very tricky situation to try to navigate because you have to it's not just about surviving at this point. You have to get points. So maybe try to hope that they get into a battle with another team, third party. Them.
Yeah, when you are behind, it is a matter of dragging things out and hoping that other variables could play out in your favor. Now, this isn't a certainty, but we can see the Ravens begin to try to find other points of aggression here. This downtime.
Looks like a different team.
Yeah, different team. Still, a lot of points on the board to be taken here. So Wonku wants to go for the engagement. Very tight up close. Here comes the ally of this enemy team here. Will that be enough? I know that Gunder, I think, is the name of one of these enemy players. Has already claimed a few different bounties. And so now Wonku's in trouble. Here comes another one flying him from the far side. That's actually Chris G, who's looking to take this bounty in a third party.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do. He has to play this smart. There's not much else you can do because you've already lost the numbers advantage. Y'all had the advantage early on, and unfortunately was not able to capitalize on that.
Try to cross this wall. Looking to get away. A lot of damage has been sustained by Chris G during the course of that last battle. Still looking for a re-engage now as this battle is continuing. Multiple teams. Here comes a huge smash. I think that he may have overinvested just a little bit here as people are going to cross him up and tear him asunder. And you can hear the shout of victory from Flying Kittens here. Part of that last battle.
Yeah, no. Definitely, like I said, Stars fits the MO of what the Ravens are going to do, and they've already claimed 3 bounties, right? Like, this game is essentially over. Let's see, we just have to wait on the Game Master to actually call it. And you see him getting up. Hopefully they're setting up the next game, which is Apex. Hopefully Apex is already loaded up. Fortunately, Dolo is the person that you want in for Apex, so you don't have to put Chris D in. I imagine you wouldn't be putting Chris D in. You probably put in Dolo, Arbiter, and RK. Based on RK playing Fortnite, you know.
Looks like on the other hand, Flying Kittens is just trying to make the most out of this victory lap here to go up 3-2 versus Shogun throughout the course of Maelstrom. But I do like this call, right? Shogun in defeat, still very much on top of what they need to do next, taking this extra little bit of bonus time to get the setup going for Apex.
You have an hour and 38 minutes left in the first half. You don't have the luxury of wasting any more time out. Because every time out that you waste now affects the second half. And it's one of those things that the game could be close in terms of talent, but if you don't, if you're losing games that you normally would win, right? Like, could you imagine Street Fighter? They don't have time to set it up, and they lose just Street Fighter on because of technicality, right?
Yeah.
That's a game that they came in like, we're not losing, we're 100% winning. With us running a 5-man, we're guaranteed to have Chris D in. Imagine losing that, right? Imagine losing MK because of a issue.
And we're also seeing a little bit of that fast menuing, exactly what the process is, navigating the Steam library, getting up to the next game, but also getting your controls locked in. I know that Apex is one of these games that is kind of firmly split between mouse and keyboard players and the controller players.
Yeah.
And I feel like controller is actually kind of the meta because of how good the aim assist is. And when you're moving across the map at the rate you do in Apex, that I think is a really important thing. So do you know how many people are playing on controller versus how many are mouse and keyboard here today?
I honestly don't know if I don't know how many people opt to use mouse and key on this game in particular. I know we do have a fair amount of players that use. Myself, I use controller. I only got a PC this year, so
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
I'm out here playing Apex on a PS4 controller.
There you go. Yeah.
PS4 controllers are better than PS5. I don't care what anybody says.
That's how you know you're a fighting game player. Is they're like, yeah, man, a PS4 controller's for life, you know?
Yeah. So we probably want to see Arbiter and RK. Yep. And then Flying Kins and Koza on the other side. Okay. So we're not seeing Wonku in. So that must mean Koza has a level of comfortability on Apex. Because Apex was one of the games that Wonku came into the league playing. Oh.
Yeah, interesting call here by Ravens, but that shows the depth of their expertise within the world of first-person shooters. Now, that being said, could be a little bit of a gamble if we don't know what Koza's skill level is in Apex in particular, because out of all the shooters that we do play, I think that this is one of the ones that is most specialized in terms of the knowledge that you have to make the most of the Apex movement system and to make the most of the map and the mechanics that go even into a mode like Deathmatch rather than Battle Royale, which is what is typically played in esports.
Well, the thing that is, in my opinion, why we shouldn't really have people who don't feel comfortable in Apex is for the longest, I want to say it was like 2 months. The only game that we knew was going to be on the wheel for the next season was Apex. So for 2 months, you didn't know what 32 of the games were, but you knew what one of them was. That was Apex. So honestly, you should have been playing Apex. People should feel at least a level of comfort on Apex, as opposed to some of these other shooters, right? Like I can understand not being fully comfortable in the finals, right? Finals is on next gen.
Oh yeah.
Game. Apex is on just about everything. If you can play any video game, you can play Apex because it's on a console and it's free to play. So we should you should know roughly where your team is at Apex. You should have that level of practice. But putting Wonku, keeping Wonku out instead of Koza, I mean, I think that's a good play because Wonku, like I said, covers a good amount outside of the shooters, right? Like you could put her in for the race, right? CTR, she's gonna beat just about everybody else, right? F1, she's good at F1. A lot of these other games you want her in for. FIFA, there's a lot that you want Wonku in for. So Koza being able to go in for these shooters is really going to help them.
And do you know, in regards to the UEL rule set, if we're almost always playing deathmatch, is there a separate option here for Apex?
So with Apex, you have multiple, what's it called? Multiple RPS choices, right? So or sub choices. So the Shogun can choose either map or game mode. The game mode you have the option of choosing are TDM, gun run, or control.
Okay.
I know the Ravens generally opt to play control. They're one of the few teams that do that. Because, control is kind of weird with 3 people, well, 6 people total on the map as big as it is. But so I'm curious to see what map get chosen.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Obviously, a lot on the board to be picked up, but I do kind of want to tease out that point you're talking about in regards to control. I think it actually does play towards the Ravens' style overall, but this time around, it is in fact just going to be TDM locked in.
F1, so Wonku is probably going to
next.
be going in here for that.
Oh, absolutely! Very excited to see F1 come back. One of the more technical racers on the docket.
And the Ravens have setup for that. So hopefully Wonku's already there, ready to get this game set up. Because F1 is one of the ones that, if you don't know what you're doing, you can very easily mess the setup up.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, we do have our 3 stacks all locked in and ready to go here. I will note, it seems like so far in watching UEL, of course, agent choice matters to a degree, but it really is just about the fundamentals as first-person players. jamming against one another, looking for those kills. Utility oftentimes comes secondary, particularly if you have a team that is aggressive in the way that the Ravens are, where they are just looking to slam into everybody one after the other. And already we're seeing that point being taken early in this one. Not a lot of health available. This is a deep engage, started off with those shotguns. Flying Kittens picking up that kill to start things off. Currently on the 2 count for both of these teams here. Shotgun from Flying Kittens is going to be enough for him to pick up another kill. Currently up 2-0 in this matchup.
And one interesting thing is, like, okay, so we talked about meta in a lot of these games, right? So in Apex, a lot of the things that we've seen generally is we've seen a lot of Gibby and we've seen a lot of Bloodhound. Do you think that's the best based on how we play in the league? That you think you like those two?
I like the idea of having a trackery-oriented character like the Bloodhound available. Both sides, I think, have picked this in every single game I've watched in UEL to a degree. It's just such a high meta pick.
And then Bangalore on the other side.
Yep, Bangalore as well.
Like a lot of the other times, it's somebody like Bangalore or somebody with a lot of speed. Bangalore makes sense, right? The smoke, get out of there. Especially when kills are so valuable, 1 kill, right? Because now you see the Ravens just able to kind of hang back. You have to approach us. We have high point. You have to find a way to get to us.
This is a very interesting slowdown right here at the start of the matchup, though, Rex, that I wasn't really expecting, given how Ravens were playing. Quick assault to get the high ground, but now things have slowed down a little bit. I think it's because Shoguns are actually the ones slamming the brakes. They are playing behind cover, just looking to get suppressive fire into picks going. Right now, I do believe it is a slight advantage over to their side, a 4-2 count.
And looking at how the Shoguns are playing it, they have Bloodhound, they have Wraith, they have Bangalore. They're trying to run and get in your face quickly. From it looks like the Legends that they're running.
Now on that map that we're seeing right now, there isn't a whole lot in the way of wide open spaces that you're going to have to run through time and time again. As long as you don't give your position away, navigation on low ground is very possible across this map. But we have seen the positional advantage play out several times throughout the UEL season, where high ground is just able to continue to pepper shots, get that damage, and force the utilization of resources. But right now, it seems like both of these teams are pretty happy with where they're at, and it's just a matter of whether or not these respective calls are going to pay off and strategies will pay off for their teams.
And like I said, the Ravens, like, they're not getting a lot of these kills from long distance, but what it's doing is it makes it harder for the team to approach, right? Like, if you're putting shots out, you still have to respect the fact that you've taken damage. And a lot of times what we'll see is to get people off this point, you'll see a Gibby ult onto it, but the other team has a Gibby. So at that point, you can just put your bubble down, survive the ult, and keep position. All right, so it looks like they're pushing up. KIC shield needs to be recharged. So does Flying Kitten. Flying Kitten's a little bit low. Using a shield battery to get it back up. Koza still fully healthy. He's the one peeking over and making sure, trying to check the position here.
And we hear the call from the referee, 30 seconds left. Not a whole lot of time now to claw back the current deficit that has been had.
You have to have a full team wipe without dying, just to tie this game back up.
And that could be too much in this current position. That being said, we are going to see a radical change in pace here right at the very end. Hard approach, trying to bring this one back, but I don't think that they're going to have the time with which to do so.
No, definitely not. Because especially if the Ravens just focus and kill one person, then that's GG's. And that Gibby bubble's going to make it harder. It's going to have to go into them. Time is of the essence right now. All right, they're able to kill KIC. So if they push this now and get the last 2 kills, but unfortunately traded a kill, it's now 7-3. That should be functionally game. Let's see if they're able to, if you're able to make up that deficit.
7-5. Deficit has been built up here. Still a little bit of time left on the clock, actually. That being said, KIC gonna find another one in advantage here, moving Ravens up to 8-5 count. And a lot of this has been on the back of Flying Kittens with that onslaught at the very beginning of this game. So credit to him. Right now, it is all about playing with the house's money. How much more damage can the Ravens rack up to ensure the Shoguns have no chance of coming back in this one? A 9-5 count, almost lapping the scoreboard. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, it truly is, but that just shows you kind of how the is a 10-6 score. Shows you how the Ravens are, right? Like, the Ravens are a very good shooting team, and they have a shooter on the back end that they could still have put in for this. And Herb's no slouch.
Oh, absolutely.
Shooter, right? Like, Herb isn't the greatest shooter, but his role on the team isn't like, oh, we need Herb for every shooter, right? Herb is going to be going in for the fighting game. And then if he has to go in for a shooter, okay, we're not the worst off.
And we're seeing the difference in strategy now. It looks like it's Shogun having to just play at distance, looking to hope that Ravens will overextend somewhere. Dolo on Sniper right now, unable to get enough damage down, and you can see just how consistent the comms are. Ravens knows where everywhere for Shogun is, and with this countdown, there's no real way for this red team to come on back. And so that is, in fact, going to be Ravens moving up to a 4-2 count on the scoreboard, looking very good in this first half of this UEL match.
Yes, very much so. With F1 being next, I imagine here we're going to see Raven versus Wonku. I know Raven had put a decent amount of time into these racers, which then leaves KIC and I Am Her most likely with Christy and Dolo, which could be a very interesting matchup depending on what the next game is. But based on how this game has gone so far, do you see this being another close game? Or do you see the Ravens pulling ahead a little bit?
I'm afraid to say it looks like Ravens are going to pull ahead a little bit. Now, there's a lot on the board by which Shogun can bring it back, but I believe Wonku and the confidence she comes into the league with and came into your interview with, Rex. So if we're going to see a statement being made, if Ravens actually take F1 in a really dominant fashion, even against someone who is as experienced as Raven is in this match, what we could be seeing is the rest of the docket of racing games still going the way of Ravens, and then from there, Shogun need to be able to claw it back on the lesser number of fighting games that now exist, as Die by the Blade has already been accessed.
Well, Die by the Blade, that's one, right? Street Fighter, I believe that the Shogun's going to win, right?
Yeah, but there's stuff like Tekken that's a lot more up in the air, and that also makes it a lot more worrying about Shogun's chances of just being an advantage in games that are continually on the board right now. It feels like Ravens, if they could pull ahead here, they will pull ahead for the rest of the match.
So the thing about the Shoguns that give them a little bit better chance in Tekken is that they have Raven in. So Raven is probably their best Tekken player. Chris G, I'm not sure how much better he's gotten, but if anybody's going to grow at an exponential rate in a fighting game, it's going to be him. I still do believe that the Ravens have the advantage because Ravens with KIC, I Am Herb, and Flying Kids are all proficient at Tekken. So it's going to be more of a mountain to climb for the Shoguns, possible, especially with the one life system, but it's going to be hard. But like you said, yeah, the fighting games are what they want. They want Skullgirls, they want Blaze Blue, and it's a timeout Ravens for F1.
And what's really nice for Shogun here is that at least they're stemming the bleeding on that front of losing out on more timeouts, but we really need to see them lock in this last hour or so, still without using another one. Otherwise, the second half is going to be dicey for them. But a timeout for Ravens is almost a timeout for both sides, right? Shogun are able to catch their breaths, yes, try to rally and come back into a really strong game plan here for F1 to be able to take down Ravens. Because if you can take away one of Wonku's stronger games and really jeopardize the run that she can go on throughout the course of these oftentimes 1v1 racing games, what you will see is a real opportunity open up for this red team.
What the Shoguns need right now is win F1, and then they need MK to roll. MK will be the best because, ironically, Dolo would be the optimal person to go in for Christie. What you don't want right now is something like CTR, FIFA. You don't want games like that where Herb and KC can go in and get a good win at.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like, in many cases, while momentum's kind of a myth in sports, as people always like to say, fact of the matter is, It's currently up the Dodgers 2-0, right? It's currently
Woo,
T1
let's go
moving on to
Dodgers.
World's Finals. And here in UEL, we have seen people go on these big winning streaks that all of a sudden puts a team so far behind. And then you look at the individual games that are left in the point swings. Even if they are in your favor, it's just such a mountain to climb just to tie things back up that I feel that we are seeing a group of 5 people just slowly give up the ghost. And now, of course, mental is something that everybody is working on, and some teams are better than others at really bringing themselves into those comeback scenarios. But trying to not get there is the first step to ensuring that you can get to victory. And right now, Shogun so far have been unable to pull off any comeback by virtue of the fact they're currently 0-5.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. There's talent to be had there, and I don't know if it's a leadership thing or just a player thing, because there's a difference to me between playing a game and practicing a game, right? Like in a shooter, are you just practicing as like, oh man, I got killed? Or every time you get killed, are you looking at like, why did I get killed here? Was I being greedy? Was it bad positioning? What was the reason? And that's the kind of approach you have to have, is where you can't, oh, I'm not going to get better at Overwatch by just playing it, right? Like, if you don't understand the map, right, you can have hundreds of hours. But if you don't understand the map, you don't understand what the good high points are. If you don't understand that there's going to be a Widow probably peeking from this spot most likely.
Gosh, you are such a fighting game player, aren't you? That mentality, you want to be able to go into every round, look to it as a winning opportunity and a learning opportunity in equal weight. Ejected Rival is going to be up next, though, and so we were talking a little about this before we get into this race. This could be the way that Ravens gets on a run, right? Another one of these cartoony racing games that is in the wheelhouse of not only Wonku, but so many other members. It's going to be up to Raven to at least get Shogun well set up for what could be a gamut of racing games.
And I really do not know how Ejected Rival. So Ravens are going to be, Wonku is going to be on top, and the Shogun's player Raven is going to be on bottom. So Wonku out to early lead here. I think this map is Vegas. So right up here on Wonku, you're going to see a turn come up on the right. You're going to, in a little bit, right about here, you can stop braking. Yep, going to be a right turn, and then there's going to be immediately a left turn. It looks like Raven already DNF, and that was unfortunate.
A little bit of a disaster. This is a dynamic that you see time and time again in F1, though. Because it's so volatile to have any car-to-car contact, what happens is that if you don't have a good start, if you aren't in a solid position off the line, you now have to contend with people stacking up on the top of you, and those passes are so hairy.
And here's the thing. Ejected Rivals is next. It's a PC game, so you're going from console to PC, which means you only get 2 minutes setup timer, right? Which normally isn't an issue because you're on a console game, but that console game ended really quickly.
Oh, 100%. That being said, you got the full 4 other people hopefully setting things up right now for Ejected Rivals, versus the fact that with 1v1 games, in many cases, it could be too many cooks in the kitchen, too many people sitting over the same computer, but we've seen time and time again that players at this point in the season typically are pretty locked into their individual duties when it comes to game setup. Now, execution hasn't always been there, particularly in the case of Shogun, as we talked about time and time again, but hopefully there's been enough time that we won't have any of those issues going deeper on into the series.
All right, but yes, so now we have Ejected Rivals coming up. Another racer, like you said, kind of cartoony, different game modes to play. First time it's been on the wheel, and we have Just Dolo and NY Christie versus KIC and I Am Herb. Now, off rip, I would give advantage to the Ravens, but the Shoguns have shown that they've put a decent amount of time into the games that are new on the wheel.
Yes.
So, like the Maelstrom. Granted, they didn't win Maelstrom, but they have put the time into it. So, if they're able to catch the Ravens kind of slacking here, it's an opportunity for them to kind of close the gap, right? This is what you don't want to go down 6-2, especially against a team that's so momentum-based as the Ravens are. Because then once you start getting down, they're going to let you know. You're going to hear it.
The question is, has that already been crested? A 5-2 count, 2 back-to-back at the very least for Ravens. It does feel like right now they are rounding that corner. They are in good spirits. You could hear just how much they're chatting, not only about the game, but just about where they are in the series across the wall here. And Shogun, on the other hand, even though they are further away from us, it's a little bit harder to hear the conversations. You can hear that as a whole, they are a lot quieter. And when you look at them on player cams, this is something to keep a watch on. Everybody is calming a little bit less, and that worries me a bit.
Especially when with so many shooters left, that could be an issue. And so many other team games, right? Like you have Forza still left, right? You have Wreckfest, the shooters. You have other games, Dead by Daylight. You have games that you need comms for. And it looks like they are just straight up racing. We are watching an empty chair right now.
Flying Kittens truly embodying that ghostly effect right now. Gonna jump into the seat. I do wonder if maybe the camera is either desynced or we're getting a very interesting start to this one. Final Stand Ragnarok going to be next. A little bit of a format change from what we're seeing right now. But tell me, what exactly is... Oh, there we go. It's in fact, I Am Herb that is playing. I thought perhaps we had a false start.
It looks like we have I'm Herb. This is a demo. So this is a mode that the Shogun to play. And if you're not... And that's the thing. There's a lot of modes in games that if you're not familiar with and you've never played it, it's not so self-explanatory to explain how you're going to or to figure out how you're going to win this. So
yeah, Herb's taking significant damage early in this one. Is a bit of the worry here. Since spiraling back down to the ground, I'm not exactly sure what the call was there in regards to what he was trying to pick up. We'll find solid contact, though. Flat ground. Not a whole lot of acceleration one side or the other, though, so that's not going to be the end of the day either way.
Well, it looks like Herb right now is in second place in terms of points, with Dolo leading the pack. You got about 40 seconds to change the fortune here. So, yep, we're watching Dolo now. This is probably the game mode that he probably chose to play. We've seen this before. It was was playing it? It was the Paladin playing this with Jekyll, who, self-proclaimed best Jacked Rivals player.
Yeah, I remember that trash talk for sure.
Well, Dolo's still leading it. It looks like KIC's in second place, and I imagine that is Chris G
in third. So if this stack up continues, it is going to be Shogun coming out on top in terms of the point total.
So Chris G. So it looks like we have. Oh wow!
It was Chris G trailing actually, but Dolo is so far ahead it doesn't matter.
Here's the thing. So it looked like I had to do quick math. It looks like Dolo had 850. It looks like everybody else had 800.
Was that 800?
All around it.
Okay, I could have just
like
been...
850.
Yeah.
I saw he had 850, but it looks like he at least had more points than the next two people.
Yep.
He might have had more than the entirety.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but in fact, yes, it was from our producer's side, looking like a massive lapping of the field there by Dolo, who, like you said, was the one picking that game mode. And for good darn reason, Shogun's back on the board. And if you're talking about momentum, they have stopped Ravens right in their tracks.
And we have final stand, another new game.
Yep.
And what did I say? The Shoguns seem like they have spent a fair amount of time on these new games, right? Didn't particularly show up well for Maelstrom.
But it showed up there at the end for what we're looking at out of Ejected Rivals. And now, hopefully, we're going to see Shogun come to the table with a coherent game plan for Final Stand Ragnarok, which doesn't sound like a high bar to hit, but it feels like everybody's still very much exploring the outer limits of how to play the game in a way that particularly caters to what UEL is trying to do.
People are min-maxing it right now, for lack of a better term. They're figuring out, okay, so what's the easiest way to get points? How do I get points the most efficient way? And that's what you kind of have to do is min-max. So let's see who we have go in. So we have everybody but Chris G on the Shogun side. And I imagine we're going to have everybody but KIC maybe for the Ravens.
Yep.
So tier 1s are left. Saving it for that tier 1 matchup potentially coming up. Final Stand Ragnarok. Whoever team gets the most points. And we've seen teams win by like 100. Like, we've had really close matches. And I believe the Shogun have a pretty good record in this game. Hopefully the Ravens were setting us up beforehand. Granted, they have a little bit more time. It's a 4-minute time. But we had last game was a 2v2. You should have it up on at least 3 PCs. You should just be waiting on that final PC and you can hear the communication. They're definitely getting into this, but Shogun's doing a good job. It's been say about 40 minutes since their last time out used. So
That's a good rate to be at. You know, another 40 minutes before the next one, and you're right back on track to hopefully not losing out on everything here before the very end. And it really does seem like they've gotten their act together, especially with this wind back buffeting their sails a little bit. Hopefully they are just going to be able to stick out a very competitive second half of this first half, if I were to use such rough terminology here. Now, the thing to note about this game is that we've seen a bunch of different strategies going into Final Sand Ragnarok, and there's a bunch of different ways to get points. And one of those I've heard is res cheesing. Do you think that that's going to be a dynamic here, or are people just looking for those big kill streaks and good control over waves?
I feel like with the resing, and I could be wrong because I haven't played this game that much, I feel like that's one of the ones that could be really volatile. Because if you mess it up,
oh yeah,
like you just kind of, it's like a boom or bust. It feels like a boom or bust kind of option. I feel like just farming might be the better option. There's probably more technical ways of going about it. I feel like just play the game.
Just play the game.
Yeah.
Play to win the game.
Yeah.
That's been your advice in the past, Rex. So we're gonna stick with that for sure. As we move to dive into Final Sand Ragnarok, of course, it's not only about necessarily the strategies being used, but also it's the characters being picked up and how they flow into these strategies. In many cases, we're seeing all four players take the same character for either side. I don't know if the meta has shifted at all here,
We'll see in a second.
but it does look like, in fact, we are getting a little bit more variety, at least when it comes to all of the gods being picked.
Oh, Crash Team Racing. That might. Oh, that is a Raven setup too. So Wonku is able to go in here.
Yeah, you can hear her across the wall.
That is one of her better games.
Yeah, CTR brings back a lot of memories, so I'm super happy to be able to cast it.
Oh,
now, I was playing the one on the PS1, though, so I think this is a little bit more of a modern iteration. But regardless, shout out to CTR. Shout out to Crash Bash, if you remember that. It was Sony's attempt to rip off Mario Party.
Oh, wait, that was I remember that game. It's funny because when that game was first introduced and when it first came out, I bought it. I haven't played it. I bought it because I was like, this seems like a very Titus type game to add to the wheel. You don't know how many times those free games on PlayStation Plus I've downloaded. Cause I'm like, that's probably going to end up on the wheel at some point. Let me just put it in my library now.
All right, well, we are, in fact, getting into this match here in just a second, and already we are seeing the Conjurer being picked. I like this call. The Ghost Army, the Shadow Jutsu has been quite valuable in many situations by not only necessarily getting kills, but corralling to allow for chains to really fluently be hit by multiple players. Right now, though, it's not as much divide and conquer as I was expecting. This is both teams looking relatively grouped.
Yeah, no, it's maybe they're just trying to like make sure nobody dies. Like let's not get swarmed or anything. Which in the early rounds you're not really going to get swarmed. Yeah, like in the early rounds, it's like with any. It's like COD Zombies, right? In the sense that like those early rounds, yeah, you're not going to be taking too much. You shouldn't die. Some people will. You shouldn't die. It's when you get to those later rounds that if you're dying early rounds, then just forfeit the game.
Oh yeah. That being said, it looks like everybody is staying relatively healthy for the time being. We do have one down here. Herb is going to get rezzed, but it feels like that may have been actually part of the strategy once again. This kind of open area, it is an angle by which for Ravens to stack up some points onto Flying Kittens.
Yeah, no, they're definitely, because you see Herb's health slowly go down. And maybe that's the strategy you do with, if you have two players on a team that really don't play the game as much, you're not going to get a lot of points elsewhere. Here, stay here and just farm each other for points.
And we'll see what the outcome of that's going to be. I haven't seen anybody fully invest in this strategy to the point where that is their main share of points. So we'll see whether or not this is going to be the angle by which Ravens will ride it to victory. But they do have people who are also playing a little bit more traditionally. Right now, we are in the eyes of Arbiter from Shogun, who simultaneously are also playing for just value by clearing waves across the map. Right now, he's on a little bit of a surge, though, not a lot in the way of hostile mobs spawning for this time.
Yeah, no, it's I think Arthur is one of those players that this seems like his game, like a game that he thoroughly enjoys. These bizarre strategy type game. But we see him on a 39 kill streak.
Yeah, having to
Just
start that up again after a lot of downtime, though, is a little bit worrisome here. Meanwhile, we go back over to Koza, who is stacking up, almost reaching past 100 right now in favor of the Ravens.
you know, that's one of the matches we have to watch. Koza versus Arger. All right.
You could hear in the comms as well, Rex, just that little bit of knowledge coming through from players who are a little bit more practiced to people who are a bit newer to the game, stuff like the sneak bonus for point scoring coming through. This is not the way that most people are playing Final Stand Ragnarok as well, right? We are looking for people who are ostensibly cooperating to get more points than one another. And because that is the case, we're going to be seeing a lot of different approaches and a lot of systems being exploited that typically are there mostly to allow for everybody to work together as one unit.
And what's interesting is that call came from Wonku, right? And we're talking about what I was talking about earlier, where Wonku hasn't been playing, she's been coaching. So I don't know how familiar she is with these newer games that haven't been on wheel. Well, if her having that knowledge shows that she has at least some familiarity with these newer games, newer titles. Because this isn't a game that people necessarily knew even before it came onto the wheel. I'm not sure if there was anybody who really knew too much about it. And that's the great thing, right? Exploring these games. Ty's is able to find these games in all these different places. Talking to developers and such.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games that shows the diversity at hand here in UEL, where it's a matter of not only being good at the big esports titles, but it's showing a spot for people who have a wider knowledge of games as a medium and where the industry is going and the value of indie games that they have in that realm that allows for stuff like this to shine. We are getting near the end of the game. I believe I heard the referee call for the time ticking down here, and so we are just going to be looking at the kill and point comparative at the end. Right now, Koza has racked up a full 440. We're going to see how much further he can take that.
Yeah, no, like you're saying, UEL at this point has become about how quickly can you learn, right? Like in previous seasons, especially last season. The last season was a lot of games that had popular titles, right? Like Halo, Rocket League, Call of Duty. But now you have these games that weren't as popular before are newer games like Final Stand, Maelstrom, Objective Rivals, Die by the Blade. So it's just going to be interesting how this evolves and how people, because with a lot of these games or with certain games, you may not understand it at well, right? It may go through most of the season without understanding it super well, and then one day it just kind of clicks for you. And when it clicks for you, that's when it's like, oh, this is why I'm doing this, this, and that, and then you just become a different animal.
And so, as someone who has a lot of experience seeing the journey of people throughout UEL, Rex, do you have a sense of maybe what the best background is to have if you want to try to become an ultimate endgamer and enter on into the space in, say, Season 10?
When you say background, do you mean like...
Yeah, fighting game player, a shooting player. Who seems to evolve the best to play all these games at once?
I think shooting game players typically, and I say that just because shooting games, in my opinion, are harder to get to a serviceable level in the league than fighting game players or racers or anything of that nature. I've seen shooting game people like Hollywood get good or get serviceable at these fighting games. It's very rare that you see somebody come in who only plays fighting games get good at shooters, and that's just my opinion. I'm sure somebody will prove me wrong,
but at the same time, this is kind of wide open for anybody.
Yeah.
And there's always a niche, right? Because even at the very top, the tier 1 players for either team are specialists in their own genres.
I mean, I would say more so Chris G is a specialist, right? He came in playing fighters, right? Everybody, not everybody, but all of the fighters know who Chris G is, or they should. KIC on the other side, being the tier 1, he came in. Yeah, he was really good at fighters, but he was also good at some of these sports games, right? Good at some of these shooters. So I would say Chris G secures his wins a little bit better. but I feel like KIC covers more than KIC covers more than Chris G does.
Well, as the time is ticking down here in our last 10 seconds, I believe, we are looking at a situation where, while Wonku hasn't secured nearly as many kills as Koza has, Ravens as a whole, on average, seem to be up. That is just my guess from what we're seeing on the screen and from the comms, but it could be a case that Shogun surprises one of the players that hasn't got as much screen time coming ahead. We're going to have to go for the final tally, though, and so we're waiting in suspense.
We've seen it where there's players who, like, I remember Magnus Sam, for instance, like, he was the sole reason that his team won it once before. I'm not sure how often it comes up like that, but, like, Magnus Sam carried again. We've seen it where there's a player just completely outshine everybody else
Absolutely.
that's playing.
Yeah, and then you're left wondering, what was the strategy they used if we didn't get to see them from the observer side quite as much? Were they, in fact, going for that res spam? Were they just getting really solid map control in a place that maybe we weren't seeing encroached upon by other people? Definitely, this is not out of Shogun's hands just yet, particularly as we do see that wild variation in kill number come through from multiple Ravens players.
And they want to see it be 6-4 right now, not 7-3.
100%.
6-3, not Ravens wanted to be 6-3.
Shogun's wanted to be 5-4, 100%, trying to get close to tying it up. CTR is going to be a mountain for them to climb here.
Now, I will say Raven is really good at CTR, at least from the last time I've seen him play. Don't know how rusty he is at it. So there is a possibility that the Shogun could take CTR. It'll be extremely hard. It'll be like a mountain to climb. Because especially with CTR, like you've seen with some of the other racing games, one mistake is all it takes to.
Well, looking at the scoreboard here, it seems like Flying Kittens has absolutely pummeled everybody on either the Ravens or the Shoguns.
Well, Flying Kitten and I Am Herb, they have about 20,000 between
just
them.
Together, and that should be enough. RK all the way at the bottom with a paltry 3K. I think that's Ravens going up another point.
Well, I mean, everybody outside of I Am Herb and Kitten were in the 3,000 range or below.
That's fair.
So that's 20,000 just between those two. It's kind of hard at that point for anybody else. And yep, we see.
Yep.
Now, KIC has said he's been playing this game. So we're probably going to see KIC and Wonku, I imagine, going in versus Christie and Raven. Now, this is where Wonku being in lineup helps, because you could have put I Am Herb in for this, right? And the results should still be the same. It should still be a Ravens win. But now you get to put Wonku in for these games and kind of have Herb there to kind of save him for some of these other titles that you want Herb in as opposed to her.
I would definitely agree. And let's be honest here. I think that having your strongest player being on a game as volatile as CTR is a good idea, because this is one of those ones where unless you are very much on top of every element of the game, you could give up leads in an instant. You think about Mario Kart as a proxy for this, right? No matter how long you're in first place, unless you're really good at, say, avoiding blue shells in the front, you can end up losing your lead due to a certain amount of random gaming. And so you would think, oh, it's volatile, anyone can win, therefore skill doesn't matter as much. But no, it's in fact the opposite. You need to be able to stabilize and fight back against all these separate variables.
So I will say one of the big differences between CTR and Mario Kart is that CTR is a lot less item dependent.
It is less item dependent overall, but it's still in that kind of space of a party game that has those elements. Yeah.
So like if Wonku or KFC or whoever gets far enough ahead, there's room for them to be outside of a range where the items will affect whether the other team can come back, right? Like there's items that can hit them no matter where they are on the map. But there's a lot less room for error from the Shoguns here if they want to win this, right? Like if they're able to get ahead, get some item choices, there's skill there. But let's see what map they choose here. So I wonder if this said Shogun setup, Tekken 8. So they need to win this, right? Because Tekken is going to be a hard win. There is a world where the Shoguns win CTR and Tekken, but I favor the Ravens in both of these games.
I would agree with that, particularly as Chris G is being invested here into CTR.
Yeah, I know he's won it in the league, but he also played against people who weren't particularly great at the game.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been against the Ravens, and the Ravens probably had all of their. So we got Paku's pyramid right here. it's a very early on track. There's two shortcuts that you really need to know about. The first part's a little bit hard. You have a lot of tight turns. So if you aren't comfortable, you just see them checking their buttons right now, making sure that you have to press Y to get to that. Make sure they're controlled because there's standard and alternate, and alternate is a lot different. But yeah, so we can early on we can tell where people's skill level is roughly because right here you see this right. There's gonna be a lot of sharp turns right here. You have to jump and brake and air turn. So it looks like whoever is Spyro has the most control right now, and you see them drifting. But he's gonna drift.
Yeah, you want to chain those turbos as much as possible. We saw a little bit of awkward navigation.
And that's going to hit, and they're going to knock him.
As a chaser coming his way. We'll be able to just boost it back over.
Now, here's the big part right here, right? So at the end of the wall, you can jump over that. You just have to be facing that way, and you're able to make it. And that cuts off a good portion of it. So top right is KIC. So that's KIC in first place. Wonku, bottom right. Oh, it's set up. It's an incorrect setup. I didn't notice it before because you saw somebody go into fifth place right there.
Yep.
You're only supposed to have.
There's no bots at all, so that is in fact going to be a mistake. And I was wondering because right there, what we saw was blast into a piranha plant and getting spit out. We saw them collide with the people behind. That's what led to an even further loss and that move to fifth place. So luckily we got that indicated here. But a faulty setup. Do we know what side is at fault for that or how that cascades? Okay. Oh dear. So more setup woes now for Shogun coming out, and Raven's just automatically going to be granted that point, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I will say, even though it looks like Wonku was in an awkward position there, being in that fifth place doesn't matter at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Because Shogun may have wasted a golden opportunity, and now they have backs up against the wall. There's a chance for Ravens to move to an 8-3 position, which is very difficult to come back from. Will take probably more than beyond this single half to do because Tekken is the next one up.
And then time becomes a factor too, right? Like if they go down in the second half 5 points, not only is it you have to win 5 games, you have to win 5 more games than the Ravens win. So, and it's going to be hard for them to pull off 5 wins in a row. So it's like eventually time becomes a factor. Time becomes your enemy at that point.
I think I'm most worried just about the fact that even if it isn't bleeding timeouts this time, it's still messing up crucial elements of setup that need to be fluently navigated if you want to get yourself towards success. You're talking about the timer. You're talking about the games coming through. If you just continue to virtually concede games on this front, there's no way that
especially
when you
games that you feel like you might have a chance in.
Exactly.
Because CTR, that's an easy setup. That's a really easy setup. So once it comes to those more difficult games to set up, what happens then?
Absolutely. Well, a lot of questions are left unanswered here in regards to Shogun's ability to stabilize. I was really hoping that we were out of the woods in regards to these kinds of problems, but now it does kind of feel as if their opportunity is slipping away from them, because if you go at this rate, Ravens are actually going to start hitting towards those scores that Wonku in your interview were calling for.
20-6?
A 20-6 is very much possible if this keeps happening.
They win Tekken, they win 2 more games. It's halfway there.
Yep. Halfway there, you just got to double that again because Shogun's still at those 3 points like you're talking about. That's very possibly going to happen here in this half. We still got 28 minutes left.
But we have seen teams come back from more than 5 or 4 down. So it's still possible, right? Especially when you still have games that you feel super comfortable, right? Like we've seen the arcade at Fortnite, right? Fortnite Rose, that's another win, right? Street Fighter should be a win if you don't mess up setup. That's another one. But so we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see some good Tekken here. I think like
good ass Tekken GAT. Yeah, let's go for it, man. I'm very excited for this one. Now, it is interesting, of course, to get people who are such specialists out of their comfort zone. So Christy is one of those players. Not going to be here for this one, I don't believe. But who is going to go into rotation? It looks like we've got a Raven locked in. I forgot. It's just a crew battle, isn't it?
So, yeah, Raven is probably the best Tekken player on that team. So he's the person. The timeout by the Ravens, which I'm really curious about. So Tekken isn't another one of those games that isn't the most difficult setup, But if they're going from Xbox to PlayStation or whatever Tekken is on, I can imagine maybe there's an issue switching over for them. Something because I imagine the Ravens won't have any problem setting up Tekken otherwise. But Ravens have the timeout to spare as opposed to the Shoguns, right? The Shoguns don't really have that luxury of messing up at this point. So what I want to see from the Shoguns is a few more wins this half, and I want to see no mess up. I want to see a clean game. That should be honestly their point, right? If they lose today, right? If they lose the overall match today, they're pretty much out of the playoffs, right? Like even now, they have to win out and then get some help from other people, right? Their destiny's no longer in their control. So what the Shogun need to start doing at this point is start getting their setup correct.
Yeah, limit their variables that they mess up on. Checkmate Showdown going to be next. So another pseudo fighting game. I believe this one's actually in the strategy category, but it does have those battling elements that could still maybe help Shoguns here.
And then we have, I imagine, we have Leo versus Law. Now the Law, I'm imagining, is going to be Flying Kittens, and the Leo is actually Raven. So they're going to put what I presume to be their best fighter up immediately. Versus, so it's going to be Raven versus Flying Kitten.
And I think that there's two strategies that you go for with your top player. You either put them at the beginning or you make them anchor, put them at the end. I think that Raven has the ability to just run through the entirety of the Ravens lineup.
Maybe get warmed up.
Well, we are going to see the start here, and already a lot of space being bought by both of these players.
I think they're just button checking.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Because the fact that he engaged from such a far distance. All right, so everything's correct. So it is going quick select because, heat is a resource.
Yes.
So you don't want to go into that round without your heat.
Yep. Now, Leo is a little bit of a monster. Let's be honest here, Rex. The question is,
how much matchup practice does Stars Flying Kittens have against
absolutely.
Leo? And nice tech to grab there. Go for the low. And you see, and that should be it. He should be able to finish him.
Yep, and this is showing the Ravens' strength. Obviously, Flying Kitten's not necessarily well versed in the realm of Tekken, so being put out to the wolves first.
He is a good Tekken player, which is what makes this interesting. And it could be you hear the excuses already, but it could just be a matchup thing, right? Like Tekken's such a technical game. There's so much knowledge that you have to have. So for matchup, right? Not knowing the matchup, you don't get a chance to really lab this out.
You don't even get a chance to adjust within the course of your typical best of 5, which you are usually put into when you're, say, queuing Tekken online or something like this. This is a very different dynamic.
Lydia. Both returning characters from Tekken 7.
Immediately back into a button remapping here.
All right, so KIC going in. Hard quick select just to restart it. Make sure their positionings are still the same.
So I've seen quite a bit of Lydia, but I haven't seen a lot of success for people on Lydia for the most part. I feel like there's certain character specialists, but outside of that community, it really feels like Leo just has such an immense presence across this game. Now, that being said, this is a really good start here for KIC, getting really good damage up against Leo.
He knows the matchup. You can tell just by some of his reactions. And this
that should be it.
Yep.
And that is a great way to knock out the strongest player on Shogun's side early. KIC, with an absolute show there, is in a really good position to get momentum back over to Ravens within the course of the single game.
And now we have Arbiter going in. I imagine we're going to see Alyssa. Alyssa, a character that's been in Tekken for a while, is essentially a robot. Top left, yep. Returning character. Most people know her by her chainsaw destructive stamp.
And losing her head.
Yeah. So hopefully the Shoguns don't lose their head after this game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more for UEL to be played. That being said, right now, it does seem to be all in favor of Ravens. We are going to get Shogun setting up a button check for Arbiter, so we will get a reset of this match. But I'll be honest, it kind of feels like the dam's already broken open. You've talked a lot about Raven's abilities being put out in what was a dominant fashion throughout the course of a single round. Means that KIC...
You have Arbiter having a little bit of trouble here with his button. You only get so much time for a button check.
Yeah, it looks like he's got there in the end, though.
Yeah. All right, let's see what he's able to do. Yep, just simple jabbing. But just jab's not going to win you the game. All right. And then we see the destructive stance.
That makes a great crumple up against the wall. Lot of angles for Lydia to play off of here. This is the comfort zone for this character and for KIC, who is just going to play patiently, looking for an opening. Chainsaw stance coming back out, but Alyssa does not have the health to play with, and a sweep will do ya. Another one gone. KIC may go for the full run.
All right, so who are we having go in next here? I can't tell.
It looks like it's going to be Chris G next.
Okay, so, oh, is that Dolo?
Could be Dolo. I can't tell from the webcam too clearly. Yeah, it looks like it is Dolo.
Yep. So maybe Chris G has put a good amount of time. Maybe they're just anchoring him.
Yep.
Because last time they played on the Ravens and Shogun played, Chris G did end up beating him in this game. But I'm not sure at that point how much time he had put into it. So it's gonna be fun to see where his growth is between then and now. But first you have to climb the mountain, which is KIC. And he went all the way back to character. Yep. So we have Nina versus the Prime Minister of Poland. Oh, harangue. Okay.
Paul Wrong, a very in-depth character here. One of the more complicated ones in the game, so excited to see what Dolo can pull out here. This is a specialist pick. This is something that you pick if you know a lot about Tekken, if you have history with other versions of this game as well.
All right, so let's see. I wonder if he's going to do a button check here. Nobody's moving, so I imagine a button check was called.
Yeah.
But you see Dolo looking back. So,
question is, can he access the menu or something right now? Is maybe that the issue? Well, it isn't mapped?
Yeah, well, he might have issue with his, I think he uses a pad for this.
Okay.
But
no, he's got a full fight stick on right now.
All right.
And is Dolo getting up?
So who is going in?
Well, there's only a few options left. It's either RK or Chris G. And Dolo just already out. Did he get timed out on the button check?
Probably because he went all the way back to character select.
I see.
And then from there, yeah. So we have Eddie going in.
Well, this is interesting.
So, oh yeah, wrong map. So yep, it cost him a character because it selected the wrong map.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what is the call here for the lead to come out? Is this just also a matter of us getting back on track after a little bit of a hiccup in the pick order? Or is this a call to fight out against this Eddie Gordo?
So he's going to fight the Eddie. See who's KIC Lee. All right. Let's see how he does. I wonder how much time Chris D has put into this. I imagine being a dedicated fighter, he's put a handful of time.
At the same time, Tekken is so much unlearning 2D fighter tech and 2D fighter knowledge, though. It's a radically different game, and also notably...
But you see Chris D, he's a lot more patient than a lot of the other Eddies we've seen in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just jamming the same button chain over and over again. That being said, right now, it is still health advantage over to the side of KIC on this lead. Looking for an angle, bit of an overextension there by Chris G.
Is that able to connect?
Who will be able to get the sweep kick.
And you see Chris G calling on the power of the ancestors.
I'm taking you to Brazil, baby! And that is actually going to put him into a health lead on knockdown once for breakfast. Capoeira specialist. Just needs one more shot, but unfortunately, now Ravens has got the knockdown. And KIC lands a killing blow.
And you could tell that Chris D, it looks like Chris D has definitely been putting time into this. he seems a lot more comfortable than the first time around. So I want to see how this evolves as a season, like, because they still have 4 more games after this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the growth hasn't helped him here yet. Now it's all up to RK to try to stabilize Shoguns, but there is an entire class of killers that he's going to have to fight through here to try to get Shogun to a 7-4 count.
He has to go through KSD, and he has to go through Herb and Wonku, and so he has to go through 4 people.
Absolutely.
So looks like they're going back. So you have to pick your characters quick, because the same thing that happened with Dolo, there's a chance that it happens here. Pick a character.
He has to pick it fast. It looks like right now he's just continually flipping through people. Gonna finally lock in the Asuka with a Heihachi as the matchup. KFC may just be having fun with it.
KFC's just being disrespectful at this point. Yeah. He's being disrespectful at this point.
Just pick random characters. Why not, man?
Heihachi's such a disrespectful character. He's such a disrespectful person. Like,
oh, 100%. Yeah, he was disrespecting all the fans. You wanted to see him gone permanently after Tekken 7, and he still got his ass back into the game somehow.
Well, they had to give his daughter a little bit of time to shine. But we have Asuka recently buffed, I would say. And Heihachi recently added.
Yeah,
and you see him hitting that electric.
Okay, well, solid damage set up here by RK. Connecting early and actually getting a hard knockdown. Immediate dash in, but KIC looks to try to stabilize here.
Cassie just being disrespectful at this point. But he keeps going for the power punch. He's going to end up losing if he keeps letting him do that.
Yeah, he might finally wisen up now as his health is past the half point, and yeah, RK.
You got to be careful with that rage art.
Just going to get hit. Smacked with the overhead. A lot of gray health. Gonna get broken here, and that's it. Ravens up another game, an 8-3 count, and this is beginning to look like a full-on disaster for Shogun.
All right, and what was the next game? Next game is Checkmate Showdown. So get into that game. And the other thing about Checkmate Showdown is when you send in your lineup, you have to put what pieces everybody's playing. So hopefully you are doing that while Tekken was going on. That's one less thing to worry about.
And there's so much to worry about with this game. Chess plus a fighting game, just absolutely mind-breaking, mind-boggling, of course.
Well, it's more than that. Like, you have to think about what aspects of chess are you incorporating, right? The pawn play is important. Because we've seen a team move a king to take a piece, but that piece was diagonal to a pawn. So they won that fight, but the pawn was able, because the pawn doesn't have to fight you taking a piece, was able to just take the king off rip. So we really need to see some smart gameplay here. And from what we've seen from the Shoguns, we really haven't seen smart gameplay as of yet.
Not smart gameplay, not smart setups either. This is going to be one of the more testing games on that setup front. You've been talking about it. We've got 4 minutes on the clock with which to try to get things done. And Shogun, of course, also had that rotation by which you had people knocked out, probably immediately going over there, hopefully getting this game online. But this is going to be a tough one for them to come out on top with. Now, of course, there are elements of the game that they will be strong in, but it's just so darn tough to take what is not only a new game, but a game that has so many different elements built into it and say, hey, we are going to go up against a team with a legacy like that of the Ravens, right? This is a team with institutional knowledge, maybe not necessarily here in Checkmate Showdown, but just broadly within the UEL. They know how to move into new games quite fluently. And so even though Shogun's been putting work in on that front, I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to stop Ravens from moving up to a 9-pointer.
And at this point, you have to start winning. Like, you can't. It was whatever when it was 6-3, right? Like, you're still within striking distance. But now you're getting to the point where, like, can you get 5 wins in an hour? Like, depending, like, there's certain games that you probably win, but it's gonna take you more than an hour to win those games. So you get to that point where you're killing yourself. Like, and with only 2 timeouts in the second half, assuming they set this game up correctly and on time, you're digging yourself a hole in the first half, right? You never putting yourself in this big of a hole in the first half is not where you want to be. And we see that. Let's see, we can get to tell you the colors in a second. So it looks like right now we know that Chris G is playing the bishop. They're playing both. He plays both bishop. The knight is RK. Dolo's the rook. the queen is Arbiter and the king is Raven. On the other side, we have the king is KIC, Flying Kins as queen, Herb as the bishop, Knight as Toza, and Wonku as the and we're watching the orange side, and that is the Shogun. All right, so we're going straight into the.
This is already a disastrous opening for the orange side. I'm not really sure what the rationale was on this one. I want to be real here.
But right now we have the Ravens are in purple.
Yeah, Shogun, unfortunately, just maybe need to practice traditional chess openings just a little bit here. I would love to be able to tell you the terminology of what their call was, but you never really see this as an opening for what we just saw right here. They try to pressure the queen, immediately cross-check over there, put a lot of pressure onto the king to start things off, and what do you do in this situation? You can't castle out of this one. Your knights are immobile at this point in the game. It just feels like we've already seen Shogun be put into a deadlock scenario. They can't even try to get inner control on the knights. They're going to have to try to open outwards, and by bogarting them into this corner right here, with queen taking central position, there's just so much by which this team can
But now there's pressure on the
dominate.
queen to make a move.
Oh, that may have been a misclick right there.
Because now the knight can challenge the queen if they so choose to.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if that's actually what the call is. Of course, you have that other side of the coin, right? The fighting game element here. But that should be, in traditional chess, an attempted take.
But there's multiple pieces that the Shogun can attack here. They can either go for the bishop versus bishop, which would be her versus Chris G. Or you can go for the knight versus the queen and try to whittle that piece down and just straight up beat it.
Yeah, both sides with very interesting board position right now. Present slightly still favoring Ravens as they have the queen down center, but you look at where that bishop position is, the black bishop for the side of Shogun. There's still a possibility of getting something done here as we are going to get into our first fight here. Queen versus knight. Quickly, we got to, of course, do our button checks.
Then we got Flying Kins versus RK. So them going at it once again, not in Fortnite, but...
Very different battlegrounds, we will say that right now.
All right, so doing a button check. So traditionally, I don't see a lot of people change too much, but they call it a button check so that the fight can start immediately. Because the fight can start before you even plug your controller in, before you even get a chance to sit down. We've seen that happen once or twice.
Right, we see a very similar position to what we saw earlier, right? RK with Arbiter over the shoulder, giving that advice. And this is that queen showing just how much strength that they have. Just constant juggles on Oki. Not a whole lot coming through for the knight, who's just trying to jab. Big counter hit. Knocked towards the corner now, and this is the full blender.
Oh, nice grab there into the super. Doing a good chunk of damage there.
Ooh, and this is great on knockdown. The knight bringing it right back. That being said, we do see one more combo wall splat happening at only one segment of health left. This should be enough to just put them away. Need one more counter hit off the jab. Will finally get it, but honestly, good effort being put in here by RK to get this queen weak.
Yeah, get the queen weak, and the queen has to go through two characters. One of them will be having an assist. So maybe if you, and now you put yourself in a position where, you can challenge.
King's in peril here. I think has to go for the coverage here. Could also try to walk the queen up and go for the take. I think that might be smarter.
But maybe attack the knight with your queen, or the bishop with your queen, instead of using your king here, right? You don't want your king in too many engagements necessarily.
Yeah, instead Shogun can try to play this passively. I actually don't think this is a terrible call. This is a really deep shunt by the queen. But we saw that even though this is in traditional chess in an advantageous position, this is just a take for the king.
No matter what, the king has to fight somebody.
Yep.
So they rather fight the king.
I think you take this queen fight.
Raven, yeah. With the queen's at lower health.
Yep.
So
it's so weird trying to consider this in line with traditional chess. As someone who comes from a Go background, it is the better game overall, you know? I still have some amount of hours in chess when I was a kid. And, openings and board position are a whole lot different here than what you would see just because there's this capacity for a comeback, quote-unquote,
right, like,
versus the very binary.
People try to do, like, Scholar Mate and stuff like that early, but... like they are alive. So let's see how much if Raven, because Raven did actually beat
Ooh, big
Raven
counter
did
hit.
beat Flying Kitten earlier in Tekken, and is he able to take him out? Flying Kitten doesn't have much health.
Oh my goodness.
He's able to take him out without much health loss there.
Yeah, that's really big, actually. Queen off the board, you're now actually in a pretty decent resource
With your
advantage
Queen
here
fully health, but
for Shogun. I think that you just fight again on King.
so this will be Bishop, which will be hers. If he chooses to take this fight, you have to be careful here because you have some pawn play that could potentially happen.
Yeah, I don't like how far forward they're walking here. I think that you're actually in a better position by pushing King all the way to the outside. There's a lot less that this Rook can do because you can't open up that far side lane very much. And because that's the case, you can either play passively and buy time by walking the King back during a later point in this game, but right now you have that double encroachment of both pawns trying to pincer in the Orange King for
Well,
Shogun.
the only place the Orange King can go is diagonally left without taking some kind of fight, because you have the Bishop there blocking those diagonals. So really, in front of the other pawns, the only place you can really go without, if you don't want to actually. Yeah.
I think that you just use this tempo advantage to queen take onto the bishop here. Instead, Shogun can try to play positionally again. I guess I'm not seeing what the value of this call is versus
So
just getting
if
this
I'm the
bishop off the
Ravens,
board.
I'm moving that pawn that's onto the right of the king, move it up one.
Yep.
Force them to take position, but let's see if that's what they opt to do. Or they're trying to force an engagement with the with the king here. King only lost 50 health that last fight.
I think the diagonal back is the right call. Still very difficult for the side of Ravens
But the knight
to
can
directly
move.
encroach.
The knight can still.
Yeah, but the knight gets put into an awkward position if I.
Well, the knight can
I'm not
still attack the
mistaken.
king.
Yeah, but he can't really without losing the fight, no?
Depends on how good. And that's the thing. How good is this knight?
Yeah, I guess that's the question, right?
And the knight has. The king has an assist too, which is something that you really have to think about. Now, you think about that in regular chess, right? You think about having pieces protect other pieces, but looks like Raven's doing a good job. He's at full health because he only lost 50 health against Flying Kitten. And using that, I want to say that almost like projectile that's traveling on the ground to cover his approach.
Just feels like right now there's a lot of limited offense options available for this knight who is about to get perfected here by the king. Good job finally getting in, and once he gets going, the wake-up potential is very strong coming out of this blue side, so Ravens could have a chance to get a lot of significant damage
But they
in.
did damage, that's the point. They did enough damage that he's not going to just recover it.
Yep.
Because that's what happened, right? Flying Kittens put damage on, but like it didn't matter. Why? Because Flying Kittens only put 50 out. Now you get into that position that you're losing a lot of pivotal pieces here.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering why we aren't seeing queen mobilization on the side of Shogun all that much.
It's interesting that we're not, but at the same time, they haven't really needed it so much. The king's done such a good job of protecting himself. Or actually just taking out somebody on the other side. So right here, the bishop is fine. That's Chris G. Let's see if Chris G is able to. Now he's gonna have to be able to choose between which rook he wants to assist. But if Chris G is able to take out, let's see, who is the knight on that side? Koza. If he's able to take out Koza, that's both of the knights gone. That's a lot less positions they have to attack the king from. And the king is still relatively healthy, right? With the way Raven's playing, I feel like Raven could beat most of the people on that team without.
Yeah. It does kind of feel like after what felt like an awkward opening, Shogun have really clawed it back just by getting better fights. And even if they are playing reactively, it doesn't seem to matter quite as much as you would expect in a regular game of chess. Being pushed and pulled across the board, if you have solid play in these fights, is not necessarily a terrible thing. That being said, Chris G struggling a little bit right now, kind of caught out in this classic Knight blender. You get first knockdown on this character, and all of a sudden things just kind of fall
Well,
apart.
here's the thing is, I think there was some kind of tech issue or something along those lines.
This is not what Chris G classic 2D fighting game play looks like. This is him getting absolutely clobbered.
This is me playing a 2D. There had to be some kind of issue. Maybe they didn't call a button check. Which that was a big save for the Ravens, because now you took one of their pivotal pieces.
Notably, you look at the timers on the board, by the way, there's just so much more time available for Ravens over the side of Shogun.
Yeah, no, definitely, but this is a very awkward board position for both teams. If I had to say it, so we have a pause. I'm curious to see what the reason for that is. But there's about 4.5 minutes left in this half, with Need for Speed being the next game, being on the console PC 4-minute setup. So chances are, unless the team calls a timeout, which in this instance I'd only see it being the Ravens calling a timeout, which I don't see it happening just because everybody right now is playing checkmate, so I can't imagine they have the game set up. But you was talking about queen mobilization. We see that with the king being assist.
Yeah, this is what I've been looking for a while now, attempting to get in there, open up the board by taking down this bishop. By knocking away this material advantage, Shogun could really just begin to cascade this map in their favor, because the queen is going to be crucial, I think, to trying to get a rapid mate or something like that. And given the timers on the clock, I think that that's what they have to go for. That being said, we're once again getting a situation where the lesser piece seems to be dominating. Great blitz opening here for the bishop out of Ravens, which is being controlled by Herb right now. And this could just be a disaster, an overextension. This could be why we saw such passivity out of this piece from earlier.
Well, so the interesting thing to really think about is that if you're the bishop, knight, or rook, you get to control two pieces, right? So we are going to assume that Chris G is the best fighter on the team. Like, that's without doubt, right? So imagine he's not controlling the queen. Just based on based on a simple, we're going to assume that he's not controlling the queen, based on the simple fact that if you control the queen, you only get one piece, right? And maybe he wants more pieces to play around with. Obviously, you put Raven on the king, somebody who can play fighting games a bit, because you don't want to play that gambit of, oh, well, if they attack our king, we just lose, right? You still want a fighting game player on that. But having Raven and Chris G gives you that flexibility of, okay, hey, I can go ahead and put Chris G on not the king and have him play two pieces. So let's see what they decide to do here.
A little bit of a shuffling play, moving the rook into an open lane, pretty far away from any real encroachment that they could take due to pawn position being so defensive right now for Ravens on the far side of the board. So we are just going to get more of the ring around the king on the Shogun side.
Well, the good thing is, if by moving that king there, you have so it's an interesting decision for the Ravens to make, right? Because now, do they move the rook down? Because if they move the rook down to try to challenge it, now the bishop can't. Sorry, now the bishop doesn't have an assist, but now moving it there, now they have the rook assist for the bishop. So let's see what I Am Herb is able to do here versus Raven.
Dive kick going to be called out in the air, forcing the break early in this one. Immediate jump in. Once again, high blocked. Good stuff. He coming out of Raven onto this king to try to keep himself alive. Unfortunately, he's been opened up, forcing the break in return.
All right, Herb doing a good job here. Let's see if he's able to finish this off. Only 100 roughly health left.
Assist coming in.
Covering the jump there. And that should be it.
Wow.
Checkmate. And the Ravens, like I said, aggressiveness, right? Like, we don't care how many pieces it takes us to take down this king. The object of the game is to take down the king, and that's what we're going to do.
I got to sink my teeth into this game, but right now, I think that the outcome of this matchup is giving me the impression that people shouldn't just rely on the double piece advantage for strong fighting game players. I think you need someone strong on the queen, and you need to mobilize that queen and get more value out of it, because the tools that she has in the actual fight is really valuable, but beyond that, the value that she has in playing aggressive early could be enough to put one team over the edge. This time around, neither queen got much value.
It looks like it is a timeout for the Ravens. Now, goes into what the Ravens like to do. They want to play as many games as possible. So it makes sense, right? They probably already had Need for Speed set up. The second a piece goes out, like fully, okay, you're playing the nights are all gone. Go ahead and start loading up Need for Speed on every console.
Yep. And so they're going to try to get that in this half. And with the timeout, I believe that we are going to get there. This is going to be the definitive final game of the half, though.
But the little fun thing that could happen is, imagine if the Shoguns weren't setting this game up, expecting Checkmate Showdown to be the last game.
Because it got close to it being the last game. Without the timeout, it certainly would be.
Now you put yourself in a position where, oh, shoot, we didn't set this game up. Now, do we forfeit or do we use the last timeout?
Well, a forfeit here would be backbreaking, because you get to that mythical 10-3 milestone to see whether or not we're actually going to be getting the 20-6 call that Ravens made during that interview at the beginning of this match.
And whether the score ends up being after this game 10-3 or 9-4, that's still 5 to 7 point difference.
It's a massive swing at this point.
And if you get to 7, you can't catch up on 7 games and a half. 9.5 in a hour. So you have to be on your P's and Q's. Now, the beneficial part for the Shoguns is the next setup is their setup. So you have all of the half time to set this game up. If I'm there, I'm setting whatever game up next and then going out.
Absolutely. Let's see what the call is going to be. Ravens are ready. Shoguns, maybe not so much, may still be in the scramble.
All right, so Ravens being more aggressive type players. I wonder if they're going to go for cops here, or if they're playing races, or if they're going to choose map. Or Dolo is most wanted, so Ravens did choose cops here.
That's surprising. I feel that oftentimes this game can be very racers or robbers sided. So Ravens must certainly have the coordination that oftentimes I see to be lacking in this game coming through, and given that this is another racer, I have faith that they're going to be able to make the most of the situation.
So the other thing to think about is like you said, teamwork. So yesterday we saw a Need for Speed game that the cops, once we load into the game and got into it, the cops were on that player almost immediately. So normally it takes a little bit of time to catch up.
Yeah, usually.
You're hoping that your teammates are keeping the most wanted safe. The most wanted got crashed out by 2, and then the third was on them immediately.
Well, Lumina Rush is going to be the first game of the second half, but we are here diving into the game. And I believe that we're actually in Dolo's perspective right now, driving that Porsche as the most wanted.
Yep, driving it nighttime. So, curious to see. Not a lot of cars coming as of yet.
And this is the dynamic out of the most wanted. If you could get out to a really solid lead early and not give it away by getting into a wreck, by losing top speed, it's very much that same dynamic that we were seeing in F1 where you're home free, you have to care about less variables than, say, the cops who are currently in the rearview mirror do, where they have to overtake people, they have to contend with the person-on-person action. Right now, Dolo is just trying to break away.
And he has one teammate right behind him. And he has, looks like the cops weren't too far behind him. Check on the minimap and in his rearview mirror.
All right, well, here's the barricade. Looking for the opening. We'll be able to find it.
Good job doing going straight through the roadblock. But it looks like the cops are telling him, doing a good job. I don't know who that is behind him, but he put out spikes. That's the first. This puts perspective how quick the game was yesterday. We didn't see any util used. All right, so Dolo's doing a good job. And maybe Dolo's the person that they want on Most Wanted.
Yeah, Dolo's doing an incredibly good job keeping
you hear the
control. A little bit of a
communication.
fishtail going into the tunnel. Will be able to recover a bit of frontal damage, but not anything that is going to cause him to fall behind. And so he's beginning to lose these cops.
You see one cop still in the rear view. If he's able to spike strip them, get them out of the way. But he has one on him.
On the side, ooh, that is going to be a huge hit right into a crash, and that's going to be it.
By a random car, too. That wasn't even by a cop, I don't believe.
And this should be enough to just box him in. Usually when the cops get to this position, it's all over. Ravens looking to make it to the 10-3 half.
He took some damage there, but the big part about that, and they busted one of his teammates. The big part about that is you not only busted one of his teammates, but you allowed other people to have time to catch up.
Oh, and you can see that handling not quite what it used to be.
Actually, 2 of his teammates are DNF. So it's just him and one other person.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be enough for them to take it over. Flying Kittens, big push ahead, looking for the stop, and Dolo's in a tough position. That is going to be Flying Kittens crashing here, and we do see Dolo escaping to the distance, but there's still 2 cops on his trail.
Yeah, 2 cops hot on his trail. A lot of damage done, but there's a lot of damage also done to this cop. It looks like he just got his system jammed. He's down to probably roughly 40% of his health.
No.
That's what you can't do. You already took enough damage. You can't be running into oncoming traffic here. So he's going into turbo. So they're EMPing him on a relatively straight. I don't believe he can dodge this.
Yeah, not with this tunnel here.
Yeah.
Nowhere for him to go. That's going to drop the turbo system. Cops very much hot onto the tail.
And he only has one more resource left. He only has one more jammer left.
That being said, Dolo is keeping the faith here, doing a surprisingly good job, even when down immense amounts of resources here.
But his health is low. A few more EMP.
And we see another one locked on here. Once again, open road, very difficult for him to break this. And there's just so many people in the black and white on top of him now. And that's going to be enough for the Ravens to move up to a 10-3 half. Well on the way to the called shot.
Well, yeah, well done waiting for Wonku predicted shot. But the Shogun still have games that they feel comfortable, right?
This
they
is
feel
true.
comfortable in Street Fighter. Fortnite, right? The finals, I know they feel confident in. So we are going to see after halftime if the Shoguns are able to make it a competitive game like last time, or are they going to fall to the wayside and play like their 0-5 record?
Well, let's see what's going to happen really quick after this break. We have Lumina Rush coming up after the half. This is going to be one that I think is relatively evenly balanced between the two of them.
They both came out of this with even lineups for reset, so we are going to catch you after half.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Bro. Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there, and they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Once you check.
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so that's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like
Like game master calls.
We was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
We never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season.
That's how it
What is the call?
the DNF for the click.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
So wait, Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have done, you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting, aiming, and specialty.
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say the third with his coaching tomorrow?
Look, he's going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hyped, bro. Get hyped.
Yeah,
come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Aiden.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, we got it in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught jiu-jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from jiu-jitsu what they need from jiu-jitsu. Gracie bully proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2. Safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, jiu-jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because jiu-jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. Yes. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu.
But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night. You can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back, and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to UEL for the second half of our matchup between the Ravens and Shogun. I'm Nyarko. I am here with Rex once again, and we are about to dive into some very interesting action in the form of Lumina Rush. But before we get into that game, I think we got to talk about what the current standings are looking like. I got to say, it is utter domination coming out of Ravens in that first half, Rex.
Ravens have came out. It was close at first, right? I think it was like 1-1, 2-2, 3-3. And then after the 3-3, the Ravens just kind of went out to like a 7. Went on a 7-game win streak, and just kind of never looked back. Now, Lumina Rush, a game that should be relatively quick. shouldn't take too much time. It is a speed running game, of course, a racing game. So hopefully the Shoguns are able to, with a full lineup, really do what they need to do, get this win, and start stacking that momentum, right? But I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about them fully the chances. You need Street Fighter. You need Fortnite's a game that they say they want, so I'm gonna trust their confidence in that. What do you think the Shoguns really need to do to lock in here?
That's the tough thing right now, Rex, because we're talking about individual games that they could be strong at. I don't know if right now there are 7 games on the board that Shoguns definitively win over Ravens. And that's just to tie the series up. If more go the way of Ravens right now, it could just be the case that they not only establish a gap that Shogun will be unable to come back from, but they, in fact, get to a point where they have a name-making matchup here. If Shogun go down to 0-6, they're out for the season, basically. Ravens, meanwhile, are still in the thick of it, and a 4-2 dot on the record with such a dominant performance here, given how momentum-based we've talked about them being, could be enough for them to rock to the moon in the next week.
I mean, because this game is pivotal for both teams, right? Because the Ravens can move to 4-2. They don't want to drop to 3-3, especially with the Blaze coming up. Like, in terms of the Blaze doing better. The S guys are still the standard in this conference. We have the bots still doing their thing. They can't afford to drop this game. But winning this game will give them a good record. It will give them. They will be they will have swept the Shoguns, which makes them at least 2-0 in their division. I'm not sure what the other team in the division is, but this gives them a good chance, especially since they beat the boss earlier, right? They have a good head-to-head record within their conference.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shogun don't have a good head-to-head record against anyone right now.
Yeah.
And so we go back to this theme that we were talking about of development and growth. And we saw a pretty mature mindset coming out from RK early on, kind of cushioning that impact, perhaps losing this, but still being able to grow as a team, maturely going through their past games or past losses, VOD review, look for better angles in the future. And I hope that they bring that attitude to future matches. But here and now, this is an incredibly difficult mountain to come back and climb towards. Because right now, it just kind of feels like Ravens have gotten over some of the games that could have been problematic for them, and they've passed with flying colors. Now, we've talked about fighting games as being things that are inevitabilities for Shogun, but so far, Ravens have even proven that that's not the case, right? What a showing there in Tekken now to KIC and company.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the next game, Lumina Rush, we see KIC, Flying Kings, and Koza going in. And on the opposite side, we have Arbiter, Raven, and RK. And it seems like a lot of times, Dolo and Christy are the people left. Once again, I'll say the game that they probably want, MK. MK might be the best game for them right now. Well, obviously Street Fighter as well. But they really need to play these lineups, right? If I'm the Ravens, I'm full sending every lineup. And if you win the next game, oh well, right? I'll trade a game for game at this point.
Oh yeah.
Because that's 2 games. That's probably 20 minutes you waste at least. And the longer the game goes on, and the less pressure it is on the Ravens, the more pressure it is on the Shogun.
So, Rex, my question for you as someone who's a little bit of a UEL historian is, has this kind of comeback happened in the past?
Yes, actually against the Ravens. I want to say they were 8 down versus the Reapers. And also, when I say the Reapers, I mean this was the Reapers before Tech Time Out. Okay, so this was the Reapers before they won their first championship. It was, I forget the exact score, but the Reapers were down like 7 or 8 at halftime and came back and beat the Ravens by 1. So there is precedence for the Ravens losing a game that they were up by a lot at. Different level of talent, I want to say, though, between the Shoguns and the Reapers. There's a much bigger stark comparison if you want to look at it. But comebacks have happened before of this magnitude.
Okay, so it is possible. There is something on the history books that sets a precedent for Shogun to make it back, but you are talking a little bit about that difference in ability, difference in talent that maybe exists right now, and that combined with the fact that Ravens are all smiles coming on in, while Shogun are very much just desperately trying to find a way out of their current situation, speaks to me that if over the course of the next 1 to 2, maybe 3 games, Ravens just go back to back to back, I think that this is locked up. There's no real way that Shogun can bring this one back, and then it's a matter of just trying to fight for honor and not get to the called shots that we were seeing earlier. I don't know, man. I really wish that I had a more coherent game plan to pass along to Shogun right now because I want this to be a competitive series. But to your earlier question, right now, Rex, it's looking like this is just already on lock at the halfway point.
The Shoguns, in my opinion, they need to just play mistake-free. That should be your goal. Play mistake-free, and then see where that takes you. Because
Yeah.
you can, at this point, you're relying on the will. You never want to be in a position where you're relying on the will to roll the game you want. But at this point, you put yourself in a position. So play mistake-free. Make sure you get into your game, and then see where it goes. You can only control so much, right? Don't worry about what you can't control. Worry about what you can. And what you can control is how well you play in each individual game and how well you set up and manage yourself.
Yeah, and when you're talking about mistake-free, you're talking about the setups as well, of course. That is one of the things that is under control. It is something that Shogun has been unable to control for their side throughout the course of this one. Already down to 2 timeouts. That is giving them some amount of hope in the second half, as this is the bar that we set for them after several emergencies back-to-back right there at the very beginning of the series. But, well, I'm a little bit afraid for their overall ability to just bring through all the elements necessary to really be ultimate end gamers at this point in the series. Now, in the future, I think they're on the right path, but to take a step forward or two, you're going to get blisters, right? And right now, I think Ravens have this one, but things could turn around, and perhaps in terms of being a momentum-based team, Ravens could also just crash out epically here, but it needs to start now. It needs to start with Lumina Rush. Technical timeout, and back to wind down here. 10 seconds left on the clock on that
And the
front.
other thing that the Shoguns are kind of doing, so the Shoguns as an organization and individual players, at this point, if you lose this match, you're advertising yourself, right?
Yeah.
If you're a Shoguns player, you're advertising yourself for other teams or potentially to stay on the same team. And if you're the Shoguns, you're advertising yourself for future prospects, right? You want free agents to come to you. So how do you do that? You show that there's some kind of growth, some kind of game plan, right? Because if the Shoguns keep putting out the poor performances they do in terms of setup, in terms of everything else, it's going to be hard to attract quality free agents. So you need to start showing teams that leadership, that like some of these people that we're keeping, right? Like that, hey, I want to play with Chris G, and Chris G's shown to be somebody that can adapt to UEL. Dolo, right? You want to show that you're a favorable spot, because that's how you grow, right? I don't think that the Shogun, there's talent there, but I don't think the talent is enough to take them to where they want to go. So I think you're going to have to bring in some more people at some point. So it looks like we are starting here. We have watching KIC, and we have Fortnite. So
Okay.
we get to see that. So hopefully they have that set up on start setting it up on some of the ones. It looks like we're starting off at one of the very early maps. So we've had 3 people finish so far. Hopefully on a map that's this simple, we have a few more people get through. Because this is, like I said, one of the very beginning maps. We're having the person on the right struggle a little bit. Took him about 15 seconds. Whoever's at the top, the rest of the team really isn't doing them any favors here.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Right now, the POV of Raven that we're seeing is kind of outdoing the Ravens, specifically with KIC.
But
playing
now
here,
we see somebody else finishing. We see the second and third place, second place being fought for back and forth here.
Yeah, and we're beginning to see that muscle memory locked in. There's the end of it. Pizza Man at the very top there. I'm not sure who that's supposed
Shogun.
to be.
Somebody didn't change their name. But we see Flying King, KIC. Yep.
Yeah, Arbiter right there, middle of the pack. So I think that is, in fact, Raven as Pizza Man there, if I'm not mistaken.
Flying Kittens was blue, so the rest of the team should be blue. So whoever's on that count is from under Shogun. So, yeah, it might be Raven to play again.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that all averages out at the end of the day, as right there, it looks like a pretty interesting stack where top and bottom places were both taken up by the red team. But we are going to re-queue back into a lobby, go for round number 2.
And maybe we'll see something a little bit more advanced in terms of the map that we chose. Like I said, first one. So we're going to 3-6 here. feels like we're going to see a lot less people finish. Like maybe 3 people, maybe. Because we saw that like certain people were struggling on the first one, and maybe they just kept resetting to try to get the best time that they possibly could on one run.
They didn't make it 3 versus 3.
Absolutely. Well, we got connection already set up here for Ravenside. Looking in once again at the KIC POV. May have shifted back out of that map, actually. So we're going to see what the selection is going to be.
It definitely so. I think there might have been some kind of connection error.
Yeah, this is taking a little bit longer than you would expect for Lumina Rush. Hopefully this is, once again, not something that is falling to the fault of players on either one of these teams, as it would be tough to start the half off in this way, especially given that you have all this time to prep your setup beforehand. But we're seeing Raven have to go off the screen. Look like he's talking to somebody over the back of the monitor right
Might
now.
be talking to the game master.
It does look like it is, in fact, a connection issue, because he has been in the right lobby. Raven just saying, can't seem to get in. Doesn't really know what the problem is, and you see right there on the screen. Can't connect. Failed to join.
So we're going to see what happens here in a minute.
And so in many cases, working as GM is a very difficult job, by the way. So we commend every single person who's volunteering their time to work in that capacity at UEL, or the referees or GM, making sure that not only you're trying to adjudicate evenly, but also playing a little bit of detective, right? Trying to figure out who's at fault, what the problem is oftentimes a very demanding aspect of the job. And we're kind of seeing that here.
Different games.
Yep, exactly. Knowing all those in and out, right? We see the expectation on the players, but knowing them to an even deeper level as the GM to be able to make rulings is quite impressive. Now, we do finally seem to see Raven accessing the map alongside another one of his teammates here, but still waiting on a third. I believe that it is Arbiter who's still missing.
Yes, Arbiter. Yes, good eyesight. That is Arbiter that we're missing. Might have some tech issues. But have you what do you think about this game in general? This are you a speedrunner? Have you ever really done speedrunning type?
I speedrun only really bad games, and Lumina Rush is not is too simple in terms of the kinds of speedruns I enjoy, but at the same time, that means it is a very clean, very fluid game that is really, really fun to play. But no, I like broken dog water games that were made in like 5 minutes by someone trying to get an asset flip on Steam done so they can make a bit of money. No, I have the current world record in Parkour Master, which is a game that uses the Mirror's Edge physics and mechanics, but it's done with a horrible asset flip, and it's really badly made. And I also have the world record in DNF Duels arcade mode, actually, as a launcher. Yep. Mostly because I discovered that you could infinitely cause the AI to break if you play launcher, and you do light attack into your rockets, and then just pin them into the corner, and you just bazooka them to death. And it works for every single character, including Final Boss.
All right, so here we go. We have them going back to 3-6. Oh, this KIC. Well, I was gonna say he was moving pretty quick there, but all right.
Getting past both death zones to start things off. Gets the wall jump. Can't quite lock towards the corner though, so has to start. It's very, very tough to get to a point where you feel like all your momentum doesn't go away in an instant. KIC trying to save it. Can't quite get over to the corner there. Gonna have to go for the reset. In fact, adjusting the controls in the middle of this game, that's not something you want to see. That being said, Raven also kind of struggling to get past this first section. A little bit too close on that.
But the blue team also looks like all of KIC's team members have finished except for him. So this is optimal. If the Ravens are the only team to finish this map, that's a lot of time added on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Raven still struggling, but even if KIC is really lagging behind everybody else, fact of the matter is that is a huge stack. Flying Kittens and Koza above everybody else. And that is all DNFs on the side of Shogun. Heartbreak for sure.
It certainly is. I mean, was that a forfeit or?
Yeah,
but either way, we'll see what they opt to do here, because you can't really afford to lose time on a losing game. Especially we got about 8 minutes into this half. You're gonna potentially go down 8 here.
Yeah, at that rate, we're really looking at 12 games being played in total, maybe 13 to mirror this side. I mean, that'd be perfect amount of time to go for the 20-6.
Yeah. How they're playing right now, I'm not sure if the Ravens want to lose 3 more games. Oh, so that happens. You see that keyboard? That happens when you don't have Steam closed. So
This is another one of the simpler levels, though. KIC finally going to get there, trailing behind Raven once again. It does ultimately seem like KIC is the weakest player for the side of Ravens in this game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's doing too much to bring his team behind.
But it looks like RK might be the person that's not finishing it. He might be on the O to the L account. Everybody finishing, but another one of those situations where you have Raven up there in point, but his team is kind of you have, which I imagine is RK at the very bottom. You need him to start pulling his weight a little bit, just because they already are at a deficit because of that second map.
Okay, and KIC did manage to get a good time on the board there, actually, coming in second place. So we did see Raven come out on top on that Pizza Man account, or Shogun. But this is another one of those stacks where you got the top, but you also got the bottom by a pretty significant margin here.
That looks like, what, 10 seconds? 13?
Yeah, I'm looking. I thought I see like 25 seconds or something for RK, which is really behind pace.
Well, if you look at codes, I think it's 13 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So we're like 13, 12 seconds, something like that, behind the person closest to you. I mean, finishing is finishing now.
That's step one, of course.
Yeah, finishing is step one. Now you just got to do it quicker. And if I had to guess, those looks like one team is choosing to do 1- something. The other team is opting to do 3- something. I imagine the 3- something is going to be the Ravens here.
I mean, we saw that even on some of the more difficult maps, that Flying Kittens in particular is an absolute speed runner. That was an 8-second finish on the other 3- map that we saw. And look at this, KIC going to get the finish there in only 7 seconds, blazingly
and
fast
if you look at it, the top 3 scores are all Ravens.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this could easily put it away. I think right now it's already Ravens with a pretty definitive lead in total. So if one more of these maps goes totally in favor of the blue side, I think that Shoguns are looking down the barrel of an 11-3 scoreline in total.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, like, you have to have everybody finish, and everybody finish with good time. But it doesn't seem like that's...
It doesn't seem like that's the case whatsoever.
There's 10 seconds left, 8 seconds left.
Yeah, that's still 3 DNFs, by the way, for Shogun. You're getting absolutely mollywopped on this more difficult level.
And the benefit from the last time that those 3 DNFs is that KIC didn't finish. So that weakens, softens the blow a little bit, but you had KIC finish. Like, you had everybody finish from that last one.
Hearing the claps, I think that's probably the end of this game. I would imagine that it may be in Shogun's best interest, if there is another round, to just concede right now.
Yeah, because you have a total of, what, 5 DNFs as opposed to the Ravens having, what, 1?
I believe just 1.
No, 6. They have at least 6, because 3 people didn't finish on 1, 3 people didn't finish the next one. And
well,
Ravens
there it
had
is.
1 person. So
that's going to be Ravens up 11-3, man.
And Fortnite. So this is where RK really shows his stuff.
I think RK, he's talking trash. And I know that he also has that pro background. But the puffed up chest of all the Ravens players coming in this one, and the fact that it is ultimately still a team game, kind of worries me here. I love the fact that RK is going to try to spearhead his team. Will have that opportunity in the 5v5, but Flying Kittens desperately wanted to play him in this. And the fact that they are getting that opportunity when Ravens are in such an advantage means that this is a great angle by which Ravens can really just put this home. Shogun, though, if they can finally break this momentum call, still are not quite in a position where this is absolutely impossible as a comeback.
Well, so Shogun still have RK available, right? Arvis is decent enough at Fortnite. And Dolo's a shooter. I'm not sure how good of a builder he is.
Oh, yeah.
But he knows how to shoot, right? So that's the benefit. The issue on the other side is I'm looking at Blind Kitten and Wonku. Not sure how good Koza is, he seems on a younger side. So like, you know,
That's how we're judged. How zoomer a player is
Yeah.
how good they are at Fortnite. I'm down for that. I've actually never touched Fortnite. I feel that my old man bones would immediately shatter into dust if I were to touch the game. It's basically like, you know, I'm the Wicked
Sunny
Witch of the West,
boy.
and I just got water dumped on me. Yeah, I'm just gonna melt. But you know, I've had my fair share of battle royales in my day. That being said, Fortnite is just so different. It is such a vertical pathway of knowledge that is very hard to assail. That I am thinking that Ravens have a more even team in terms of their ability to play shooters versus Shogun, but having such a ringleader in the form of Arcade could be enough to make the difference.
Definitely, especially when you have at least 2 people who know how to shoot. To a certain degree. I do give this to the Ravens until Arcade shows me something.
Yep.
I want to say Flankins is going to be the best one in the building at that game.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that that is going to be a matchup for the ages. I'm very happy that we do manage to roll into Fortnite. Does it come too late for Shoguns is now the real question at hand.
Fortnite shouldn't be too long of a game.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think there's a bad time to roll it unless you... Like, I don't think the Shoguns are a momentum-based team. So, like, I don't think them winning it early is going to make the next game go better for them, right?
That's fair.
But on the opposite side, maybe if they win it early, it kind of messes with the Ravens' mental because they're a little bit more volatile team.
Yep.
But we have about a minute to get it, but it is a Ravens setup. Neither team has, crossed my fingers, have used a timeout yet this half. So maybe teams are playing a little bit cleaner. Ravens were a little bit more controlled, I feel like, about the timeout. Shogun, not so much.
That means that it's 2-2 on the timeout count. So still at the end of the day, not a whole lot of gap separating the two on that front. And outside of what we saw as a concession, I believe in one of our games earlier, Shogun haven't necessarily bled a massive resource disadvantage through their woes with setups overall. And so they're in a decent position at least to crest over on that front. Now it's just about focusing on the games itself, which, as you can see here, is still something that they are nowhere close to striking distance on just yet.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But, like, you have to keep it one game at a time, right? You win the first one, then you win the next one. Maybe you drop one, then you didn't win the next one. But we're approaching that about an hour 49 left. Ravens are ready. So if the Shoguns aren't ready, we could see a timeout come out here. But hopefully...
I was just praising them on the front of improving their timeouts. So really hoping that that's not going to be the case here, Rex. But I haven't heard any indication from their side just yet.
Nothing yet, but they should be loading in soon.
And we do have a timeout called.
But let's see if it's a tech timeout or a regular timeout. We haven't heard any call yet, so we're just going to assume it's a tech timeout.
Yeah, 2 tech timeouts back-to-back. A lot of breathing space, a lot of time to collect yourself. And I think that Arcade definitely wants to get his team on the same page moving on into this game. Fortnite's an incredibly chaotic scenario if you don't have everybody working towards the same goal. And so getting coordinated early is incredibly important. This is a time in which to do that.
Especially since the two teams are going to, every team is going to have 2 separate teams that can shoot each other. So coordinating and knowing which team is yours is the best, right? And best way to do that, the best way to play any of these games is on our sponsor PC, the SurfThing. You get to play all 33 games, great quality. It's what we use in the league.
Yep. It's what we're using on every front right here in broadcast, as well as for each one of the PCs out there being played. Whenever we have these setup woes, it is not SurfThing's fault whatsoever.
Yeah.
They are on top of it, ensuring that we are able to play even the most demanding of games at the highest spec possible for the responsiveness that is necessary to play at the level that the UEL is at.
Because I know many people who PCs can't quite run all of these games, and I just say, hey, SurfThing, go ahead and run them. But we have about 90 seconds left, and it does look like it's a tech timeout based on neither team having it. But we are getting into this now. We're probably going to be spectating Flying Kittens.
Oh, man, and look at that speed running of the menus. That is someone who has grown up suckling at the teat of Fortnite.
Well, I mean, Flying Kittens isn't that old. He is a Fortnite baby, so...
It is absurd. When I was running a college esports program down at the College of William and Mary, shout out to their program, by the way, just seeing the number of people who would like poke their head around the corner of our gaming lab and be like, hey, do you have a Fortnite team, was crazy. We really are in the Fortnite generation where even if it isn't people's main games anymore, they know the language of Fortnite, and already you see the rapidity of construction coming out of RK. As a professional player, he is the one trying to spearhead maximum value for his team right off the bat.
And they are already like there's a lot of shots coming that way. It seems like Stars changing. Oh yeah, you can't be changing your settings too much there because you still can get shot at. So
flat ground for both sides, just in this build war. Good setup here for Flying Kittens and RK. Both of them just trying to shoot this pot shots all the way across here. Here's the call. RK just trying to use these platforms as cover as he continues to approach round the corner here, looking for an angle.
And you heard Wonku calling out there. I think they want him to go. They want to go in. And you see the aggressiveness, right? You see from both sides, they're building. Here comes the build battle.
Big drop in. Good wall to set up for RK, looking for a new angle. Able to reset momentum for the time being.
Yep. And having these heals and shields to make sure that you can take every engagement with as much health. It looks like he has the high ground right now. They're just battling back and forth. I don't think we'll see what we saw yesterday where somebody fall off, but that would be interesting.
Trying to break through the top right now. RK basically just buying a ton of time for his team, causing this wild goose chase to be had. You hear the comms coming through from Ravens closer to our side, still calling to try to find RK in this mass of buildings that he has absolutely dropped upon them. Now, deep dive, trying to find an angle to multiple people here.
Still fully healthy, by the way. Like, he used some of his resources too. And as I say that, he gets hit for 125.
Yeah, he's incredibly low right now. That could be the angle. If Ravens are able to knock down this one player, they could easily get into the lead here. Flying Kittens, once again, spearheading that communication. You can see just how much he's calming right now, attempting to break through the structure. Sees an angle on someone through the floor here, going to try to break through that.
And I believe that, whoever that is, that's RK, is super low. They need to...
Oh, my goodness. And that is Flying Kittens with a called shot, able to knock out RK. And that could be enough for Ravens to just take this one in an instant. This whole structure now just completely alight with all 5 of their players just continuing to work forward here and bring this to a very end.
It looks like that was the first round win for the Ravens. And they're getting hyped. They're going...
Yeah, you could hear them over the wall. I mean, my goodness. We talked about how much RK has to be the point man for the entirety of Shoguns, but while we were focusing so much upon him getting harried by multiple members, the remnants of Ravens that were not dedicated to taking down RK were making short work of the rest of the Shogun team.
Yeah, we'll leave RK to you, Stars, and then we'll deal with everybody else. And they deal with everybody else, and then Stars is deal with RK, and it worked for them. One-on-one. So now, if you're the Shoguns, maybe you play a little bit differently. Maybe you push out together, you force a big team fight at one location or something along those lines. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a Fortnite kid. I don't know how you...
Well, it's so interesting to have a game where you are building the cover.
Yeah.
And the dynamic is that you are attempting to traverse the structures that you are currently constructing and making it as difficult for people to follow you, especially in a mode like this where you're on flat ground. No coverage, no other dynamics at hand. It is simply about clicking heads and building these towers. And right now, RK does seem to be the best at doing so. You can see his build speed versus the likes of even Flying Kittens, who's quite adept in his own right. But when it comes to the kills, unfortunately, he just cannot stick himself out there as quickly as...
And Waku's good, too. Let's not, like, get this out of perspective. Wonku is good at this, and that just helps.
All right, well, Flying Kittens is down here, but no, to your point, it's not just Flying Kittens. It's just that we are in his perspective for quite a bit of this one here, as he's been talking enough trash to ensure that the observers want to see everything that's going on in his favor. That being said, Flying Kittens is out for this round. RK staying alive in this one. Full health, still available. That being said, hasn't quite got the elevation I think he wants out of a build here. Trying to get out of what is now pretty awkward position. Has to try to toggle forward door. Is able to find the round corner. And now opening up into a window, looking for the shots.
And he's not able to get a good ground because every time he starts trying to do something, there's somebody on him, and this is without flying kittens, mind you, right? I said we're probably not going to see somebody fall. Fortunately, we did, but that's what the good thing about having good teammates is it's not all on you.
Solid high ground advantage. That was a lot of unanswered poke coming through.
And let's see, they did a lot of damage. Just need a few more shots on him. He's fighting for his life out here.
Absolutely. This is a survival horror game for RK. That being said, he knows all the mechanics. Trying to bridge across now. Looping back through his own structure on the drop down, going to stop his momentum with that fall. Getting those platforms out from under him, and in fact, getting a slight trade upon people taking pot shots at him as he descends.
And is able to almost get himself up to what, about 34 on the shield, just waiting for somebody, I guess, at this point. Trying to figure out his next move. Give himself a second to breathe because that man has been all gas.
But you can see the difference as well between someone with this pro experience versus other players. As capable as many members of Ravens are in regards to playing shooters, they are still playing on flat ground. They are playing against someone with the ultimate cover in their hands. And look at how he's able to not only use his own health as a resource, but also RK is using the house itself as a resource too, building shields in an instant by trying to construct more aspects, walls coming on out and the like.
It's just stressful right now. You can tell, right? Because and you can hear. And you hear Stars, and that is with Stars making the mistake of falling out, right? They didn't even have to play perfect to win that.
That's a rough position to be in, you know, and it comes down.
And having Wku in the lineup, that changes so much. So 12-3 right now with about an hour 40 left, and Wreckfest being the next game.
Yep, you're up 4 times the amount of your opponent, man. I don't know anymore what the angle is for Shogun, particularly with one of their stronger games, one that was specifically called out to me in the interview as something that they specialized in, coming apart at the seams. It feels as if right now it's just about saving face, saving pride, and hopefully not getting put to Waku's call of the 20-6.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, at this point, it might be worse than that. Like,
yeah, it might. We're on rate for worse than that right now.
But like I said earlier, you start advertising yourself. So one of the games, Wreckfest, right? It's well,
it's another racing game, and that's the first problem. But it is definitely one with modes that you can use to your advantage as a team that is trying to work as a whole and take away the strengths of Ravens. So try to go for probably an angle where you're just looking to crash people.
Yeah, like granted, buses aren't available anymore, but
yep.
If you don't have buses, they don't have buses. Meaning they have lighter vehicles as well.
We just go to the second heaviest vehicle, right? Second most durable.
Yeah, and I mean, there's different strategies to it. I think. Also, they're playing Crash Chain. Okay, so I think they're honestly just gonna try to race it out a little bit. But like I said, it's all about advertising yourself, preparing yourself. Wreckfest is a game that could take a little bit of time to set up. Teams have struggled with it a little bit. There's certain things that to change, certain settings, but Shogun's got 2 minutes to do this. Like I said, they want to start playing mistake-free, right? Okay, y'all lost Fortnite, right? But wasn't really a lot of technical issues with that on your behalf, right? So this is your first chance to really show, hey, we can start just playing these games, make it. Maybe you don't win, but you make the score look better, right? Like, for any of the fans of the Shoguns out there, right? Like, hey, they beat us, but they didn't beat us by 20-6. They beat us by, like, 7-18 or whatever you can do, right? Go out there, win your game, keep your mental strong because people are going to be looking at this, right? Coaches, owners, other players in the league, you don't want to put a bad performance out there. All right, but Wreckfest, if you had to race, if you were playing Wreckfest, what would you prefer method to be? Are you going to be wrecking or racing?
It's interesting. I think that in many cases they tie to one another because you lose handling as you wreck more. And so I think that I would try to keep it as contact free as possible at the very beginning of it. But once you get to the point where it feels like you can't take your lines anymore and things are getting chaotic, I think then you try to hard pivot and try to use your remaining health to take people out. Because the other dynamic is, of course, there's directional damage. People coming from different sides, things of that nature. My front will hopefully be safe throughout the majority of my wrecks. I want to be bumped from behind because I'm focusing on the racing first and foremost. And then I'm going to turn it around, headlong collision to take myself and hopefully some other people on out.
So the interesting thing about this game is it's so hard to properly practice at times.
Yeah.
Because like, if you're playing against AI, right, they may not be bumping you as much and all of these other things, right? Which means that when you're racing, you're used to playing it where you have all of your wheels, your suspension isn't messed up as much. But then you come to the UEL, and now you have to adjust, right? That's, that's one of the things about it. You have to adjust because now you're racing without your front left wheel. Now you have to turn slightly different, right? And there's so many different ways that your vehicle get messed up that the possibilities are practically endless.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really think that it's about being reactive to the given moment and the given variables. And one of the things with that in mind is that I really like the idea of having a strong strategy going into it. But right now, reactivity has been the name of the game for the Ravens. I'm looking back at Checkmate, right? That game that we got right before the halftime. And Need for Speed, I guess, jump in before that. But the thing with Checkmate Showdown that really brought Ravens into advantage was not necessarily that they had the greatest opening. It was that they were able to play super scrappily and put Shogun into situations where they had to make decisions, and oftentimes those decisions were not paying off for the Red Squad side. So here in Wreckfest, very similarly, you present a question in the form of aggression or taking a race. Shogun has to try to answer back with this decision making of, do I begin to sacrifice my health to go for those wrecks, or do I try to continue to hold the line and try to race? And I feel that if Ravens are able to get off to that jump start that we've seen in several racing games up until this point, CTR we never really got to see the end of, but F1 in particular, that was all Ravens all the time. This could be a rough one for Shogun once again. I want to think that they have hope. If they can get that momentum on their side, they could turn this entire discussion right back around, but I just haven't got the evidence that they can do so.
And one of the things you talking about, Rec, one of the things you have to do is take the opportunities when they present themselves, right? Like, so if you're driving and you see somebody turning and they're at like a high arc, they're at a very where their center of gravity seems to be off tilt, you can hit them. It's about trading damage for damage, but you can say you take 10% for that hit, right? Say if you hit somebody head on, they take 25%, you take 25%, right? But say if you hit somebody from the side, they take 20%, but you only take 5%, right? It's about finding those uneven trades in your favor, right? There's going to be uneven trades because there's going to be times where the center of gravity and things of that nature are going to be different, right? It's like almost like a pit maneuver and when like cops pull off or like where you hit them at a certain angle, you hit them in a certain way, and it messes them up more than what you normally would. You have to react to see what those places are.
Yeah, we do have another timeout fired out here, but I believe that this is once again just a technical one.
Yeah.
As you said, this is a difficult game to get set up, but also things outside of that control could obviously come to pass. So it looks like everybody's about to get ready for this one, and the wheel is a spinning. We got FC24 next.
All right, and this is one of the ones, right? So you see how on the higher side, if you're able to get people like on some of these turns, if they're taking some of these wide turns, you can potentially get them like try to go for like the back tire, things of that nature. Especially if you see somebody has a lot of damage at one particular spot, it's kind of feed off of that. But right here, if you're able to get somebody while they're in the air and kind of tip them over, that's something else you can kind of do.
And I love this little shove that we see out of KIC, trying to shove one of the members of Shoguns towards that center of the circular turn. That is going to take a lot of time because it requires a full break and a full hard turn in order to get back on track. And already, I think we're seeing the Ravens, for the most part, push up and start threatening the lead that is currently being established by the Shoguns.
So it looks like there's already somebody super low on the Shogun. But the other thing, and that might be that person right there, the other thing to really look at, think about, is say is that the longer this race goes on, the more things that are on the track, right? Like you start off, there's no obstacles on this, right? But as people start dying, people start crashing out. They stay where they crash out, and now you have more obstacles. Now, see here, you have the brake damage. It's gonna be harder, obviously, to brake. You have to be a little bit more reactive here.
3 DNFs already stacked up, and those are, I believe, all actually on the side of Shogun. So Ravens are just kind of dominating right now. Only person still in it is Dolo, who's currently holding on to 3rd place. But this means that you can start really pack racing, and Ravens can put this one away.
And then the other thing to think about, if their suspension is oh, that could have ended it. But if the suspension is damaged, a lot of times when you go up those jumps, you can take small little bit of tick damage when you fall back because you don't have a good suspension, which is a little thing to think about, right? Like, so if your suspension is damaged, you have to take this a little bit slower in other places too.
Yeah, Dolo's in rough shape, and there we see him take it out while in the air. You talked about this dynamic before, Rex, and that is going to be enough for Ravens to take this race, I believe.
No, looks like he's still, but at this point, you're not going to win based off of damage. So what you have to do here, if you're Dolo, is you have to hope that they take each other out. You have to kind of maneuver and hope, but...
Well, no hope on that front. That's another DNF, and that's enough to eliminate the Shoguns in that game. So one more going the way of Ravens. You're going to set themselves up for what is... I was going to say 4 times the count, but now we're moving past that. We're going to see how many times Ravens will be able to lap Shogun. Hopefully things will stop at FC24.
So here's the thing. I don't favor the Shoguns in this game either.
Yeah.
So I say this because I don't know how much time Chris D has put into it. I don't think FC was one of Dolo's stronger games, but I'm less worried. It's not them that's the reason I think they're going to lose. It's just who's on the other side. So you have I Am Herb and Wonku, right? So before, this was probably one of their preferred FC lineup, and they play amazing offense. So we talk about duos in the league and what we've had. I Am Herb and Wonku is definitely one to be looked at, especially in something like FC.
Well, we still have the chance at a lot of fighting games on the board at this point. I think that we're about to hit one on the roll, but it's coming, once again, incredibly late on in this game. Ravens are just absolutely clobbering Shogun on every single front. And if you're saying what I think you're saying here, this is another one that's going to go their way. A 14-3 count is basically enough to where Ravens can just concede whatever games they so desire and be fine.
Well, if you look at it, right, so there's 90 minutes left in this match. The Shogun have to win 10 games. That means you have to win a game every 9 minutes. That's not including setup timer. So it brings it down to 7 minutes at the best if the Ravens really want to play us out without the Ravens winning any game. Consider it. I do think the Shoguns, there's a pathway for them to win, and that involves the Ravens messing up on their end.
You talked about before, though, Rex, that the dynamic you want to see out of Shogun is that you want them to play in control of the things that they can't control. Hoping and praying for a mistake out of the other team is such a rough way to go about things.
You have to, you don't want to have to prey on their downfall. You want to be able to set the tone yourself. So we have setup time. Looks like it's up. Hopefully, somebody was setting it up as you like. I don't know if anybody in the Ravens DNF'd out of Wreckfest, but if they did, I would have hoped that they would have gone down. And maybe that's not something they would have thought about. Or maybe, I believe Vape is here as their GM today. Maybe he was setting it up. It's a timeout Shogun.
Okay. So the same woes beginning to hit. Now, that being said, it is one timeout about halfway through this first hour. You get an hour through, and you have a timeout at about the 30-minute mark as we tick down. That's perfectly fine. It is okay for them to use it here, but I kind of wish that we see Shoguns being able to use their timeouts in a strategic manner rather than as a means of survival.
Well, yeah, you want to use the timeout to stop the clock and help you start to catch up, right? You don't want to use it because, so if you use it at the start of a setup timer, right, it stops the clock, the game clock is stopped, right? You don't have to worry about it. But you let the time run all the way down and then use the timeout. You wasted the setup timer plus you wasted the timeout.
Yeah, and you think about the dynamic that we saw out of Ravens. One of the timeouts that they burned was so that we could get Need for Speed in before the halftime mark. And if you think about it in terms of a resource management, that is a utilization of a timeout that cascades into a victory. That is a full game win that was guaranteed by the timeout that you may not have gotten elsewhere. Shogun, on the other hand, have to use their timeouts just to have the chance to play a game, to have the privilege of jamming versus Ravens. And so far, every single time they've used it, they have also lost.
And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the timeouts they've used have been on Ravens setup. And that's not necessarily a good look because we know they were out of the race. They were out of Wreckfest relatively quickly. Arbiter, I think, was out within like the first 30 seconds.
Yep.
So, hey, I'm out. I don't really have a use anymore during this game. Let me go down there and do what I can in FC.
Well, we are going to get into the game finally, so we will, in fact, be getting the full FC matchup here. Spinning the wheel, Lethal League Blaze. Now, this one straddles the line between a sports game, of course, and a fighting game. It has a lot of those dynamics that could favor someone like Chris G. Do you think Shogun could finally bring it back here?
I think, but I don't think Chris D goes in there. I think it's Arbiter and somebody else, if I had to. But so we have, it looks like they're both going to be playing PS. Oh, no. They're not both playing PSG. But white jersey is going to be Chris G and Dolo, which is a Shogun. And the other side is going to be, the blue jersey is going to be Ravens. But Herbie's going to be red, and Wonku is going to be blue.
All right, well, there's a lot on the line with this one. Even though the lead has well and truly passed Shogun by, I would love to see them finally in a game that is slightly more even-grounded, get a win over to that red side so that we're at least semi-competitive going deeper onto the second half. Another thing that is, I think, really pressuring this team is the fact that it feels like right now Shogun are getting a much lower game hit rate due to all of these delays and just in general, things being a little bit slower in the second half. They may not have the volume of games to catch back up.
No, it's hard because you have to, after this game, if you win, you still have to win 9 more games just to tie it back up. But they are getting in. Like I said, blue jerseys are Ravens. White jerseys, real quick, are Shoguns. Herbert's going to be the one with the red, and Wonku's going to be blue.
I'm going to be real. I think those triangles are a little bit too difficult for me to parse right now. I'm too colorblind for this one here, Rex, but let's see.
Let's see. We'll get this update in a second. I want to say, I think we might have it. I'll check in a second. But it looks like if the colors are correct, the Ravens will be in the white jerseys because you see the blue indicator above them and the red one. Those are Herb and Wonku. So we'll get an update in a second. But based on how they're moving it, I will say that white jerseys do look like they're the Ravens.
Well, if that is the case, that is already the Ravens opening up with the score on their side. Playing Mbappe here, jamming Paris SG. I think that's a good call. PSG, obviously. A lot of presence in the world of esports as well. Shoutouts to their performance at Worlds and League of Legends time and time again. But here and now, they may be enough to bring Ravens to victory in yet another matchup. Deep fight near the goal right now.
So the difference now with how we play FIFA or FC is either first to 5 or is the first after the first period or first half, I should say. And it looks like the Ravens is going to, looks like the Ravens might have a chance of ending this game relatively quickly. Like we said earlier, Ravens like to play aggressive. Putting up the, I don't want to say goalie because we don't really play true goalies, but moving up the furthest defender.
And that was a
really
very high-speed shot. Great pass and great fluency, balancing between both of these players. But it looks like for the time being, Shogun will be able to stabilize and pick up a point in return. 2-1 count in favor of Ravens right now.
So yellow indicator above the head is Chris D. Pink is Dolo. All right, so we have Wonku there doing a little bit of movement, but we have Herb.
Breakaway, double shot. Neither of them going to land here for Shogun.
And he's able to take the shot. And did that go in? No, that did not go in. That was a great save. Looked like it did. And transitioning defense into offense, right?
Absolutely. That's Dolo helping to tie it up for Shoguns here. So, you can see right behind with the momentum on such a small field, it's so easy to convert even a small lead into a shot on goal.
And for how fast the Ravens started on offense, Yeah, it's a story of two different tales, right? We have the Ravens who are playing extremely aggressive, and we have the Shoguns who are just kind of playing in a way that they're letting the Ravens make their mistakes.
Yep, absolutely. This is exactly what we need to see out of Shogun, as that is going to be another one going in. And the volume of shots on goal, for as much as we're talking about the aggression of Ravens, is actually going over to Shogun right now. And that means that we have to see the pace feathered down by the side of Ravens if they want to bring it back. Right now, 3-2 count. Easily tieable in this situation, but it is possession right back over to the French team. Blue jerseys going to have control.
That's
trying to cross it, and deep shot from half court. There we see the Ravens tie it up.
Now we have 35 seconds left. I don't think necessarily next goal automatically wins it, but it gives them a much greater chance, right? Like whoever scores the next goal, the other team is playing on their back foot. So we have Dolo on the attack here, able to get a few shots off. Is he able to get it in? And he's able to sneak it in there. Dolo is helping his team, making a case for himself. Now, they're either one goal away from winning or one goal or just simple defense.
Almost getting by, and that's an overinvestment by Shogun's. Ravens are going to tie it up yet again.
Now we are in that situation of next goal wins, no matter what, whether it goes to time or just simply points. All right, and we're going to see 3 seconds left. He's not able to clear it out, and saved by the half. So next goal wins it. Resume match.
Deep sun death situation now. That's going to be the white jerseys of Ravens.
And that's
trying to bring it back, and he has a shot. Will be able to take it. A small comeback from Ravens to now build upon a mounting lead. Shogun are going to be held to 3 points in this UEL match.
That was a little bit worrisome at first. Now, Lethal League. I foresee Arbiter go in. On his partner, I don't know. On the other side, I'm not 100% sure. I imagine maybe Flying Kittens and Koza. I had to guess. Maybe on the opposite side, then it's RK and Arbiter. I know I've seen Arbiter go in a lot of times, so I think he's in their optimal lineup. But it is a Shogun setup, so first and foremost, get into the game.
Don't use your last timeout.
Make sure you have your lineup sent in, and it will go from there. Clean, mistake-free game. That's what we want to see. You had a little hiccup with FC. We move past that. Next one,
Yeah, I think that this is something Shogun could win. This is the most even game in terms of at least team composition that I think we've had so far in the second half. And so just breaking this run would be immense for Shogun's mental. At this point,
11 game.
Yeah.
That's we've seen plenty of games where a team hasn't won 11 games, let alone go on an 11-0 run.
Yep.
And it might be bigger than that. Like if we think about it, might be a 12-0 run. I don't know who got the 3 wins first. I don't know if the Shoguns got the 3 wins first.
Ravens got the 3 wins first, I believe.
Okay.
But we were 1-1 after our first 2 games, and from there it really did feel like it was a trade back one way or the other. Then Ravens were off to the races.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually 9 games in a row here. So Shogun's had a consolation prize a little bit later on.
So that means it would have been 5-2. Then the Shoguns won one. So yep. Yeah. So it's actually the Ravens won 9 in a row.
Yep. That's still not any better than what we were talking about here. Not quite pushing up on world record territory just yet. Rex are going to have to keep us online and whether or not that is going to be hit today. Games in a row 1. But the fact that we are talking about things at this scale and saying, 11-9 doesn't really matter.
Ravens aren't going to, because the most wins in a row was 30. And that was last year, the Reapers versus the Ghosts, where the Reapers won 30-0.
Jeez. Okay, well, never mind. I stand corrected.
So mathematically, they're not doing it.
And I thought I was watching a bad clobber.
No, that Easter game was yeah. Jesus wasn't coming that day for y'all.
He's like, nah, I'm asleep for another day. Sorry, guys. It'll be good Saturday by the time I'm out of here.
So it's actually, I got it wrong. It was Dolo and Raven going in versus I Am Herb and Flying Kins. Now, this does seem like a game that Flying Kins would be good at, right? Like, this seems like a very... If you knew him personally, if his personality, this seems like a game that he would go in for. And I don't think there's any... Besides Halo, there's no short shooters left. So any shooter that you want, he can go in for outside of Halo, right? Apex already rolled. That's a 3v3. So we still have Valorant he can go in for. The Finals he can go in for. Siege he can go in for. So they're not particularly worried about him not being available for some of these shooters. On the opposite side, we have Dolo and Raven. Same thing, right? Dolo, you went in for the shooters, but outside of Halo, you're not really too pressed about him not being available. And they still have Arbiter and RK. We have about 20 seconds left now on setup time. Hopefully the Shoguns are able to get in. We're able to get this game, and they can exit with a win.
Well, it looks like we are, in fact, in it. Spinning of the wheel. We're going to see what that lands on as everybody prepares to dive into this battle.
NCAA.
Another sports game. That's going to be 3 in a row.
You want Dolo in for this game.
Well, maybe this call... You were already a little bit puzzled by Shogun's decision-making here, putting Dolo in for Lethal League Blaze, but now this could certainly hurt them.
This could. But maybe somebody on the other team on the Shoguns knows a little bit something that we don't know, but it looks like, let's see if we have who's who left. Not quite yet. Doing a good job. Not too much damage out yet. Candyman on the red team is relatively low. One good hit and he's out. Looks like we have a win from the red team off rip.
I believe that's Shoguns, if it's set on here correctly.
All right.
Candyman right back onto the attack. Hidden ball, deep bounce across. That's going to finish things off in favor of Shoguns.
So the Shoguns are able to break that, like the win streak you were just talking about. How much for their mental, right? It's like a breath, like, like okay.
In a speedrun fashion too, so very impressive showing out of them coming out of Lethal League Blaze. Now they do have to rally for NCAA. Now this is a game that is a little bit more involved. You aren't going to see something to run through this fast in this one.
All right, so looks like they're going back to character select. Oh, it looks like there may have been a setup thing if they're going all the way back here. So we'll see who it was. A Shogun setup, and it looks like yes, a Shogun timeout was called on them. So out of timeouts at this point, not where you want to be. Wasn't there a setup issue for them on Wreckfest?
No, the setup issue for them was on CTR, and they had to concede CTR.
But there was another issue that happened later on. They called a timeout. For what game was it? Well, it was a setup issue. It was what game? Either way, they're now down to no timeout.
Yep.
In the second half, Ravens still have both of theirs. So I don't know if that eliminates their first. Hopefully this doesn't hurt them too much in terms of winning the game. Looks like we're just coming back to us real quick while they get things figured out.
Hi, everybody.
But Shoguns, like I said, Shoguns definitely have games that they look good in, right?
Yes.
This being one of them, they look good in 2K. FC wasn't half bad. I'm not sure if Chris G is who Dolo's preferred partner is. If it's not, then that's another game that they look serviceable in. We still have MK and we still have Street Fighter as game. So yeah, so the Ravens are. So it looks like they set it up wrong. Shoguns put it on points instead of stock. So yeah, we still had the correct
Yeah,
colors.
we're going back just for the replay then. So Shogun's not out of the woods just yet. Have to try to bring it back yet again.
But gives the Ravens time to get used to it. And it looks like, is this a win by the Ravens on the first one?
I believe that's Ravens picking it up here. Start us off. So one stock down for both of the red team players.
And full health, mind you, for the blue team. All right, so let's
Good
see.
trade back. Long charge here. Candyman going to be in control, trying to pushing it back. Huge bounce caught somehow by
And
the
the red person
Shogun.
already down one person, blue down the person too. Now red is down to their last lives here. With one person being down, with one person being down on the Ravens in terms of life. So
sharp contact being had, Jets down, and that's going to be Ravens picking up another game. We thought that was in the bag for Shoguns, and they're going to be denied even.
And we don't even know if the Ravens would have. I'm curious if the Ravens would have won that had they not had that first round to maybe get warmed up on.
Yeah.
The Shoguns lost a timeout, and potentially, like you said earlier, every time the Shoguns have an issue and they have to use a timeout, they end up losing that game.
It's a timeout for both sides. Ravens is able to recover in those situations.
And Blind Kins beat them with a mouse and keyboard.
Man, that is just disrespectful.
Speaking of disrespectful and the device he's being used to play, I remember there was a player a while ago, OGL. He beat a team in Rocket League using a fight stick. Or it was either a fight stick or a box. It was one of the two. And I'm like,
either of those are a war crime. How in the world do you do that?
I don't know. It's like those people that beat a game using the guitar from Guitar.
Yeah. I think there's so much in the way of analog control that you need in Rocket League that when you play with a fight stick or if you're on box, either way, it's totally binary. Unless maybe you could do it on Smashbox actually, but that itself requires like a whole college course to be able to pilot correctly, regardless what is showing.
I think Dolo will be available for this. So it's probably going to be Dolo and Christy in for another sports game with Wonku and probably I Am Herb. So they get their run back. They said we beat you in soccer, we're gonna beat you in football now. One football to another.
I don't think that any more beatings should be had. Shogun is already dead. They're bleeding out on the floor.
But
Ravens are up 15-3, man. We were going from the 4 times your winning score to now 5 times your winning score. What in the world is the situation that you bring this back in?
I don't know, and like at this point, is mathematically speaking, college football is probably going to bring it down to less than an hour left.
Yeah, it's a longer game.
Yeah, and then even if you win that, it's 11-point deficit, and you have 60 minutes. You know, you just if at this point, Dolo just needs to show that he has his game that he can perform in. Right? Wasn't able to perform. Actually, no, I was incorrect. It was this is the lineup. The lineup that we have currently is the lineup for...
Okay, so it's Arbiter and RK that are going to be actually taken to the field here in NCAA.
And Koza versus KIC. Okay. So, yes, this is a not great situation if you're the Shogun. Arbiter historically isn't great at sports games. Like, he was decent at Rocket League when it was on the wheel. Not the greatest, but decent enough at it. But RK, maybe RK, college football guy, you know.
Maybe. I mean, we're completely speculating here, which is never a good place to be, but maybe.
I do remember KIC, and I do remember being on the floor with the Ravens, and KIC and Koza, or actually specifically KIC, talking about practicing college football, Herb. So we'll see. We will see if that practice pays off, and it is Ravens set up. Thankfully for the Shoguns, thankfully. About a minute left. Now, Shoguns. If you're not Arbiter and if you're not RK, whatever game is next, if it is on PC, that game needs to be set up before NCAA is set up. It's not set up before NCAA is finished. Heck, you should have it set up before the first half is over.
Well, we got the wheel spinning. The wheel of fate is turning, as it were. And it's going to be Blaze Blue Central Fiction. I've been waiting for this game to get spun onto the wheel here, Rex. One of my favorite fighting games where I got my start in esports, actually. So I am very excited
and
to be
if this game
taken to
doesn't break the win streak, so now we're at 10 wins in a row, right?
Yep.
If this game doesn't break it, we may get to that 11 wins in a row. If this doesn't break it, Blaze Blue certainly should. Now, this is nothing to disparage Wonku in, right? Wonku is a great player. But on the other side, you're looking at Christy.
Oh, yeah.
And I know I think Christy lost Blaze Blue early in the season and has put a lot of time into that game since then. Wonku, I don't think played Blaze Blue beforehand. I could be wrong, but I don't think she put has put much time into Blaze Blue beforehand. So this is going to be maybe a situation that she doesn't win in. So if we see the QBs, it's KIC versus Arbiter.
Kickoff to start things on the way. Deep shot.
So Alabama is the Ravens, and it looks like that might be Koza just based on not being completely familiar. We see that, right? Where a lot of times the person who's turning the kickoff isn't fully comfortable and like messes up. We saw where a team actually got safety. It was either a safety or a touchdown. I think it was a safety though, because they ran back into the end zone.
Yep. Well, this could be the way to break the streak already. Very rough start. That kickoff return not getting any way in the form of yardage, and great placement, by the way, just to show the beginning understanding of the fundamentals of this game from the side of Shoguns.
All right, so let's see if people's comfortability is that a timeout already. But people's delay a game, but and that's going to push them even further back. But people's understanding with the game we're going to see, because typically if you don't understand the game that well, you're going to be on the defensive line, right? Linebacker, safeties are going to be controlled by people, generally speaking, who are a little bit more comfortable with the game. The D-line is so that you don't make mistakes. And we see the replay of the person not feeling fully comfortable.
But notably, that was actually Shoguns who were returning the ball there. So I think we misread the situation. This is actually a good start for the Ravens.
This is a great start for the Ravens. And being pushed back, not getting much on the ground, a 2nd and 17, you are in danger range of getting a safety. And a safety, no. Especially in the way we play, if you get a safety on you, you turn the ball over. You may not get ball back. And if you started off the game with the ball, you're not getting the ball back in the second half potentially. So, hey, I don't care if I win by 1. Hey, I'll win by 2 if that's what it takes.
Let's see what the call is.
And you
Good
see,
job screening people away, crashing the pocket. We'll be able to get this out with the Hail Mary. Georgia going to try to run this all the way down the field. Only one defender here. That's not enough. Shogun will get a touchdown off of impossible odds.
They go from being pushed almost back. And look, he said, hey, you my baby right there. Hey. Hey, during about a month ago, Georgia lost to Alabama, but it looks like they're returning the favor here. Arbiter on QB, able to get that. I think that's probably the longest touchdown we've seen in UEL.
Beautiful stuff. Shogun putting it to the skies, praying for a miracle, and they actually are going to have it answered now. Extra kick, perfectly good, right down the center to put the Georgia team up 7.
That was 95 yards. We've seen teams that don't get 95 yards in a game.
And I was afraid that was actually going to be Shogun, but now they're in a great position off that score. That being said, this is a really solid return already. Not a whole lot of distance off that kickoff, taking it deep.
But now you have
better
to score.
position.
You need a field goal, field goal, worst. Touchdown, best.
Yep. Still very much within the wheelhouse of Ravens to tie this one up, even after that miracle play. Fact of the matter is, it's all about reducing variability. You've talked about it before, Rex, and putting it up for a Hail Mary is never the way you want to start off a football game. Even if it goes that direction, it seems like overall Ravens have a better sense over the pace of this game, and it could bring it back through superior mechanics, as we still have quite a bit of time here in this first quarter.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily that was a Hail Mary. You had one-on-one coverage with no safety help over the top, so he was able to get that. I'm not sure if that was the play design, but that's ended up happening.
Running game going to lose yardage here for Ravens, so they're probably going to have to go passing here on the second down.
Yep. You want to establish that run game early, get those play actions off, but you're behind schedule, right? Like, that's a negative play. So what a positive play, and it goes down by down and distance, right? On first down, you want to get 4 yards. That's or more. That's a positive play. Second down is getting at least half the distance to get a first down, and third down is giving the first down. That's the general pace and tempo that you want to be running at, but you're behind and down in distance. And
Flag on the play, even with deep coverage back there, we're still going to see someone break past.
And I imagine that maybe that is.
Oh, and that's on the defensive side as well, so that's only going to help the pace of. No, actually, that is going to just be 2 and 23, unable to make anything off that completion here.
So
for
offensive pass interference.
Okay.
So yeah. Generally that's what you see. Because especially since you didn't really see any receivers really getting held like that. and to be pushed back, right? This is the position that we expected the Shoguns to be in. But the Shogun's showing out right here, a lot of pressure. And is he able to come down? Yes, 3rd and 5, 18 yards on that pass play. The Ravens just need to get 5 yards. I don't know.
Going back to the run game here so far, been pretty unsuccessful for either team, though.
Yep. And you see 97. That was actually a 97-yard. So I'm curious to see if the Ravens don't get it on 3rd down, if they go for it on 4th. We've seen a lot of teams feel comfortable doing that. But I'm not sure if who the Ravens having right now, if they would feel comfortable. And that was close to an interception.
Yeah, you have to play risky, though. This is an accelerated game state already. 2 minutes left in the second quarter, and that means that you want to make the most of the situation. I imagine they're going to go for it on 4th down.
You can probably get on the receiver on the outside. You could probably get a streak going. No.
Almost picked off again, and that is going to force a 4th.
You had the receiver to the outside that was open, but they're going to punt here, or maybe not. Okay, so they're trusting their defense right now, saying that, okay, if we don't get it, y'all can stop them. That touchdown they gave up was a fluke. We got it, right? So hopefully not play action here necessarily, especially with it being 4th down and 5. I can imagine that they will fall for a run play. Like, you can always maybe run something, but it's putting a lot of pressure on your offensive line here. All right, and he's just going to simply run. And it's a fumble.
But it's a fumble. Looks to be recovered by Bama, but that was a very dicey situation. We saw multiple attempts at picking off passes into a fumble. This is so risky by Ravens to try to keep the hope alive.
And he was worried about getting hit there because he thought that might be a fumble.
He should have just gone down.
Yeah, that might be a fumble, so he hopped over, and then that caused the fumble.
Yeah, should have just taken a knee.
And here's the thing is, I think that was a unforced one because you don't see the ball being touched by the defender.
Well, it's not every day that a quarterback is told to vault over a defending player, you know? Well, we are going to see a handoff now. Running play attempted here, trying to force their way towards the first line.
And that's probably a hold on their half. Yep, that's hold. A lot of times on the running plays, it's either like a hold or a hands to the face. It's typically what you see on the defense if there's something called on them. So 1st and 16, I mean, Shoguns, I don't think are too pressed about it.
Nope.
They're just gonna take the runs, hope something breaks off. But they're like, okay, we got the lead. The Ravens haven't shown the ability to score as of yet, so we're just gonna trust our defense at this point. Which defense has done what it needed to do.
Absolutely. At the very least, even if this is still progress up the field, it is coming at a very slow rate for Ravens. Maybe not enough to bring this game back.
And you have a jet sweep losing about 3 yards, I want to say. Or maybe it just went back to the line of scrimmage.
Now we're looking at 2nd and 16 here, so it's even worse than expected.
Yeah, but like I said, they already scored. They're like, we got our points. Y'all got to worry about y'all. So the thing they need to not do is you can still pass. You can still, pass the ball. Just don't take any risky throws, right?
Yep.
Like, don't be like, oh, I can get it, but it's a very tight window. No, don't typically do that. And what we have going on here. I'm not sure if he was ready for that to be a run play. 3rd and 15. I'll run the ball.
You'd run it here?
Based
Seems
on
like there's
their
been a little
skill level.
success coming out of
Based
that one.
on their skill level, I would so there's one or two options. You go into the gun, you spread the field, and you have 4 streaks, right? You either do that, you don't do something over the middle where a linebacker can get it, because if a linebacker gets it, it's probably going back if you are running something like a 4 wide. But the Ravens are probably going to be playing some kind of prevent defense, so you shouldn't be able to beat them deep. They have, a single safety up high, though. The corners are kind of playing off a little bit. Let's see what they opt to do.
Already quarterback in motion, trying to pass it, almost picked off.
And that was good play by Arbiter. Looked comfortable, right? He got out of the pocket, looked like he was going to run, but used that time for a receiver to get open. Maybe should have led the receiver a little bit, but
I mean, that's almost double coverage right here. Gets in the air, almost brings it down, but unfortunately couldn't quite get there.
I mean,
now you're in desperate waters. 4th and 15 with not that much time on the clock.
Yeah, not that much. I don't think you. They're going for it.
They're going for it, and they're going for it hard as well. Spread out across the field here. Any option open for the passing game. Gonna fire it.
That's actually good.
Blocked.
It might be better that they didn't intercept it because the option is to run it back because you got 13 seconds left. But now they are starting where the Shoguns were.
Yeah, it's just a turnover into wasting time at this point, and that'll be enough to bring Shoguns to finally a 4th victory.
So the Ravens have time for maybe. Well, this is just the first half. The Ravens still have time for maybe 1 or 2 quick plays. Oh my! He had a man wide open there. That was a touchdown they could have had. They could have had a touchdown there, but unfortunately didn't see the man open. And turned the ball over. Second turnover by the quarterback. And Ravens, I think the Shoguns just take a shot here.
I agree with that.
Take a shot here. Hope there's a bust in coverage somewhere. And see what happens. You got to get this play off. Let's see.
So far, coverage on everybody. Desperately tries to call for a shot, but that is going to be Shogun's blocking. 3 seconds left on the clock now.
Yeah, they got that play off with enough time to get another shot off. Worst case scenario is a pick 6, but
you got to go for broke at this point. You're down in desperate situation. 7 points on the board might not feel like a lot, but in these accelerated games, it certainly can be insurmountable, given how watertight Shogun's defense have been.
Yeah, especially when the Ravens have had 2 possessions to try to attempt some kind of score and haven't been able to come up with anything as of yet. So just don't turn the ball over, and that's
simple for sure.
That's an interception.
Deep launch, almost an interception. Couldn't quite get all of it, but still, that is Shoguns teasing themselves towards what could have been a massive lead. We are moving to halftime now, and that is definitely an advantage over to the Georgia team that so far Ravens have not proven to be able to come back against.
And look at the average yard per play, 31.7 to 2.4.
Well, not that many plays on the board so far.
Yeah, not that many plays on the board.
And
he just dropped it. And none of his teammates were able to pick it up. And then you see that miracle play, that break in coverage. And that could be the play of the game right there. That could be the game. That could be the play that wins them this individual game and breaks the Ravens' win streak.
Well, the thing I'm looking at right now is that it feels like Shogun just have the ability to hold Ravens scoreless. Right now, I'm not seeing anything that makes me think differently. Whatever yardage has been gained by Ravens has been done through exceptionally risky plays.
And keep in mind that this is also a situation where the Shoguns don't have their presumed best player in. The Ravens' best play, or the Shogun's best player would be Dolo, but you have Arbiter here. Arbiter has 97 passing yards. So we'll see what the Ravens have here. All right, so a little bit of motion going on. Another run play.
Season opening, not able to fully sweep that momentum towards the right, so he couldn't get out of coverage, but it is going to be a yardage gain. 2nd and 4th, definitely doable to go right back towards a run play, but it looks like right now it's Ravens calling for a pass again.
They might be because when you have 2nd and short, you can take a shot.
Finds an open receiver here. We'll be able to cross over that 1st yard line, or at least almost do so. Will access it at 1st and 10 now. That is forward progress on the field, something that has been a rarity for Ravens so far, but there is still quite a bit of a ways to go. And right now, it is just bits and pieces that they're able to get together, not quite crossing that 50 just yet.
And like I said, touchdown. They need a touchdown. There's 30 seconds left in this quarter. moving with the quarterback again. The last time we saw that they fumbled, but able to hold on here. Ravens have to score, and ultimately Ravens have to score with little time left on the clock. Because what you don't want is another breakdown in coverage, and that's how NCAA can go in the league. One play, right? One play, the difference between this game, and able to stop them on 2nd down, 3rd and 1. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Ravens take a shot here, just because it's 3rd down and 1. They might be expecting the team to run, and if it's 4th down, they're going to go for it.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to see a traditional punt for the entirety of this game at this point. Now, as you say, plays can change on a dime, but at the same time, I feel that Shogun knows that they just got to play conservatively at this point. So far, on defense, they are not taking any gambles or over-investments. They know that it feels as if Ravens, as this 2-stack, are not quite on par to take things deep and do so without risking interceptions and the like. And so,
and QB Sneak they did that just to make sure that they got the 1st down.
Well, they got it for sure.
Not quite the tush push, but it worked. And yeah, it looks like the Shoguns are just content with not playing too aggressive on defense, not really blitzing, just hoping the Ravens make mistakes.
This is beginning to turn into a slow but sturdy drive up the field, though. I like this shift in strategy from Ravens.
This should definitely be the last drive of the what's it called? The regulation time.
Yes.
So Ravens have to win it here. I don't see the Shoguns, a world where the Shoguns, if they get the ball again, I don't see a world where if the Shoguns are up, where they're putting the ball in the air.
I agree with that.
Which means you have to hope that the quarterback or the running back fumbles.
Now the question is, if we do get a touchdown coming out of Ravens, do they go for 2 points?
I don't see it. Just based on how this has gone and the fact that the points have been so hard to come by, I don't see them doing it.
Well, another 1st down, slow, steady progress for that touchdown coming the way of the Ravens. They are looking to take this to the very end, like you said. Last play of regulation. If they can tie things up, take this to OT, there still is an opportunity for Shoguns to put this one away convincingly. But what I love is the fact that Ravens realize, hey, even if it is tied, we have done so much to slow the volatility of this game, because initially this was totally in favor of a team that seemed to have an incredible amount of reading on defense. Now, slowly, we're beginning to see that shift as Ravens' running game has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I run with the quarterback there. That might not have been the smartest idea, but it got them.
It got them the yardage, and at this point, that's what Ravens needs.
Now, I will say the Shoguns, while they haven't won every sports game, has looked competent in just about every sports game. I don't think I've seen one where they've looked completely outmatched.
A breakaway, and that is going to be a touchdown to bring it to 6 points for Ravens. Now, we are back at that question. Do they go for the 2, or do they look to tie?
I don't. So, back, you asked that question, and based on it right now, they are looking like they are going to go for it. They don't want this to go into overtime. They don't want to play this anymore. They want to. Oh, guess they're just going for a field goal attempt. Okay, so they're going to play. They're going to play overtime. Presumably.
And it looks like it's locked in. No blocks. Flag on the play,
They're
though.
running into the kicker.
Oh, no.
So.
They have an option to redo, right?
Yes. Actually, so it's taking on a kickoff. This just makes it easier to get a touchback here, which I imagine they are just going to kick it out the back of the end zone.
Yep.
So now the Ravens' job is to play prevent type defense. I don't see, could be wrong, I don't see the Shoguns really going for broke here.
I agree.
But they've proven me wrong in this game before already. So let's see what Arthur is able to lead one of those game-defining drives here.
30 seconds left on the clock in regulation time. Deep coverage, going to be sacked, though.
And that's the thing I'm worried about, is your quarterback getting hit, because when your quarterback gets hit, that's another chance for the ball to be put on the ground. If the ball gets put on the ground right there, Ravens have an easy path to victory. So now I'm wondering if their perspective changes, if they're just going to run the ball now. Because you could always break off a long run for a touchdown. We've seen it happen.
Or just get the field position for that field goal.
27 seconds left.
Gonna drop back again, still looking for a pass. Deep shot going to be deflected by the side of Ravens.
And Shogun's arbiter at QB is certainly playing aggressive.
This is absurdly risky, though.
Confidence. He's showing confidence in himself in a sports game, which is not something you could have said a few seasons ago.
I was going to say maybe he's shown desperation in a sports game, just trying to get that victory on the board for Shogun. But now they're in an awkward position. 3rd and 21. Once again, looking for the deep pass. Going to toss it away. Can't quite get all of it to continue that play.
I think that was actually a screen. So, yeah, it was a screen. So they have to punt the ball away from deep into their territory. If the Ravens get a good return here, doesn't even look like it has to be a good return.
Rough shank,
because that was an awful punt there.
That's enough for a field goal at this point already.
I think they have 47 to go. So the Ravens have to get, not sure how good the field goal kicker is and how good the Ravens are at it, but to get it into what I believe will be a comfortable range, you get like a 15-yard pass, and maybe you have a chance at it then. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with.
We got maybe one play left, though. One down with which to do so.
And
drop back, launches it. He will not be able to keep control of the ball.
Now, that's the second time that we've seen the Ravens also miss an open pass. They had a man that was deeper back that was open.
What are they going for here? Going to just try to run the ball. We'll have to get down in time for an attempt at a field goal. Timeout called. I think that may have been enough yardage to at least risk it.
So I'm not sure if there was a game a while ago. It was Auburn versus Alabama.
Are we talking about the Auburn kick six?
Yeah.
The greatest call in all of sports commentary history?
So how crazy would it be if we got a kick six right here?
Yeah, I would lose my mind.
It is a long. If I'm them, I'm putting.
You know what? Bama deserves it. Let it happen to them twice in a row. It is going to go short. No return there. Did that go in?
No,
my depth perception is all wonky.
Awful, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, just not enough height on that one. No Chris Davis to return it, though, so we won't get anything crazy.
That's the first thing I thought. I was like, that's a long kick. Like
it's Bama on a long kick in a bowl game. I believe this is a virtual bowl game.
I think it was the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, it was the Iron Bowl. I show that whenever I teach a class on casting for esports, I show them specifically the CBS broadcast. The call is incredible. The answered prayer call, one of the greatest of all time. Fortunately, no answered prayer here just yet for Shogun to try to break this loss streak. They got to do it the old-fashioned way here in overtime.
Now the team. This is about the teams being consistent. So the first quarter, both teams have a chance to score. First teams have a chance to score a touchdown, right? But they have the option afterwards of either going for 2 or going for 1, right? And the other team has to answer back, right? Or go for 2. The second time around, the second overtime, both teams have to go for 2 points. So it makes it progressively harder, right? Like, oh, well, you both scored a touchdown. Like, now each team has a chance to score a touchdown, but now you only have one play to get that 2-point conversion.
Yep.
So it's all about who's consistent. And a flag already?
Uh-oh.
Delay of game. That's not what you want to see if you are the Shogun. Now, Shogun's already scored, being backed up a little bit, so not super worried. But what you don't need here is a turnover.
Nope.
Now, Ravens are the team that have the 2 turnovers, so I'm a little bit more worried about them. But the Shoguns have shown right now that they've had games in their grasp that they have faulted on. And it's about to be another delay of game because it took so long for them to get to the game, and then you had a play that had motion in it. So by the time we got to 5 seconds, you were already.
Yeah, it's pretty painful to see Shoguns, a team who've had trouble setting up, now get penalties inside of a game trying to set up.
Yeah, and look, they're still taking their time picking this play. 12 seconds left to go. Hopefully they're able to get this play off in time. Another play with motion.
They will be able to get this in time, though. Hiking the ball, deep pass, gonna be blocked.
And now they have 3 more chances to get this point. Let's see. Wonder if they're gonna go for the screen here. That was an option. It looks like, yep, they are going for the screen here. And now, you know that they're gonna pass the ball. Like when it was 1st and 10, right? Oh yeah, you have chances to run the ball.
Yep.
But now, you see the Ravens putting having the pressure, right? Whether that linebacker drops back into coverage or not, it's still in their mental. It's still in Arbiter's head about what this guy going to do.
Deep drop back, fires an open receiver, but it's intercepted. Heartbreak for Shogun, as even as the Ravens representative is brought down here, no distance on that ball means that was an easy pick, and this is probably enough to put the game away.
And execution, right? Another game that potentially was lost by the Shoguns because of execution. We wanted to see them play clean, not playing clean right now. It's going to now it's up. It's for the Ravens to lose.
Yep.
It's the Ravens game to lose. Now, I imagine we're about to see a run play here.
You would hope.
One would think. And they have the right side wide open.
And off to 26. Jukes them almost to the touchdown. But now this is a matter of yards. And frankly, this is exactly where the Ravens want to be.
That right side was wide open. That stretch run out there. With the receivers getting good blocks on the outside. I wonder if they go opt to do that again, or if they're going to just run it up the gut. I can't imagine them passing it here, but I could be wrong. Yep.
Another handoff, another uncovered run, and that's going to be enough for the Ravens to mount a comeback.
And it's a national championship.
And this is basically how the Shoguns are feeling right there, shown in the virtual players. I mean, from a miracle play to the kingdom crumbling down, Shoguns are once again going to be held to 3 wins in this whole UEL match.
Potentially. So it is still down to 3. Blaze Blues are a quick game. I can imagine that this should be a win. If there's any game that's been played so far that I say should be a win for the Shoguns, it's this one. And it's no disrespect to Wonku, but I think for Blaze Blue, you want KIC in. And KIC is not available.
So, of course, there are several different options you can take. Playing Blaze Blue Central Fiction as maybe someone newer to fighting games or a newer player. Go stylish mode on basically anyone. You could play something like Noel Vermillion, who is garbage in Central Fiction. So maybe I think Mai could be the angle here.
I think earlier in the season, Chris G lost to somebody named, what is his name? He lost to a player who was playing on Stylish and played my.
Oh my God!
I think it was Have It to Your Face. I think Have It to Your Face played my, and he was playing Stylish, and even in commentary, anywhere in the central area, you could hear him mashing the button, playing Stylish. Like you could hear because he's playing on stick.
If you're playing Mai or Noel, you should not be allowed to play Stylish. You're already playing Stylish enough on either of those characters.
So
right?
funny enough, I think Chris G put a lot of time into learning that matchup, I want to say, or learning the game.
Probably a good option because Mai is disgustingly strong in the hands of both good and bad players.
So we'll see what Wonku decides to do here, if they decide to play this out. Because it's going to be hard for the Shoguns. Here, let's see what the game is. Full reset after this for both sides.
All right. And Kokonoe going to be locked in. Is
And
that for
Forza.
Chris G? I'll be honest. Neither of the current characters being hovered are players for beginners.
Yeah. There is a Kokonoe player. I believe what's his name? It is TK Batmoon. I want to say plays Kokonoi. I think I've seen one other person play him. All right. But yeah, we can hear the game. The music in is right loud and clear.
Yeah.
Like the music.
Yeah,
And
exceptionally so.
Yeah, Ravens forfeit.
Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense here. Although at the same time, you run game down on the time on the clock. There's just not enough games or time left for Shogun to mount the comeback. So
12
maybe
wins in 40 minutes. Like, you don't have enough time to set those 12 games up, let alone win them.
All right. Well, I'm very sad that I'm yet again denied my favorite fighting game on the spinner. So bring back Guilty Gear Strive is all I'm going to say here to the managers.
Can't wait to see what Dizzy looks like next week.
Oh my God, she's so beautiful in the trailers. I kind of said she isn't quite as zonery as she was in XX, but whatever.
I typically play zoners in games like that,
Yeah.
but I've actually played Batman in.
Oh yeah, are you a new 13 player in Blaze Blue then?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I love I don't know there was something about that character.
She's the ultimate zoner. She feels so good.
Yes, and then having the little mirror reflector out
Oh,
there,
yeah.
and then I forget it's when you have all the elements and you have that clock time down where if you don't not stylish defense where you don't barrier block, you take damage anyway. Like 13 is such a fun character, and it's like I just go to characters I find fun. A lot of times those characters are a little bit more complicated than I should be, but yeah, no. She is really fun. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see her play, but we do have 2 other people in the league that play her. We talked about Kokonoi being played by TK, but he also plays 13, and so does Scarlet Rift.
Okay. Any Amane players? Or am I the only Amane player in the entirety of the state?
Not that I remember.
Pity.
I'm not as familiar with Blaze Blue, so you probably have to ask some of the more experienced fighters in that particular game. But we have Forza coming up here, another racer. We've gone through a lot of racers.
Oh, yeah.
What racer have we not gotten? We got Ejected Rivals, CTR,
Wreckfest,
F1,
Forza,
NFS.
Did we get all of them?
I believe we might have gotten all of them.
Wow. Well, not only are Ravens just ahead on many counts, but they are also getting the games that they're specializing in here. And because of the concession, does that mean that Wk9 gets to play this game?
Yeah, it's a 5v5. So
okay.
Everybody. So everybody
still
gets
learning
to
the
play it, and
formats,
some
yeah.
people have to play it. The difference is the people who like the game get to play it. The people who are not good at this game
Are
have
Greg
to play
kicking and
it.
streaming. Yeah. Yeah, so what is the format then for Forza? Is it just one race, jamming it?
Yeah, it's one race. I want to say it's average time, sort of like not Ejected Rival, sort of like Lumina Rush.
Yeah, Lumina Rush.
If you don't finish, there's time added on, so DNFs matter. Everybody has to use a different car on a team,
Ooh,
so no
interesting.
repeat cars, which is another thing that could cost the team. So we'll see. Make sure the Shoguns get in. Now, this is a game that people sometimes struggle getting into. Ravens have the advantage; they have the timeout. But if the Ravens are able to get into this game in time, and the Shoguns aren't able to set everything up in time, could Anita be another setup? The Ravens seem like they have this game set up already. You can hear Wonku yelling at her team, team one. But the Shoguns have shown some proficiency in Forza. Now, I'm not sure if the people in this particular lineup are the people that they rely on for Forza, but they have shown some proficiency at this game. So maybe 2 in a row?
Maybe 2 in a row, one of them coming from concession. It still feels as if on the fields of battle, it's been a little bit difficult for Shogun to get themselves victories at all. And therefore, in terms of the mental sack, I don't know how getting conceded on a game that you wanted to get your demons out with feels.
Don't worry, Street Fighter comes uphill. Unless they forfeit that too.
Yeah. I imagine that with Ravens having so many forfeits available, that could be the angle.
I mean, we see both teams should have 4 forfeits right now. Shoguns haven't forfeited a game in a while. Granted, they haven't been in a position to forfeit a game because
they need to play everything that they got, my man.
Yeah. And one more win for the Ravens, and that mathematically eliminates the Shoguns.
Mhm.
Like 33 games, you win 17. The other team can't win 18. So, so let's see.
Well, we'll roll past setup time. Looks like we are going to get locked in here. Not sure if we're going to have an actual delay. It looks like everybody is in. We are about to spin the wheel of fate yet again.
Looks like it's actually a technical timeout. It's Dead by Daylight with the Shogun's setup.
So Dead by Daylight is another one of these games that can run a little bit long. There is now just so little time left to get to everything on the wheel. And with 35 minutes left, we may be looking at only 4 or 5 more games after DBD.
So DBD is, if it's a Shogun setup, which I believe is going to be Arbiter going in and Arbiter is going to be playing Trapper.
Yes.
Now on the opposite side, Herb and Flankins I see going in. We're a little bit in the future. And the others I'm not too sure about. But Forza coming up. Shoguns need this win just for the mental.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's not even just mental for bringing it back. I think that is well past them. It is mental for going into future weeks of gameplay and saying, we're 0-6, we're out for the season, but let's use this as quality time to grow and advertise as
and
you're
you want
talking about.
you want to look good, right? Like there's still maybe a game on they while they may not be able to make the playoffs, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's no games left on their schedule that they can't win. There's potential wins for them left on schedule, and it starts now, right? You have to start preparing. You have to look at where you messed up, why you messed up, why you lost, and make adjustments from there. For RK, get to see him in as many games as possible would be good. Get to see all of these players, right? From not just from a player standpoint, from a coach's owner standpoint, see how they play when they're down. Because they were down at one point, but they still had a chance at one point to come back, right? And the other thing is, you don't want to be put in a position where it's mathematically impossible for you to win, right? Yeah, like, okay, yeah, Ravens, like, you're not winning this game if you're the Shogun. But hey, you can always say, if you don't allow them to get to 17, you'd be like, oh, we didn't lose, we just ran out of time. When they get to that 17, you lost and you ran out of time.
I will say that is massive cope, but I get what you're talking about.
Right? Like, and
this
it's
is
raining. So
yeah.
The weather is random, I believe. So every time I've played Forza in the league, it's been raining. And I don't know why, what I did to somebody, because I'm going to be honest and don't do this. The only time I've ever played Forza has been during a UEL match. So
not even for practice for UEL match, just in the UEL match itself.
I didn't own a PC, and I wouldn't say it's next gen console, and I didn't own a next gen console. So I just played it during a UEL match. I didn't do bad. It's not a hard game. But yeah, I had to deal with the rain, and you see them. You have to just drive a little slow. You see Raven look like he has a comfortable lead here. This was set up for 3 laps. So I believe it's supposed to be 2 laps.
Oh,
so it
no.
might be a setup issue, but this is a Raven setup. So no can call it out, because it is I don't believe it's Game Master that has to call out. It has to be called out by the team. So while it's not an error because you didn't set it up wrong, it could be an error in you not taking advantage of the opportunity given to you. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be for 2 laps. The other thing is, you see at the bottom right, you see where it shows the estimated lap. It's set for 25. You want to kind of lighten that to like be set to 2 or 3 laps or however, because what all that does is just slow down your vehicle a little bit. We see 25 and 24 laps. They're in this for the long haul.
It takes too long.
All right, and you see Herb coming up, not doing too bad. Slow it down a little bit. Yeah, you just have to. That's what you're gonna do. Slow down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing on driving, right? You're not gonna drive the same speed, I would hope, when it's raining, as when it's not. Know a few people that do.
I've also seen several
TLG.
crashes here in UEL.
No, I mean in real life.
Oh,
yeah.
oh my.
Yeah. TLG, I'm looking at you. Past the Lovejoy. I've been in a car with you. We spun out on 95. Saw my life flash before my eyes, but they are now on a second, which should technically be the last lap, but it hasn't been called out yet, and I believe 2 minutes 2 minutes have passed by, and typically when 2 minutes have passed by is the cutoff for calling something out as a player or coach. So now they just have to race the game. Now it looks like the Ravens actually just got charged a penalty timeout. So it looks like Raven is in the lead, and the Shoguns can very well win this. I need to see where the rest of his team is. But Raven looks like he's in control. He's looking good. He looks like he has full comfort. And for this being a Ravens setup, for this being a map that the Ravens want to choose, Raven himself is doing a good job of staying in front of the pack. And we've had people like that in the league who were playing Forza before it came on the board. They have that advantage.
And this is a good showing so far coming out of Shogun. I think they may finally get, via play, a game in their favor. But by fact that it's only that penalty timeout that's being charged to Ravens, this is still more time taken off the clock. And I know you said get that coping mechanism of saying, hey, you're getting timed out rather than actually just losing on paper to the spinner. But really, with 30 minutes left here in this matchup between the two of them, Shogun may not even get to that called 6 points on their side. 5 may be their limit.
Hey, all they need is Street Fighter to roll up.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, the tragic thing would be Street Fighter rolled up, but you don't have enough time to set it up because you don't have timeout.
Yeah, there's lots of other games still on the docket that could easily be played, and several of those I know can take a little bit of time. So we are going to move into our final lap here. Raven leading the pack, basically well and truly ahead of everybody else as he takes this corner. One thing to note about this track that we're on is that it is a place that rewards aggressive driving, even if it is raining. And the reason behind that is there's not a lot of barriers that are right up against you. You could go off track for a little bit to recover here and still be perfectly fine.
Yeah, but there's nobody close enough to Raven, it seems like. It looks like Raven may lap somebody. Ooh,
harsh contact there in the back.
And that may have been a strategy, maybe. Like, I'm not finishing anyways. And whoever it was slowed him down at least a little bit. Because you only have a little bit of time to finish after the first racer finishes. And the more DNFs you have on your team, the worse off it is.
But it doesn't matter the degree to which you DNF by, hence the crash that we saw. Yeah. That being said, Raven, even in these slippery conditions, was able to keep the faith. Does definitely have to slow down after that impact, but still, doesn't look like his handling has been too badly affected here, and he still has quite the lead to play off of.
Yeah, no, definitely. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about people kind of showing, like, hey, we're down, but I'm going to still keep fighting, right? Like, he could have easily just been like, man, I don't care. It's raining in a game. I don't even get a fun race. But he should be about maybe 20 or so seconds away from finishing this lap. Not too many people close to him. Clean race the spectacular. This is probably one of the best showings we've seen from the Shoguns today.
Absolutely.
Granted, we didn't get to see Blaze Blue played. But in terms of games played, this is the most calm, cool, and collective they've looked. Raven just kind of taking his time, just and is he able to finish here? He should be coming up on the checkered flag.
And now it's a matter of a look behind.
Yeah.
What are the placements for everybody else on his team? Incredibly fast run there from Raven. Go first on Magello. Now we are falling back. Looking at Arbiter here.
Not doing too bad either.
Nope. Still in second place. And that should be enough to fully lock in a win for Shoguns, regardless of what else we see.
Yeah, no, it definitely should. Arbiter's going to finish. And if he's in second place, oh.
Uh-oh. Well, someone's zooming on by.
Do I hear another car coming?
Yeah. It looks like he sustained a bunch of damage that we weren't able to see. We'll be able to hold on to the third place there. So good for him, but you can see he was definitely limping across the line there at the very
But
end.
finishing is still finishing, and that's
Absolutely.
the big thing. Because at the end of the day, if we have 2 people finish on Shogun and 1 person on Ravens, so KIC has about 11 seconds to finish. I don't see it foresee.
No, he's too many corners back still on this lap.
Even if he was on a straightaway, he's not finishing it. And I predict the Shoguns win.
I think it's basically a guarantee that we get a Shogun's win here. I don't think that push for second place that we see out of Ravens is going to be enough to stabilize here. We're going to get the count. I can't do the math fast enough.
No, I'm not that good at math. Also, they just have to, just for clarity's sake, right? Because there's so many teams. Like, you could think that this team won, but it could be off by a second. And we've seen that before. We've seen teams win this by a little half a second. And that has to be gut-wrenching. So.
Yes, things are tabulated. It's always a tense situation, particularly when you're trying to kick and claw for every victory on your side here. Ravens up at 16. If they do actually lose this match, which it looks like they will, they're actually behind the pace for what we were saying for 20-6.
Or Wonku was saying 20-6.
Yes. Well, frankly, I was turned into a believer after that first half. I'm going to be really Rex.
I mean, hey, I guess the let's see. So we'll get the score for you in a second. What was the next game? Do you recall?
Ooh, I don't remember what the next. There we go. Yes, we're talking about Arbiter going to be in there trying to play Trapper. It is going to be that Shogun setup.
We probably are going to see. I definitely think we see I Am Herb and Flying Kittens in. I'm not too sure how much Koza plays. I feel like we're going to see Wonku in. We may see tiers 2 through 5 here, right? But I definitely feel like we're seeing Flying Kittens and I Am Herb. And I can almost say with impunity that we're going to see Arbiter here if it's Shogun setup.
It's very interesting that we are getting a Trapper player. I feel that in the realm of competitive, Trapper is a little bit more of an obvious or vanilla character. Doesn't really have those crazy gimmicks that can quickly snowball a game out of control. This is someone who's looking to play patient, just slowly whittle down the resources.
We did see a Trapper player yesterday. It was played by Weeping Jade, and I believe he won.
Okay.
He put a his object was he put somebody down in the hook in the bottom of Killer Shack.
Oh.
Put a lot of traps around it. And was able to kind of snowball a little bit. Get his kills and ended up.
And that was a call that Ravens actually won Forza.
Oh.
Well, I'm sad now. I'm really sad.
I legit thought that the Shoguns had a chance to get to that.
Agreed. Raven was so ahead.
And that's the thing, is like some of these racing games, it's interesting. There's racing games that you can win by yourself. Objective Rivals, CTR, right? F1, being a 1v1. But there's these racing games that you can be great by yourself and not win because your team fails you, right? And that is Forza. We saw the rest of Raven's team sell him. Wreckfest, you have to be, it's a team win kind of game, right? Lumina Rush, right? Those are the two distinct type of racing games where Need for Speed, where you have to, it's hard to win by yourself.
Yeah. And you talk about the solo carry potential, and particularly in context of CTR. That was one of the games that Shoguns completely sold to Ravens, even though, for what we saw of the game, they were ahead, but they couldn't set it up right.
Yeah, no, it's no, the Ravens were actually ahead in that game.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought
KIC was the one that was in first place.
Yes,
based
you're
on
okay.
the thing. And a decent little bit in first place. Granted, with CTR and with the skill level, I don't predict that like Raven the player could have maybe caught up there. But we have Dead by Daylight up, and so we haven't seen everybody but Koza go in, and Arbiter is going in as Trapper, or is going in as Killer. I presume, right? I've only really seen him play Trapper. Maybe he's expanding his skill set here, but I imagine we're going to see Trapper here. So Ravens are full sending this. This is a full send lineup.
So they have the luxury to do so. This is going to take a lot of time off the board as well. We may only be getting another game or two after this.
Not necessarily.
Well, I guess it depends on how hard
They could gen rush this and get out relatively quick, and the Ravens have that skill set in which they can do that. All right,
let's see what the call is going to be here.
And if the Ravens get to 19, and it's a game that they think they can win, I could see them calling a timeout.
Ooh, yeah, 100%. I mean, at that point, what are you doing it for besides the BM? But what a parting shot as well to move up into a bracket that Shogun cannot reach for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no, it's like, okay, well, have fun. You know, 2 of our 4 wins will have came against you. So, like I said, good record in the division. They have at least 2 wins out of the division, considering they only play 4 divisional games. That's good because when tiebreakers start happening, and you've won 2 games in your division, that essentially means that it's hard for whoever other team is in your division to really get a foothold. And being up potentially 4-2, another win or 2, and the Ravens could have locked themselves a playoff spot. Now, it'd be hard for them to get the 1 seed, which the 1 seed would include a bye. Possible, difficult. I think the other team might be the X-Gods, who the X-Gods just did lose to the Reapers. And Ravens have a shot at being the X-Gods. Maybe this is the run that the Ravens go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to be a tough road ahead of them. Certainly tougher than their matchup that they had today. But that is the value of later games of UEL, right? It's oftentimes going to be tighter and showing a lot more of the strengths of each individual team as they try to construct the best game plan for playoffs. We're going to spin into NHL here. Another sports game.
We're probably going to see Wonku and Herb going on a reset, but neither a lot of Petrified Oak.
No way, we're doing the 4-stack Petrified Oak.
And so you understand DBD quite well, correct?
I've seen my friends play it quite a bit, and I've been subjected to play it several times. We'll put it that way.
So let's see if, because sometimes if somebody's level's not low enough, or is low enough, you'll see who the killer is. They'll give you little tips there.
Oh, interesting. So we are, in fact, going to see Trapper. Instead, we got the Invisible Boy.
Oh, Rafe. Oh, is it Rafe? If somebody in production could correct me, but
Bill called immediate block here. I like this. But
So-
breaking it early means that is going to be a route unable to be run by the survivors later.
good job, though. I would say good on Arbiter to expand on who he's playing in the league. We see somebody mess up on the gen there. We don't quite hear, but you did see the red outline there. Looks like he has a perk that locks certain generators up to a certain point in the match. Not completely sure what the name of that perk is.
It is the one that this is basically not full new build, but this is full insurance build for Arbiter, right? This is one of these perks that really allows for him to play aggressive early and just try to take down as many people as possible.
And forgetting to uncloak there and having somebody play around that pallet like that. They have one gen done, and Arbiter hasn't quite got somebody. He's playing around.
Oh, my.
And he's not uncloaking in time, and he's getting caught. They are playing with him right now.
Yeah, what's unfortunate is that this was turning into, like I said, an insurance build where Arbiter could play aggressive into that time of aggression beginning to completely melt away. He's just done nothing with all these people showing up on the map, flashing their gams at him. He can't do anything.
They are playing extremely disrespectful because you saw them stand there in front of him, wait for him to uncloak, and then, so he has, which I believe is KIC, wait for him to uncloak and then just, here's a pallet.
Yep.
But they already have one person on their first hook state.
What I will say, this doesn't feel like an already, though. There's a lot of progress being made by the side of Ravens as survivors.
There's a few people we haven't seen yet. And speaking of progress, they have finished the generator on the top there.
A little bit of a group up here.
Did he hit that, or did they whiff? No, it looks like he hit that person. He's gonna go chase the other person. I believe that was there. All right, so 2 people with 1 hit on them. Let's see if he's gonna see if anybody's able to get KIC off of the hook. If KIC dies on the hook after just 1 hit, that would be great for Arbiter.
Absolutely.
A great, well, not the best of trades, but it'll help his position so much more than he's already at right now. And they're able to get him off. They have 3 people with 1 hit. You saw another gen pop right there. Just 2 more gens left to do. KIC looks like they healed him up. Wonder if they're going to be healing up the other people. Some on the gen, he's uncloaking. 2 people on the gen.
But really good pallet usage. Might get both of them out of this. Slash Rocks will give Arbiter an angle to at least chase down one of these. He is going to cloak, looking for the approach here. We see the calls come through. And that is the call. This is Flying Kittens now down. It's going to get picked up. First hook still for him.
And while he's doing that, other people are probably already on gens. Maybe 2 people working on one of the gens kind of speed it up. Because once you get down to that last, there's going to be so much pressure on Arbiter. There's already a lot of pressure on Arbiter. You have, what, 2 people on their first hook? Well, with only 2 gens left to get done, they're just going to take this hit here, get Flying Kittens off hook. They have 1 gen left to do. You have 1 gen left to do. Do you just start slugging at this point?
I think you do.
My! And you hear Wonku yell, "Oh my God! How do you whiff that?" They are just taunting him right now. They know that they're winning this game along with this match. All they need to do is finish 1 more gen. You just need to get 2 people out. It is going to be a very difficult situation. Arbiter with his back up against the wall. Some of those early mistakes where he forgot to uncloak.
It really cost him because your perk is not one that endures throughout the entire course of this match. You're only locking up generators for a small amount of time right there in the beginning. And unfortunately, that was just not enough for Arbiter to actually bring himself to advantage. He was almost kind of getting to grips with this character rather than going back to his reliable trapper. And I do like this gamble. I think that this is going to be a solid addition to the Shogun's DVD arsenal in the future. But as it currently stands, this is looking like a lost game for the killer.
And he's chasing somebody around. He's able to knock them. But while he's doing that, I guarantee you the Ravens are working on another gen. They're probably going to have a gen pop here soon. Everybody else is healed up. And that is, who is that? That is, I Am Herb. I believe that might be his first hook as well.
Yeah, I believe that right now hooks are well distributed amongst
Wonku
people.
might be the only person that hasn't been hooked yet. So let's see. And you can hear Herb. I can hear Herb call it out. So imagine Arbiter could probably hear him call it out right now.
Uncloak, 2 people on gen. This is a good find, but it isn't going to be enough, I don't think.
They got I Am Herb off of hook. And while they haven't popped that last gen, I imagine there's a bunch of gens here and there. They're going to play around this pallet, try to loop him. But nope.
Yeah, and this constant uncloaking and recloaking, looking for a chase, trying to pass off to another person who's closer. This is unfortunately the sign of a killer who's a little bit desperate. Good job getting this shot, but he just won't be able to continue this chase. He's going to instead try to bust down this generator, but usually this is an overinvestment of time by the killer. It's more valuable to just look for the hooks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure what Arbiter has to do. It's one of those situations that you put yourself in a bad situation because of what you did early on. And honestly, they just need 1 more gen done. 2 people run to. He's gonna go back and kick it, isn't he? You have 2 people run to east side, have them open up the doors, and he can't get to everybody. Yep, and he went back and kicked it, and they did it. Now all they have to do is probably go to opposite sides.
Yep.
2 people open up one door, 2 people open up the other. and you're guaranteed.
Kittens might get downed here.
And he didn't. Not yet, as of yet. And so we'll see in a second here who's the first to get out.
But the fact that all 4 survivors are still up is enough to mean that Arbiter's going to just be push and pull willy-nilly across the map. And doors open. 3 people trying to make their way out right now, and you hear the comms.
They want to get everybody out.
That is just a power play at this point. 2 people going to get down, and he will only be able to hold 1. That is Ravens moving up 18-4, and there's only 12 minutes left after what was a prolonged game of DBD.
They lost on a setup that was their own. You had the optimal lineup for yourself, and you weren't able to win. So it's just back to the lab here. You just have to figure out what you did wrong, rewatch. And that's not to say that the Ravens aren't a pretty good survivor team.
I really do think that the dynamic that I saw out of that DVD game is, as you said, a matter of messing up early, that cascading into you being unable to get anybody until the very end there, and that is enough to confidently put Ravens up to that 18-point marker. The Arbiter, I really feel, did have a good combination of perks, killers. It was just a matter of not being fluent in the mechanics right off the bat, even though you were presented with the golden opportunity. The rest of Ravens had to scramble farther out on the map in order to get to the gens that weren't currently being controlled. And while that was happening, you're being presented with a juicy survivor to chase down, but that chase lasted for the whole time that his perk ran for. And from there, we just saw Shogun drop another game, 18-4. This is that shameful milestone like you talked about.
So it won't be Koza, Wonku and Herb going. That's what I thought was going to. Maybe Dolo, Raven, and RK. I can't imagine you put Chris D in here, but I mean, maybe. Yep.
If somebody wants to play a game at this point for Shogun, you just play it.
Yeah. Like, well,
you want to have some fun and relax after the match because the match is virtually over at this point.
Yeah. But I mean, Shogun's had a good bit of confidence early on. Unfortunately, that's kind of deteriorated.
Yeah.
And if the Ravens win NHL and that situation comes up, what I talked about, where they're 1 win away.
They use the timeout just for the BM.
But, okay, so hypothetical. Do you think, like, Shoguns, do you think if Street Fighter rolls up, right, and the Ravens have it, and they still, there's enough time they have to play it, do you think the Ravens just forfeit it? Or do you think the Ravens play it out and be like, I'm okay winning 19-5, 18-6?
I think that you just probably forfeit it. Why not? At the end of the day, get to another game that you
Halo.
want, and it's still not going to roll. It's Halo. That's enough time, I think, for this to be the final game, actually.
Yeah, and Halo is probably going to be Flying Kittens, and either Flying Kittens and KIC, or either way, it doesn't matter. They have a great lineup available, and now you have Chris G that has to go in for that game.
Well, we are going to take to NHL first before we even have to figure out that lineup, but this is another game that should be favored for the Ravens right now. We're going to get a sense of who is who. But this is early puck control being driven by the dark blue team. Going to wrap around. Nice call. Good block center stage. And firing a little bit too deep here. Now, who's going to recover?
I don't think that was necessarily them shooting. I think that was them passing and not quite getting it. If I had to guess, I'm guessing the white jerseys are the Ravens based on the coordination that's going on. But
it is really rough when we're at the point where we're saying, which team is which? Is it the one that's playing better? Okay, it's the Ravens.
But here's the thing. So the first puck is regular puck, but look at the amount of money pucks after that.
Yep. Well, to start things off, it continues as it always has. The Ravens currently up 1-0 on the scoreboard. Shogun going to try to get back into possession here.
But it's always funny with the money pucks because sometimes you get no money pucks in the first, and then you get this. You get
whole run of the money pucks like you're talking about. And notably, control has been over to the side of Shogun for the time being. Fortunately, that shot going to be deflected here, and now we got a pass back. Deep, going to immediately be intercepted here. Shogun has a shot on goal available.
And that's all they need is, like, Hey, get a go.
Oh, but huge breakaway here. Just
Yeah.
gonna guide that right behind them into the goal.
I don't want to doubt the Shoguns, but I think that's the Ravens. Yes, the Ravens are on white.
Yeah. I don't want to doubt them either, man. It feels like doubting would just be kicking a puppy at this point, but really, what can you do? It just feels as if Ravens are showing superiority on all fronts and just not letting up.
And they could end this game with the next puck.
Absolutely.
With how we've seen it, and it's probably going to go
And it's
up.
another breakaway, overinvestment by
Oh my
Shogun,
gosh.
and they're going to put it in. We talked about how Halo might be the last game, but given the speed run we just saw, that could not be the case here. 7 minutes on the clock, and that is going to be Ravens up another one, cresting towards that 20-point milestone.
And no, it would be absolutely brutal if the next game is Street Fighter. Because the Ravens are going to look at that and be like, yeah, you're not playing that.
Yep, well, we are going to go to Halo Infinite here.
Hopefully they had it set up. I imagine we might see, like, Flying Kittens and KIC. I can imagine Flying Kittens is dying to go in for this game. He is probably dying to go in for this game. So maybe we see Flying Kittens and KIC. I feel like we're seeing Flying Kittens or somebody.
Yeah, Flying Kittens wants center stage. I know he also wants the interview after the game as well. He was telling them, put me in, coach. So we're going to see whether or not they're going to end on a high note here with Halo. If we're going to get another game, that's also a possibility.
Oh, it's a setup for the Shoguns. So the Shoguns have to get into this game. But we are seeing, so the Ravens time out. So Chris G has to go in. I imagine we see Dolo or Arbiter. I imagine, yep, Dolo's going in. So on the other side, do we see Flying Kittens and KIC or Flying Kittens and Koza? All right, so that is the lineup here.
And credit where credit's due for Shoguns. They got horrible rolls today in terms of the specializations. Not that many fighting games on the board. The ones we did see were conceded.
But how can you call it a horrible roll if they lost half of the win?
Oh, yeah, they're also getting clobbered. I'm not saying they would have won, but I am saying that not only were they getting clobbered, but they also just didn't get to play the games that they wanted as consolation prizes.
No Street Fighter, no Skullgirls. I'm predicting that we're about to see either Skullgirls or Street Fighter Row.
Just at the end to twist the knife in. 100%.
And I don't know if they see that, they're going to be like, forfeit. Because Halo, by time-wise, might be the last game.
Yeah, especially with this timeout eating into more of the stopwatch here. Ravens, I think, may just be looking to end it, cresting over that 20-point milestone, saying, hey, no more. We have beaten the horse enough. It is not only dead, but it is about a 1 centimeter thick puddle of blood on the ground.
When Wanku said 20-6, I was like, wow, that's a beatdown.
Yep.
And then for them to proceed to do better than that, it was like, that was like, 14-point gap. No, let's make it 16.
Yeah.
But hey, Shoguns, Dolo, maybe Dolo carries here.
Could be the case.
Or maybe Chris D's been putting the work in that Halo. I mean, Chris D is kind of an older person. Halo, some of the older heads like Halo.
Yeah.
So it's not one of them younger folk game like Fortnite.
I feel like all the older heads for Halo complain that we don't have the mechanics from like Halo 2 back in multiplayer though.
I can see Lockdown or Polo somewhere in chat is going to be very much critiquing this game. I can see QWERTY critiquing this. Yeah, so if Flying Kittens wasn't in the game, he'd be in chat right now talking about it. He does that from time to time.
Yeah.
He'll be out there in a match. It's like imagine like an NFL NBA player live tweeting from a game on the sidelines.
Yeah. Or
Man,
do
these
you
guys
watch pro
suck.
wrestling?
Not as much.
Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania took a fan's phone and tweeted in the middle of his match versus Seth Rollins. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of in these situations. But man, as we're reflecting in these last few seconds of the timeout, I gotta say, Rex, A, been an honor commentating with you. But B, we went into those interviews and I was sitting there watching behind the scenes as you were talking to the Ravens. And I gotta say, between how boisterous Flying Kittens was, I was like, I want these guys to be cut down to size, particularly because I'm always rooting for the underdog. I wanted the Shoguns to be able to rack up a point on the board. And showing up against a team who was so cocky, so confident coming into this one, I thought it could have been a great time. But no, honestly, Ravens have won me over. They have just been solid players. They talk the talk, but they walk the walk, and that is the best thing to see here in UEL.
So the question is, did the Ravens get set up? Is it a tech timeout?
Well, we're back to the setup timer here, so they have a little bit of time still to digest on that front. Notably, This is going to be the final game, I think, at 3-minute count. There's no way that you're going to be able to round out a 2v2 Halo matchup.
Yeah, Shoguns
and then get to the next one.
haven't been able to set up a game in 4 minutes, let alone 3 minutes. So, but yeah, no, this has been a good first game back for Wonku. Like very dominant fashion. And a lot of the games that the Ravens lost, they lost maybe not because they weren't better, but because of just a little mistake here and there. They're gonna look back. They're not gonna be happy that they lost 4 games.
Nah.
They're gonna look back. Oh, we lost 2K. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Blaze Blue. Okay, yeah, that happened. But some of these games, they're gonna look back like, nah. And funny enough, a lot of times when a team opts to respin the first game, the team that wins RPS, we see it come back at some point during the match.
Yep.
MK hasn't came back yet.
Nope. MK hasn't come back. The Street Fighter 6 hasn't rolled. The Skullgirls hasn't rolled. So it was Shogun out in the deep waters. There were a few games that we thought they would come out in advantage of, but that also didn't pay off. In particular, looking at Maelstrom. I'm looking at Ragnarok too, actually, as a game where, given their penchant for taking on new titles, I thought they could have had a shot, but neither of those went their way. Neither did Forza, even though that entire time we were trained on Raven's sightline and how well he was doing.
Yeah, no, it's and that's the issue is the Shoguns I don't see being collectively good at any game. Like when I say that, I mean like there's not many games on the wheel that I can look at the Shoguns and be like 4 out of 5 people on that team are good at.
Yeah, and that's the problem when things like Valorant are in the table, finals are on the table, and we haven't even seen either of those games, but those would have been 2 more easy wins for the side of Ravens. Even Fortnite, I think, speaks to your point really clearly, where RK is clearly a genius at the game. Brilliant, super tight mechanics, but it doesn't matter if his team is all dying around him while he's towering up to the sky.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you did all of that just to lose because of your teammates, right? Like,
yep.
Say, for instance, there was say Chris G, right? You're playing Street Fighter, and Chris G has a button issue, or he hit somebody during a setup timer, right?
Yep.
Shoguns lose that.
Yep.
I don't know any team that the Shoguns win in Street Fighter against without Chris G. So, like, they're reliant on people, right? If somebody other than Arbiter had to go in for Dead by Daylight, granted, they didn't win that regardless, but I don't see them having any level of competence outside that. And that's the big thing, right? You have to be collectively good at some of these games. And I'm not seeing it. If there's multiple people good at any game on the wheel on that team, they came in already playing those games, right? I don't see them practicing the same games together. And I think that's probably part of the big issue, right? Not collectively being good at games, so you're relying upon rotation, which means you're also relying on the wheel, and them not setting up these games properly. So there's a lot of things that the Shoguns could do, because they certainly have the talent there in individual games. It's just about putting that together as a team.
Well, we are in another timeout. This time, I believe, a technical timeout here, which is why we still haven't gotten into this last game. But it is well and truly confirmed Halo is going to be our final one. Our parting shot to see if Shogun bring it to a 5-win or if Ravens can clock over 20. Man, I'm just imagining what Logan Summit's going to be saying about this one already.
I mean, Wonku called it. I mean, is Wonku Nostradamus?
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Maybe just forfeit the last 2 games just so you're right.
There you go. Yeah, we'll see. Now, in this timeout, as people continue to adjust, I really do wonder what is going through the heads of Shogun right now. Like, is this a take the rest of the day off, we regroup tomorrow, we see what the angle is, or are they going to be staying back? Are they going to be thinking, let's immediately jump into the VOD review, let's see what we can improve, let's see what groundwork we could lay for future in the UEL? Because, well, the matchups don't stop, right? Like, you go one after the other in many cases.
Well, so in my head, I think you take a break, right? And then you go back the next day, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to. You've already been through mental strain today. Don't put yourself through more of it, right? In my mind, when I was a coach, player, I would always think that, right? Like I always be like, let me take some time off. Let me take at least the night, right? Let me go home, watch TV show, my guilty pleasure TV shows, right? How I Met Your Mother, best show. I won't argue with a brick wall if you say otherwise. But
what about the ending though, man?
I have a lot to say about the ending. I like it, but it's a I have a whole dissertation about that.
Same.
But I think you have to take a mental break. But me, with how I am, it's hard for me to take that mental break because regardless of what I'm focused on, not saying that I'm not going to think about it, it's still in your mind. Heck, winning a match is still in your mind, which is why some of those later games, like those Thursday, Friday games, were absolutely brutal for me because they ended late. And then at the same time, I'm like, oh man, I'm thinking about the game. It's hard to sleep sometimes after this match. It's hard to, like, after you've been amped up for 5 hours, 4.5, 5 hours to just, all right, time to take a nap. I can't do it. It's hard to, right? And some of these people have a little bit of a distance to travel, right? Like, I know Dolo, for instance, has a little bit of a distance to travel. Wonku, KIC, Herb, they have to travel an hour and some change, something like that. So setup timer's up. We're going to see what is the result here in a minute.
Yeah, hopefully we get to go out with a bang, not a whimper, but it seems like we're still having problems.
And I know Blind Kins wants to play this. He wants to. Anytime he can play a shooter, he wants to go in for it.
Yeah, and you can hear him across the wall. Clearly, this is not douse his spirits whatsoever. He still wants to jam.
Yeah, no, like I said, momentum-based team, momentum-based players. All right.
Yeah, we're just trying to eavesdrop across the wall for those of you wondering why we're both quiet on the camera, but
I'm very, like, I want to see them show out here. I want to see the Shoguns prove us wrong. I want to see Chris G look good in this game. I want to see Dolo exceed expectations in the game. A lot of times what players do, what coaches do in a lot of sports, like in the NFL and such, when they're getting blown out, at the end, they want to see you execute perfectly, right? Like they'll run basic plays because they want to see something done right. And if I'm the Shogun, if I'm their coach, I want to see something done right. Even if you don't win Halo, I want to see you play Halo correctly, right? Like I want to see you not overcommit. I want to see you take the shot, use the appropriate weapons, find your spawn, right? Like use the power weapons because that's a big part in this, right? Like gravity hammer or like the shield, anything. And it sounds like we might be getting into this shortly. I hope we play a map other than Bazaar.
We've seen a lot of Bazaar.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, but so we'll see. And I feel like if the Ravens have, I feel like though the Ravens sometimes have these specific maps that they have, quote unquote, mapped out for playoff strategies, right? I feel like we're not going to see what they quite feel comfortable with. I feel like we're going to see, like maybe we probably won't see a standard map. Like we're probably going to see Bazaar, but I feel like they have something up their sleeves for this.
yeah, if it is not your strength, go for something standard so that you could test yourself going forward.
Yeah.
Well, we do see our 2v2 strike forces activated
nice.
and ready. Currently in the perspective of Dolo here.
All right, so there should be a power item on the right-hand side. Let's see if they play it. They're playing the alley, and are they able to? No kills yet. They got a kill, so good job for Dolo, it seems. 2 kills. They are going up right now. Let's see how they choose to play this at this point.
It definitely seems like that was just an overinvestment, a little bit of brazenness out of Ravens, not paying off. Now,
Not
sniper rifle
respecting.
in the hands of Arbiter here.
Oh, that's Dolo.
Oh, that is Dolo. Yes, you're right. Sorry.
So it's 3-1, 3-2, still with a lead. It seems like they have active camo now. So I can imagine that we're going to see Flying Kins do a little bit of sneaky shenanigans going on. Missing the angle for the grenade. You see it come back at him.
Crossing
you see-
around,
yep.
getting out of the active camo, will be able to pick up the frag. Maybe 2. Good tracking there coming out of Flying Kittens to actually bring the advantage back over to the Ravens.
Yeah, good job. It was a little bit shaky at first. Nading out this hallway. Bringing the fight to them. Not caring that they're up. They were like, we're going to press this issue. All right, and doing a good job. They went down from being down 2 to being up 2. And this is what you don't want to see if you're a fan of the Shogun. You want them to go out strong. It started off strong. They're nading out the area.
You also don't want to hear Flying Kittens' trash talk coming out of this one, particularly as even in the air, he is able to answer with some brilliant damage stacked up against Shogun as he's going to pick up yet another kill. 8-3 count on the board. They may not even go to time.
It's a 8-1 run they've gone on here after the initial exchange. He's simply playing the active camo. And this is going to be an issue if they just keep letting them. They're nading out this hallway here. They don't know that he's there, and they probably think that nobody's going to be there. Coming up from behind here. Let's see if he opts to just melee him, kill him.
Double track actually wants to go for the 2 kills. We'll be able to pick up 1. And now as we see the approach coming through from the side of Shogun, it is going to just be another solid unanswered set of kills. Flying Kittens is not only on a run, but he is looking to make a highlight reel play.
Yeah, he definitely is, and got the kill assist. Wow, it is heat. Flying Kittens is getting loud, and he's letting you know that you suck.
Yeah, we talked about old heads, you know, maybe being occupy the space here within the realm of Halo, but clearly this is the young bloods game. Flying Kittens is absolutely tearing Shogun asunder.
And you hear Pastor Herb out, I am Herb out there saying, hurry up and finish this game so we can get another wheel spin. They want another game, and if they finish this in the next minute, and the next game is a console game, best believe we're going to be playing it.
Yeah, it looks like with all the confusion regarding the timers, we may actually be able to get to the end of this one. 2 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Flying Kittens, though, wants to end this with a bang. Jumping in the air. Good job landing the headshot. And even though he is taken out, he still managed to get the fade away. And his teammate is going to not only pick up the pace, but in fact, bring them within striking distance. I believe it's only 3 more kills necessary for Ravens to get that wheel spin.
And they're just being disrespectful at this point. You could have ended this game off. This be the last game, but they're like, no, we want more blood. 20-4, that's not good enough. We want 21-4.
And I love the fact that Koza's almost playing support at this point, knowing that Flying Kittens wants the spotlight, giving this young player the chance to shine here. Double trades. He is pincered right now, is going to get dropped. This is actually buying a little bit of time for Shogun to maybe stop the bleeding.
Yeah, the Shogun's coming back a little bit. And if the setup timer is right, this looks like this should be the last game.
Yeah, crossed over that 2-minute mark. So that's enough for Shogun to hopefully just stay at the 20 mark for Ravens, because I don't think there's any coming back in this one. Flying Kittens, headset off, finishing it. And as they get the 20 kills, Ravens will mount to the 20 wins here for this UEL matchup.
So let's see what this last game is going to be.
Valorant, oh my goodness.
They don't have enough time.
They don't, no. And yet again, not a fighting game, not something that Chris G would be able to play.
So we got 21 wheel spins. 25 wheel spins, and we are missing Street Fighter. We are missing Skullgirls, and we're missing one and DBZ.
Yep.
All games that Chris G probably wanted to play.
And with MK being respawned at the beginning, right. I mean, that's 4 games.
Half of the games that are left are games that the Shogun wanted.
And we were talking about it earlier on the broadcast, Rex. At the end of the day, I don't think that this was necessarily going to be a matter of rolling luck to bring Shogun anywhere close to what Ravens was doing today, but they could have at least relaxed a little bit in this space. But no, it was absolutely nonstop pressure here by Ravens to bring them to a dominant victory.
And to end off on that way, if they had another 2 minutes left, if they didn't use that timeout for Halo, they would have gone into Valorant. I guarantee you they would have gone into Valorant, and they're going to try to 5-0 them. They're probably going to try to finish off Valorant up to get another wheel spin.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody, for tuning on in. Make sure that you guys drop a follow here on the Twitch and stay on for our interviews with the winners coming up next.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there Cannon. That one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Hello, I'm Rex, and I'm joined by two members of the Shoguns. We got RK and we have Raven up today. How y'all feeling after today's game?
Oof, man. Well, to be really honest, that was a pretty intense mollywhopping that we just received there. Not gonna lie, man. It was pretty rough, pretty rough.
All right, and as somebody who maybe not has been around in the league as recent, but has the experience in the league, where do you and your team go from here? What experience, what lessons are you trying to impart on some of these players who don't have the experience that you have?
I would say one of the biggest thing that, because I don't want to really like talk about individual players, more of as us as a team. I really think that we need to buckle down on the learning the setups more than anything at this point right now, and then learning how to work together in sync as a team. Because I think that is kind of like messing us up a bit in some of these games that we should have won.
Now, RK, I'm going to ask you the same question as somebody who I believe this is your first game in. What's your perspective on how today went and what you and the team can do better?
Definitely the communication portion. I noticed on a lot of the games, like we were playing together, but we weren't communicating together. That's something I noticed that was a pretty big struggle for us. And then, as he said, setups as well. I noticed, yeah, we definitely struggle on the setups. We got to learn that more, especially as a newer player like me. I did not know any of the setups, so it's definitely something I got to walk through with my team as well as myself. But
all right, and one thing I did notice, and speaking to both of y'all, is there was games where it seemed that you had the best player in the lobby, with Raven it being Forza and with RK it being Fortnite, that y'all were clearly are the best player on that game, but your team wasn't able to help you. How do y'all plan on fixing that, changing that culture where you're relying on one or two people for one particular game and you get caught with your pants down?
Well, see, here's the thing. On games like that, as much as you might want to rely on one person to carry the team in that game, for example, like Forza, it's just not possible to carry it with just one person. With so many penalties and so many things that can go wrong in that game, you just can't do it. In Fortnite, you might be able to carry, but if you don't have a good team support like we didn't have, I'm not the greatest at Fortnite whatsoever. RK, he's a monster there, but even him, he couldn't do it alone. You know what I mean? So it's a tough one. Like we really need that team chemistry to sink in fast.
Yeah.
All right. So final question. The season is disappointing from what I know y'all expectation was. What are we going to see from the Shoguns going forward? What is the game plan?
I mean, hopefully we are probably going to watch back on a lot of this footage, probably review, see what we could have done better. Hopefully we would then be able to practice it over the next a couple weeks, and then hopefully be able to apply it when it comes to the future games, because we still do got a couple games left in the season. But right now it's not looking too hot, but we're hoping to improve on it.
All right, well, that is it. I'm looking forward to y'all next game, hoping to see much improvement. I know that y'all have talented players in games and genres, so I'm looking forward to that, and we will catch y'all next time.
Thank you so much for having us.
Mm-hmm.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the UEL as we're going to check in with the victors of this matchup between Ravens and Shogun. We have two representative of the victorious Ravens here with Koza and Flying Kittens. First of all, congratulations to you guys on an incredible performance coming into this one. And I got to ask both you in kind. Koza, starting with you, how are you feeling coming out of this match?
I'm feeling pretty great. I feel like we came in and we did our job. We've been practicing hard since our last game. That was an unfortunate loss, but I think we're all taking this seriously and we're all locked in. So I'm glad it showed today.
And I know, Flying Kittens, you've been chomping at the bit to get on here for the interview. So I got to ask, how are you feeling it and what do you want to say?
I'm feeling really great. Hashtag love SurfThing. Gotta love SurfThing, PCs,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Absolutely. Plugging the sponsors, but also beyond that, you got a fantastic little plushie there representing the Ravens as a whole. So I know that we're kind of in this turning point right now within the realm of the UEL season. I know that you guys have a decent outlook going forward into your future matches. Is there any team in particular that you guys are scouting out, looking to take to and looking to fight hard against?
The Click.
The Click?
Click, yeah. Looking forward to that for sure.
It's a Halloween game. Cannot wait. I already got my costume ready.
Yep.
The boogeyman's out here to shine.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic thing to hear. I hope that everybody comes decked on out. I want to see some wild stuff put up here onto the interview stage. Hopefully we get to talk to AV and say, best costume gets on here for the interview, win or lose. But regardless, to dive on into this matchup today, I want to ask you guys, we were introducing Wonku coming in, playing her first game for the Ravens on the season, and she predicted 26 as the scoreline. You guys surpassed that, a 20-4 mark to end out here. What was your strategy in order to be so dominant game after game? I'm going to throw that over to Koza first.
Again, I think just some of our practice has really paid off. I think we come into practice every day very serious. So we want to play as many games on the wheel because we're very confident in every game that rolls. Every single time that something comes up, we feel like we've got a great lineup to go in. And again, I think that, shout out our GM Vape does a great job of putting us in where we need to be. And I think that shows.
And now, Flying Kittens, I know that you're someone who's very vocal. We're hearing you all across the commentary from the far side wall. And so I wanted to ask, I know that not only are you guys looking to play super well and super solidly within the game, but when you guys are calling things out, you guys are commenting really loudly and also just talking to the enemy team. Is this a matter of mental warfare in order to try to get in their heads? Or is this a way to keep you guys on track and focused up on the next game? Or is it a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both. Like, when I came in, I was like, hey, I want them to lose as many timeouts as possible, just so we can get these fast games in.
Yeah, it seems as if up until this point, Shoguns have had a little bit of trouble getting into setups, things of that nature, and that got us talking a lot on stream about this dimension of UEL that you just don't get to see in other forms of esports here. And so, coming in and reflecting on your season so far, what are you guys' thoughts on the UEL as a whole? What has this format allowed for you guys to do and explore as esports athletes?
I think that the UEL strategy, it's very unique, but it's also very fun. Again, with other esports, if you're sitting down, you're in the 2K league, you're loading up, you're playing 2K. Here, since we have so many different games and so much, intensity and fast pace between each game, I think it's really, really fun. Again, with someone in the GM position, making sure that lineups are ready. Every time something rolls on the wheel, making sure that we're ready and we know how to set that up. So I think it's a really fun dynamic.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like, it's really fun to deal with the UEL. Like, I loved playing in since season 5.
All right, well, I'm sure that from season 5 onwards, you guys have had quite the legacy built for yourselves, and I'm sure you got many more games ahead of you guys as well. So we're going to close it on out for the interview, but before we throw it over to ending the stream, can you guys walk through some of the inspirations that you guys have? Anyone you want to shout out here before we close it out?
One person I got to shout out that was in the lineup today, RK. Love you, dude. You're really good. Love that Fortnite. It was very fun, even though I 2-0'd you. But you had on the last round, you had the nasty snipe on me. I cannot lie. It was very beautiful. Anything for you, Koza?
No, shout out the team. Shout out my girlfriend. She's
team.
super invested in this, so I love all the support I'm getting. But yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on in here for the winner side interview. Ravens versus Shogun closed out 20-4 if you guys are just tuning on in. Thank you for shouting out Sly as well over there. But that is going to bring us to an end for today. We'll see you guys with the closeout.
All right.
Peace.
Oh my God. Plant. So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think It depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volari pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volari. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back one final time to our UEL broadcast for this wonderful Sunday. Ravens and Shogun was an incredible matchup, and frankly, Rex, it was an honor to cast it with you.
Yep, and so join us on Thursday, Halloween, for a special Halloween matchup between the Ravens that you saw today and the Click, with the Ravens going to be dressed up on that day. And if you want to see who everybody's going to be dressed up as, you just got to tune in on Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Absolutely. I told them stakes are whoever has the best costumes is anyone's put on here for the winners or losers side interview, whoever comes out on top. But yes, we don't stop here for the holidays whatsoever. It is the UEL continuing to truck on. And in fact, we got broadcasts not only on Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, and then next Sunday as well. So make sure that you guys are dropping a follow on our socials and giving a thanks to all the sponsors that makes the UEL possible. You've seen a few of them scrolling behind us throughout the course of this broadcast. But that is it for us today. This is Nyarko. This is Rex signing on out.